Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Force Manifest Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everything was burning. There were screams coming from every direction. Crying and wailing of citizens, shouts of fighting from heroes, shrieking from the Nomus. It was happening all around them, and was completely and utterly disorienting. The air was hot and filled with the dust of debris, making it hard to even breathe. He could practically feel the particles settling into his lungs. Then there was the smell. Some horrid combination of smoke, gasoline, BLD, and vomit. It was all mixing together on every dim street. Nowhere seemed safe or free of the effects of the battle, the war zone. Even streets that had yet to suffer any damage were flooded with the stink. Izuku had the feeling that this smell would be ingrained into his nostrils for days, if not become some phantom sensation for the rest of his life. It wasn't like the USJ or any of the villain attacks he clamored to be near and watch as a child. No simple heroes versus villains, no sectioned off area, no semi-controlled environment. There was too much panic, too much collateral damage, too many bodies. God, there were so many bodies. Crushed under rubble or trampled by other panicked citizens, or even lying in near unrecognizable heaps which he could only assume was the result of being directly attacked by one of the creatures. The desperate calls and fighting of pros taking on each Nomu at separate locations could be heard, but that's not where Izuku and Tsukachi were headed. They weren't here to fight, that isn't their job. Where they needed to get to were the checkpoints, the temporary information and medical setups so that they could address the situation and help relay information. Tonight, there would be no all might, no one saving grace. As they ran through the streets, avoiding the battles, Izuku noticed Tsukachi stealing panicked glances his way. He could guess that the man was regretful about the teen's presence at the scene, forced to bear witness to the tragedy unfolding before them. But Izuku held his expression determined and steely, giving away none of his own panic. There was something else he couldn't help but focus on, the countdowns. They were passing so many people, and each one's countdown told him something he wished he didn't have to know. Some were fine, steady yellow and with plenty of time. He sent up a silent prayer of thanks that Tsukachi was one of those people. But so many people had either glitching times or worse, ones that were merely ticking away steadily and would be at zero before the night was over. The bodies they passed rested at that horrid midnight. Part of him cursed himself, wondering just how terrible he had to be to let those citizens run off when he knew their fate, knew he had the ability to change some of it. But he was also trying his best to be realistic. Every time he used his own time to restore someone's countdown, it cost him. So what? With about 21 years left, he could save 14, maybe 15 people before he ran out of time, and that would be being generous. That wasn't enough to do much, wasn't enough to be useful in this situation. So he grit his teeth and looked away the best he could. Reaching the primary checkpoint and distribution center did little to quell the air of chaos. Everyone was shouting, desperate. Heroes were running in to drop off injured comrades before darting off in whatever direction they were told they were needed. Izuku tried his best to follow the clipped shouts of information and orders being sent out, paying close attention to the way Tsukachi was attempting to handle the situation so that he could hopefully learn something. Not knowing what to do or how to help brought back that feeling of utter uselessness within his. There were 3 Nomus attacking the city, all in separate locations and with no clear goals. One had been taken down, but 2 were still on the loose. Screens with shaky video feeds of each battle were displayed in one corner of the checkpoint, so Izuku focused on that to hopefully figure out what quirks these monsters have. It seemed like a fruitless effort though, as each possessed multiple quirks and could be hiding more that he wouldn't be able to decipher through the grainy video. Everything was moving faster than he could think, but one shout in particular drew his focus. It was Pro Hero Manual, arriving at the scene to drop off a bloodied sidekick and yelling about missing his intern. Sheet the interns. He had almost forgotten that some of the literal students could be out fighting in this DMN mess. Another wave of dread racked his stomach at the thought. It took Izuku a few slow moments of recollection to remember which of the Hero Corps students were interning with Manual, But the moment he remembered it was Ida, his brain was kicking it into high gear. This wasn't just the city where the Nomu were currently attacking, but also the city where Ingenium was injured and the hero killer still reigned. All his thoughts were coming in too fast as panic settled in his ear, along with a realization. He wasn't particularly close with Ida, but he'd watched the hero students long enough to know when something was wrong. And Ida's behavior, along with his internship choice, pointed to one clear possibility. Ida had used the attack as a distraction to go after Stain. Sheet. Someone had to find Ida now, or else it would be too late. Izuku barely took the time to shout out to the panicked manual and distracted Tsukachi that he had a feeling he knew where the student was and would need backup before he took off running. He knew he could hear shouting behind him, probably telling him to stop or wait, but he didn't have time for that. Hell, Ida may not have time. As he ran, the teen focused his mind on all he knew about the villain vigilante. Dark alleyways, side streets, secluded areas, edges of patrol routes. Those were the places he would attack. From what he knew about the current patrol routes of heroes in the city, and DMN did he know a lot about that, having spent time memorizing most routes of any major hero, he could guess on a general location. Active heroes in the area that best fit the other target descriptions for Stain's attacks included Glitterbomb, Hard Arms, Native, and Shadow Step. Native and Glitterbomb were the only two that had patrol this week, and Glitterbomb was already being taken care of at one of the medic stations. So that left Native. Izuku was hoping and praying that his guess was right with every step he ran as he maneuvered through the chaotic streets of the city further from the fighting. Mentally, he cursed himself. What if he was too late? What if Ida was already dead? If Izuku was right, this was a premeditated move on Ida's part. Which meant that if he was to die tonight, it most likely would have shown on his countdown before the internships even started. And damn it, why didn't Izuku check everyone's FING countdown? He may hate looking at them, may avoid it for his and everyone else's comfort, but it could have told him if anyone was going to be in danger during their internships. He should have checked just to be sure. Should have FING checked. That was all he could think as he glanced down alleyways and in the dark corners of the streets, desperately searching for his fellow student. If he was just less of a coward, he could have faced knowing everyone's numbers so that he knew they were safe, but now a student could be dead because Izuku was too afraid to utilize his own stupid quirk. How stupid could he be? Hero students were going out to get real-world experience, and of course it could put them in danger. Timers may glitch, and that he can't predict, but if he had just looked, then maybe he could have at least made sure none of them were supposed to die. Instead, he avoided it and someone else could be paying for his carelessness. A tiny voice in his head tried to remind him that death was inevitable, and other people weren't his responsibility all of the time, but he shoved the thought away. It was a selfish thought, one that put his comfort above others' safety, or at least that's how he felt about it. Because failing to look could mean that someone he knew was dead right now. Because right now he felt stupid, useless, weak, naive. He skidded to a stop when the smell hit him. Everywhere in the city smelt like smoke and death, but right now the overwhelming stench of BLD was in the air, metallic and thick in his nostrils. Izuku wasted no time before darting into the alleyway, where the sight he was met with made his heart hammer in his ear. Two crumpled and still bodies, BLD coating the alleyway, and no hero killer in sight. One was Native, slumped against the wall of the alley, timer at midnight. BLD covered the front of the pro's costume, and knowing the man was dead nearly had the teen doubling over with the sudden nausea that hit him. But there was someone else to focus on. Ida lay face down, BLD pouring from multiple wounds. His timer steadily counting down from 4:56. It wasn't glitching. Izuku breathed out as he rushed to the teen's side. I'm so sorry. His voice cracked as he felt the familiar tingle of his limbs. Looking at the student before him through bleary eyes and pressing his shaky hands into the largest wound near his right shoulder blade, he immediately called upon his quirk to push. The moment Izuku took off running, Tsukachi was barking out orders for backup to follow them and taking off after the kid. He tried his best to keep up with the teen's pace, but DMN was he fast. Izuku hadn't given any of them much explanation for where he was going, but the man knew him well enough to simply trust him at this point. As he saw Izuku skid to a stop several meters ahead of him, then dart into the alleyway, the detective pushed his legs harder to pick up the pace. He didn't trust Izuku not to simply run headfirst into whatever situation was waiting for them, especially not if it meant a fellow student was currently in danger. But nothing could have prepared him for the sight he was about to see. 2 bodies and so much BLD. Then there was Izuku, sliding to his knees next to the student lying face down on the ground. Tsukachi's focus immediately went to the teen as he applied shaky hands to the largest wound near the hero student's shoulder blade, whispering out what the detective thinks was an apology as his eyes started glowing. A shimmering golden light emanated from those green eyes, and the detective found himself transfixed for a moment before his mind started spiraling. What the hell was going on? He'll have to ask about that later, right now was not the time. Moving over to the crumbled form of Native against the wall of the alleyway, he went to check the hero's pulse before a shaky, cracking voice interrupted him. Native's already dead, Izuku croaked, gaze fixed downward on where his hands were pressing into the hero student's wounds. H's timer is at 0, it's too late. Tsukachi swore as he pressed 2 fingers into the man's neck, checking for a pulse anyway but to no avail. It was at this same moment that backup arrived, a small group of officers and medical personnel. When Izuku made no reaction to the medics trying to pry him away from the injured student, the detective stepped in. Crouching behind Izuku, he offered gentle reassurances of "It's all right, the medical team is here, they'll take care of him," as he hooked his hands underneath the teen's arms and pulled him away. Crouched down on the bloodied floor of the alley, Tsukachi held onto the teen's shaking shoulders with a firm grip. Izuku was breathing fast, eyes unfocused, practically doubled over and uncaring of the BLD soaking into the knees of his breathes. Sheet. Why didn't I check everyone's times before they left? Why didn't I make sure they would be okay? What use am I if I can't even remember to check? The words are whispered out, desperate and delirious. Tsukachi felt at a loss for what to do in this situation. He knew he needed to get Izuku to calm down, but what could he even say? The teen had already had a hell of a couple days with the interaction with Kaomi Woods, the case with the missing women earlier that afternoon, then even being at Hosu in the first place, and now 1 dead pro hero and a heavily injured student. Couldn't the kid catch a DMN break? He wasn't sure what would help, but the man still wanted to try. Carefully, he pulled Izuku into his placing a steadying hand on his back, and kept his tone soft but even. "It's not your fault, Izuku. You did a good job of finding him. It's not your fault." The man could feel Izuku draw in a long breath, then slowly nod against his It wasn't much, but it would have to be enough for now. There was more work to do. Kaizome watched the scene curiously from his crouched position upon the rooftop of the alleyway. Somehow, it seemed that people were able to find his location fairly quickly. He barely had time to climb onto the roof before that little green child came running in. It was very strange, though he could attribute the close call to the other variables of the night. Having an attack on the city was certainly reason enough for everyone to be alert. The most interesting thing was the green one. Kaizome was sure his final blow to the little hero blinded by revenge was one that would kill him, but based on the reactions of the child and medical professional that arrived shortly after, the boy would live. No matter though, Ingenium's brother wasn't on his list to call in the first place. If that boy ever did become a real hero, he would have another chance to rid the world of his false ideals of heroism. Until then, he would watch and continue his mission. He was not finished with Hosu yet. The hospital was a mess, absolute chaos. So many people were hurt, so many people were desperate to find their loved ones. So many people were dead. Ida was almost one of those people, and that reminder left him feeling sick. Native was dead, and Izuku hopelessly confirmed what he had already suspected. He could not give time to a countdown that had already reached 0. There was nothing he could do for those he failed to reach in time. Some part of him knew that Native was not his responsibility, neither was Ida, but that did not stop the guilt, the dread. That maybe if he had just been a bit faster, maybe if he had checked ahead of time, forced himself to face those numbers looming over people's heads, then maybe he could have done something sooner. Maybe nobody would have to die. A voice in his mind that sounded coincidentally like Aizawa told him that was illogical. He knew he couldn't save everyone. He was no hero and no god. And death was inevitable. But his quirk still gave him some control, didn't it? He could use his time to keep people alive, so he had to do that, didn't he? How could he not? It was selfish to just sit and watch when he could do something, or at least it seemed that way to him. With tired eyes and drained muscles, he carried these thoughts with him as he followed Tsukachi's frantic pace around the hospital to gain a better idea of the extent of the aftermath. There were so many statements to collect, so many heroes to talk to, and Izuku was so tired. It was a couple hours before they both got to sit down again, each holding warm coffees as they plopped into the plastic chairs of one of the hospital waiting rooms. "We need to talk about what happened with Ida." Tsukachi broke the silence with a serious tone. With everything else that had happened, Izuku had been hoping the man would forget about that. He sighed, knowing there was no way to completely avoid the topic now. "We need to talk about what happened with Ida." "What about it?" Izuku attempted to feign nonchalance. "Don't pretend like nothing happened. I was there." "Your eyes were glowing, so I assume that has something to do with your quirk," the detective sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. "So I think you should tell me what that was about." The teen was too exhausted for his mind to work properly, but he still didn't want anyone knowing the full extent of what this aspect of his quirk was. There would be too many questions, too much concern that he didn't need. He decided to be honest, but only partly. "It was my quirk," he confirmed as he took a sip of the warm coffee between his hands and closed his eyes. "Think of it as a way to boost someone's time if it's low." "You looked like you were in pain," Tsukachi pointed out, pressing his lips into a thin like. "Does it have drawbacks?" "Yes," Izuku confirmed. "It does physically hurt me, feels like a burning in my sea. But that pain ends fairly quickly after I use it." He nods. "Anything else I should be worried about?" Izuku almost grinned. The wording of the question was fortunate for him. That little loophole that the question provided was most likely due to the detective's own exhausted state, but he'd be thankful for it nonetheless. No. Because he shouldn't worry. This was Izuku's choice, and one with consequences he readily accepted. There was no reason for the man to worry about someone like him. He was already living on borrowed time. Even if he was able to be useful to heroes now, he was still Izuku Midoriya. Someone no one really wanted, someone whose mother couldn't even simply stay in the same house as him, someone who had to prove his value rather than be born with it. There was no point in worrying about him simply using what he has to provide use for others. That was the truth, or Izuku's truth at least. "Is this the first time you've done that? Or have you used it on anyone else?" The teen grimaced. "Aizawa. I used it on Aizawa at the USJ." Tsukachi's face formed a grim line, but he nodded and asked no further questions. "Ida's awake and giving his statement to the local detective right now," Naomasa sighed as he slumped back into the chairs of the waiting room. "The surgery was a success, mostly. But there was some serious nerve damage from the wounds. The doctors said that he'll have to undergo weeks of physical therapy if he hopes to regain motion of his arms. So it will be a while before he is able to rejoin the hero course at UA, if he is allowed to at all." Izuku frowned, gaze set downward toward the dirty tiles of the hospital floor, hands shaking as they gripped his knees. The expression on his face was clearly speaking of some misplaced guilt, even though he didn't open his mouth to speak. That was something that didn't sit right with the detective. Really, there was no reason for the kid to feel guilty in this situation. In fact, he should feel the opposite. With his quick thinking, he was able to find the student and save Ida's life. Izuku kept the student alive, and wasn't the one responsible for his injuries. Then, his mind recalls the frantic and desperate words the teen was whispering out in the alleyway. "What use am I if I can't even remember to check?" Usefulness. It seemed like a concept the boy was stuck on for whatever reason. The number of times Tsukachi can now remember him using that wording left a sinking feeling in his stomach, like he was failing to understand something important about the way Izuku's mind worked. This was something that needed to be addressed, but Tsukachi would never claim that he was the right person to address it. He was no therapist, and not his parent either, regardless of how much he cared for the teen. Plus, he could never fully understand the weight that having a quirk like Izuku's would come with. To constantly know when the people around you are going to die must be horrible, debilitating in some way. But just because he wasn't sure if he knew the right words to say, didn't mean he wouldn't try. He cared about Izuku, cared about his well-being, and had been concerned for the kid since the day they first met. "Kid, you know it's not your fault, right?" he began softly as Izuku finally lifted his gaze from the floor. "Ida is alive because you were able to find him in time, but none of what happened was your responsibility." Izuku pursed his lips together for a moment before returning his gaze to the floor, voice soft and strained as he finally spoke. His time wasn't glitching, which probably means he had made the choice to go after Stain before internships even started. "If I had just checked, maybe I could have done something ahead of time. It's my fault that I've been avoiding looking at the timers. What use am I to others if I can't even do that? I could have done more. I should have dashed." He cut himself off as he ducked his head lower, a trembling hand coming up to grip at his green curls almost as if the action was done to hold back from spiraling. Tsukachi was the one frowning now as he got up from his seat to squat down directly in front of Izuku so that he could get a clear look at the kid's face. "Hey, I know I can't completely understand what having a quirk like yours feels like, but I can tell you this. You can't make yourself responsible for other people or their actions all of the time. It isn't healthy or realistic. You also can't dwell on what you think you could have or should have done. It will only hold you back. Believe me, in my line of work there have been countless times where I can think back and worry about what I could have done differently, but worrying about that doesn't change anything. The only thing I can do is be better in the future." The teen didn't look up to meet his gaze or open his mouth to respond, but the way his eyebrows were pinched together let the man know he was listening. So Tsukachi continued as he let a small smile form on his face and placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I don't know how well that advice really applies in this situation though, because I personally can't say that you did anything wrong. As for what you said about being useful, I don't really understand that part. You already do plenty of work that is helpful to the police and heroes around you, and you saved Ida's life last night. But even if you hadn't, why do you need to be useful? Who said that you need a use to be valuable?" He ducked his head even lower at that part, eyes closed and body shaking slightly, but at least there were no tears and the teen's breathing was steady. "Everyone." The word was mumbled out so quietly that Tsukachi wasn't even sure if he heard it correctly. Part of him wanted to ask Izuku to repeat himself, but he also figured that he may be pushing the kid too hard. A few words won't change some ingrained mindset right away, and the situation was already stressful enough for the teen. So instead he stood up, ruffling the teen's hair before taking his seat again, and decided to SW topics. "I should probably give your mom a call, let her know you're all right and apologize for bringing you along for such a dangerous call," he said as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Even if he was needed here and Izuku did a good job finding Ida, it was a poor decision on his part to bring a young intern to what was essentially an active domestic terrorist attack. Izuku didn't look up, but his shoulders went rigid at this, voice coming out tired but calm. "That really isn't necessary. Midoriya, no really," the teen interrupted. "It's fine, I can handle that myself." It almost didn't register since he hadn't been paying attention to his quirk during their conversation. But the faint ping in the back of his mind was undeniable. There was some mistruth to what the teen had just said. What that meant exactly, Tsukachi wasn't sure. But before he could truly process that and question further, the conversation was interrupted. "Excuse me, Izuku Midoriya," the nurse who had approached the waiting room called out. The teen lifted his head finally, confusion clear on his face. "That's me." She turned her smiling face towards him. "Hello, Tenya Ida has requested to speak with you if you have time." Izuku simply nodded as he stood from his chair and followed after the nurse, leaving Tsukachi to sit in his seat and contemplate all the concerning aspects of the conversation they just had. As he followed behind the nurse skirting him to Ida's hospital room, Izuku felt completely and utterly drained, for many reasons. The events of the night before had been incredibly stressful, and trying to catch a few hours of sleep as they stayed in the hospital overnight had not been easy, especially since he knew Ida had been in surgery for most of the night. Worry over how the operation would go and if he would be okay had been plaguing his thoughts for hours. Then, the whole conversation with Tsukachi had been exhausting as well. He wanted to believe what the man said, or even confide more in him, he really did. But Izuku also didn't think he would understand. The idea that he didn't have to prove he could be useful may be true for other people, but it wasn't for himself. He knew that he lived that truth for years. Izuku was just born different, born less than. It was important that he didn't forget that. Some muffled voice in his head was yelling at him. Questioning, is it really true though? Do you really have to prove it, or is that just what everyone told you? If Tsukachi says it's not true, shouldn't you believe him? He didn't have time to answer any of those questions before one of the doors was being pushed open by the nurse as she stepped aside to let Izuku enter. Ida looked up immediately from where he was laying in bed, brought up to the sitting position with the help of the bed's backrest, both arms heavily bandaged and one in a sling. Izuku felt extremely awkward as he stood there, not really sure where to stand or sit, not really sure what to say. It's not like him and Ida were close or anything, so he had no idea why the boy would want to speak with him. He opted to stand a few feet away from the bed, hands placed carefully in his pockets as he spoke. Hey. I heard you wanted to talk to me." The moment the words left his mouth, Ida immediately tilted his head as far down as it could go, and Izuku was sure that if it weren't for the bandages, he would have bowed his whole body forward. "I would like to apologize and thank you," the hero student declared loudly, but Izuku could hear the shake in his voice. "It was foolish of me to be so blinded by revenge and think I could take on the hero killer, and I truly thought I was going to die for my stupidity. They told me that you were the one to find me and even used your quirk to save my life. I'm sorry that I put you in that position. If it weren't for you, I would have died and only hurt my family more. So thank you, I can never repay that debt." Large tears were dripping down the student's still bowed face and onto the white sheets of the hospital bed. Izuku was panicking, with no idea what to do in this situation, and clumsily reached for the tissue box on the side table before closing the gap to stand closer to the bed. "Hey Ida. You can look up, that's really not necessary," he began as he pulled some tissues from the box to press toward the distraught boy. "I just did what I was supposed to. I mean, it's not like I could let you die or anything. I was just really worried, and I'm glad I was able to find you in time. I'm also sorry that I didn't check your countdown before internships. I could tell you were upset, but I didn't even think to check and dash." "Stop," Ida cut him off as he finally looked up, a grateful but small smile on his usually serious face. "This is the result of my own actions and choices. None of it is your fault, Midoriya." Izuku wasn't really sure what to say to that, so he simply offered a shaky and unsure smile in return as he watched the student collect himself again. Before either of them could speak again, there was a knock at the door as it was opened again, revealing Pro Hero Manual, the local chief of police who had some sort of dog mutation, Tsukachi, and very angry-looking Aizawa. "Sorry for the interruption, boys, woof. I'm Kenji Tsuragami, Hosu's chief of police. We are here to discuss last night's events involving Ida's interaction with Stain, the hero killer." Feeling awkward and unsure if he was meant to be present for this conversation, Izuku shifted on his feet a bit where he was standing near Ida. Should I leave for this conversation? I wasn't there during the attack." "No," the police chief began with a shake of his head. "You are also involved since you were the one that found Ida, so it's best that you stay." Turning his attention solely to the injured student, Kenji continued, "Ida, you should be aware that it is against the law for uncertified individuals to use their quirks to cause injury or attack criminals. What you did last night by actively seeking out Stain was an act of illegal vigilantism, something that would usually have legal consequences." Izuku gulped as he side-eyed Ida, whose expression was solemn and tense. While he didn't necessarily agree that laws shouldn't have exceptions when lives were on the line, that argument didn't really apply in this situation where Ida had gone after the criminal for revenge, practically with the intent to murder. If he had simply stumbled on the situation with native and was forced to fight to save a life, Izuku would defend him. Attempted murder was kinda a different story though, so he stayed silent as he watched the situation unfold. "I'm very sorry, sir," Ida exclaimed as he bowed his head once more. "I regret my actions completely, but I cannot take back what I have already done, so I will accept whatever punishment is given." "Sit back up, child," the police chief continued. "What I have just said is the official statement of the police force. However, I see no reason to criminally prosecute a child and ruin a future career over one mistake. Since the criminal was not apprehended, and the only witnesses were those at the scene, we have come to a decision. As long as you agree to sign a confidentiality form preventing you from speaking about the details of this event, we will officially claim that the incident was an unfortunate accident. The hero killer used the attack on the city to attack both a student and pro-hero at the scene, with no mention of your active perusal of him. Is that agreeable? Yes, the teen immediately agreed. Thank you. I wouldn't thank anyone yet, Aizawa finally spoke up as he stepped forward. The decision to not criminally prosecute you is one thing, but that has nothing to do with how UA will be handling this situation. Your behavior was unacceptable for a hero course student, and would usually result in immediate expulsion. The glare the underground pro was sending his student sent shivers down Izuku's back, and he was suddenly very glad that he wasn't the man student. Ida was wide-eyed and sweating from the look, but made no move to argue, only nodding in understanding and defeat. After a tense moment though, Aizawa allowed his expression to soften, if only slightly, as he moved forward to place a hand on the injured student's ankle to avoid touching any of the bandaged areas. But I will say, I am very glad that you are alive, and have the potential to make a full recovery with time and effort. We will discuss any punishment the school has for you once you're recovered. So for now, focus on healing. Understood? Ida's face immediately hardened into one of determination. Understood, Aizawa-sensei. I will do my best to recover and learn from my mistakes. The dark-haired man nodded once before standing back again and turning to exit the room. All right, I'm done here, he's all yours, Manuel. Midoriya, come with me for a moment. Izuku offered one quick smile that he hoped was reassuring to Ida before hurrying after the man, Tsukachi following behind them to enter the hallway but stopped once out the door as the other two walked further down the hall. Izuku turned back only for a moment, but the detective waved his confusion off. Isn't Hitoshi supposed to be with you? Izuku asked once they came to a stop a bit further down the hall. I left him with some of the other heroes at the agency for a few hours while I came down here. I'm headed right back once I handle some paperwork for Ida on behalf of UA. Once they had made it several yards from the room, Aizawa simply turned to lean against the wall of the hallway as he stared at Izuku, and the teen chose to take his place leaning against the opposite wall as he blinked back at the man. This is something he's used to. When Aizawa has something he wants to say or disapprove of, he'll just stare at the person to make them question what he's upset about first. Something about Dems, Izuku thinks. Unfortunately for the man, Izuku doesn't really plan on caving. After a few moments of silence and blinking, the man grunts, brat. Izuku can't help the snort that leaves him as he responds, I know your tricks, Aizawa. Yeah, the pro responds as he scratches at his cheek, a nervous gesture the teen recognized. Tsukachi told me what you did. Did when? Izuku asks with the tilt of his head. Honestly, he does so many things, there's no way to guess what he'd be reprimanded for now. At the USJ, something about giving my timer a boost? Oh, that's all he can respond with. He really doesn't want to get into a conversation about this part of his quirk again, even if he was able to successfully evade discussing the full extent of it before. There's no guarantee he'll be able to do it a second time. Aizawa may not have a truth quirk, but the man is still fairly skilled at snuffing out lies. Don't make it. Why didn't you mention it before? It just didn't seem that important, he replied with a shrug. I barely know how to use that aspect of my quirk, but it kept you alive. That's all that really matters to me. The man frowned at that statement. Does it hurt you? Izuku cringed a bit before he answered carefully, I already told Tsukachi that it does cause physical pain when I use it, so yeah, it hurts a lot. But that's temporary. Black eyes narrowed at him for a moment, and Izuku had the sinking feeling that the man was looking right into his own brain with that stare. As a means of hopefully deflecting from the rest of the conversation, Izuku let his shoulders slump and expression become tired and lax. Look, I'm sorry for not telling you, but can we just let it go? It's fine, I'm telling you it's all right. A little pain on my part isn't that big of a deal in comparison to yours or Ida's life. At that, Aizawa's expression softened. Standing back up from his lean position and taking a few steps forward with a huff. The man buried one hand in his green curls, using that hand to direct Izuku to walk alongside him back in the direction of Tsukachi, who was still waiting further down the hall. Alright kid. You've already had a long couple of days, so I'll drop it. But I don't want you doing that again without saying something. A short pause follows before the man continues in a lower voice. Especially if there's something about it that you aren't saying, and I have a feeling there is. Thanks though for wanting to keep me alive, and for helping my idiot student. Izuku can only be silent in response, which he fears is telling enough. Aizawa was too observant for his own good, but at least he seemed to know when to push and when not to. Even if the man knew Izuku wasn't saying something, at least he didn't know what Izuku wasn't saying. That was the important part. As they approached Tsukachi, Izuku noticed that the man was just hanging up a phone call before he turned to them. With a small smile and curious raise of his eyebrow, the detective immediately asked, "Hey kiddo, how would you feel about getting a professional use Quirk license?" On the final morning of his internship, Sansa was the one who came to pick Izuku up from the hospital in Hosu. Tsukachi still had a lot of work to do in the area due to his primary involvement in the case being developed in relation to all League of Villains activities, so wouldn't be returning to Mizudafu for another day or so. They arrived at the police station first, allowing Izuku time to finally shower and put on fresh clothes. Since he'd only come prepared with the one professional outfit for his internship, he was forced to wear casual clothes as the other officer took him to the location where he would take his professional Quirk usage license exam. Essentially, it was a written test mostly focused on ethics and laws surrounding Quirk use that allowed people to utilize their Quirk within the bounds of their profession. It's the same license that many nurses and doctors have, along with the type of license that Tsukachi has to allow the use of his Quirk to be admissible as evidence during cases and interrogations. It ended up being a fairly simple test, and the results were given out immediately afterwards, allowing him to leave with a laminated card that validated usage of his Quirk in a legal and work-related manner, so long as it wasn't used to harm others or perform acts of hero work such as apprehending villains. It was a little funny, in all honesty, as Izuku planned on placing no such restrictions on when or where he used his Quirk so long as he deemed it necessary. In reality, it was just a little card that made others feel better about their ability to regulate Quirk use. With the exam over, Sansa let him know that they would wrap up his internship a few hours early. So he grabbed the rest of his items from the precinct and let the cat-quirked officer know he was heading home. That was a lie though, as he had other plans for the night instead. There was a decision he had come to ever since he had found Ida and Native in that alleyway. So instead of heading back to any of his safe spots in Mizudafu, he quickly changed into his darkest hoodie and breathes, secured a medical mask on his face, secured his bags in the lockers at the local gym, and headed towards the train station. What he was planning on doing was wrong, technically illegal, and certainly dangerous. But people were dying and getting seriously injured over this, and Izuku had never been a person who was able to simply stand by. He could go about this differently, he knew that. But that would require involving other people and putting them at risk as well. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if more people got hurt over his failures. It took a good couple hours of walking around the city once he'd arrived, using all his knowledge and experience in order to make this work. He was nothing if not persistent though, and eventually he was able to find him. Seeing a figure jump down from a rickety fire escape, he darted into an alleyway only to come face to face with his target. "You've been following me," Stain commented in a curious tone, pointing a katana at the teen from several meters away. "Who are you, child?" "A concerned party." Izuku kept his body relaxed, tone calm and even, as he held the man's eye contact. "You're not a hero." "I'm not," he confirms. Stain eyes him skeptically for a moment, beady red eyes squinted in his direction, and Izuku is left wondering what exactly the man is looking for. Some part of him knew he should feel scared in this moment, or even regretful over what he was about to do, but all the events of this week, actually, all the accumulating events of his life, made him feel too utterly exhausted to care much at this point. He was just so damn tired, tired of people getting hurt, tired of death, tired of everything. He needed it all to just stop, and he would stop it himself if necessary so that he could finally take a demon breath without thinking of people dying, of Ida's body in that alleyway, of those cursed countdowns. Without warning, the hero killer shoots forward, and the teen is barely able to dodge in time to miss the blade. Stumbling back, they stand at a distance once more. Izuku mentally curses as he realizes the attack had only been aimed to cause his hood to be knocked off. Right now, he is too focused on the man before him and his knives to make a move to fix it. There's fear and panic beginning to rise up in his tea, but he shoves it down. He has something he needs to do, and he cannot fail. Pointing a blade in his direction, the man speaks. "You're that boy from the night of the Nomu attack, the one who saved the child that dared to go after me? So you were watching?" Izuku mumbles aloud, confusion racking his brain as to why the man would take note of him. Anger stirred within the teen as well, the thought that this murderer would sit around and watch from the shadows as a student, a child, bled out alone in a dirty alley by his own hand hardened his resolve. "Yes, you interrupted my call. My mission was incomplete that night." "Your mission has been corrupted." Izuku spits out through grit teeth, standing to his full height. He is well aware of Stain's personal mission, the self-proclaimed cleansing of hero society. Part of him always wanted to be sympathetic to the failures within society that would cause the man to have such a mindset, but he could not find it within himself to be understanding anymore. The longer this went on, the more people would die through this man's fruitless and bloody efforts. "Explain," the hero killer demanded. Izuku knows he needs to end this quickly, but keeping the man talking avoids being attacked. And he needs a steady mind and some space to be able to do what he needs to do. "I don't actually disagree with your motives, but your methods are questionable. Your actions serve to cut out the areas of a disease that you find festering, but it will not cure it. It's like trying to remove a splinter with a hammer, it won't work. That's the issue and why I need to stop you now." "You seek glory or revenge for your attempt to stop me?" the man asks, aggression seeping into his tone. Based on the man's response, Izuku was only able to confirm what he could already guess. Trying to reason with a lunatic was insanity in and of itself. "No, I simply cannot watch more people die over you." That's when Izuku makes his move. He uses all his concentration to focus and feel the pull on the string of numbers resting above the man's head. He watches as the man's body goes rigid and Stain grits his teeth, a strangled grunt of pain seeping through. Just as the numbers are nearing zero, Izuku releases and watches as the numbers flicker back to their original time. Then he repeats the process. Stain makes a valiant effort to move and lash out at him. It really is a good effort. But Izuku has already put distance between them, and the process of having one's time drained is painful, near excruciating, like you're being burned from the inside, starting in the middle of your CST and igniting through every vein in the body. The man tries to launch himself forward, back into fighting range, but his steps are staggering and movement slowed. It requires far less effort on Izuku's part to dodge out of the way of the few swipes of the blade as he keeps his hold on the countdown. It takes several minutes of pulling and releasing, being careful not to completely drain or take the villain's time, but eventually the villain is reduced to a breathing and groaning form hunched on the ground. Moving in cautiously, the teen delivers the final blow to the back of the head with his clenched fist, knocking the man unconscious. He watches for a moment, to make sure the timer has returned to normal and is resuming its steady and safe countdown. In reality, what he just pulled was simply a theory he had about how he could use his quirk, and not one he planned on testing. It seems he was right though. The process was painful enough for the subject to incapacitate them, but as long as he releases his hold it has no lasting effect on the victim. In all honesty, feeling someone's time drain made Izuku feel nauseous and disgusting, and the knowledge that he was harming or could kill another person this way did not make him feel powerful. It made him feel wrong, dirty, worthless, because why did this stupid FING quirk have to be rooted in death of all things? He hated it, but he'll use it when necessary for the sake of others. Izuku takes time to remove all weapons from the man's body and secure him in ropes silently. Pulling out a burner phone, he sends an anonymous alert to the authorities and turns to leave before they arrive. He doesn't stop shaking the entire walk back to the train station. Trying desperately to convince his mind that it's over now, his work here is done. Trying desperately to convince himself he did a good thing. Trying desperately to forget the feeling of the pull. The wrong that the almost act of taking fills him with. Aizawa made the drive to the home address on Izuku's school file alone. Originally, Tsukachi had planned on joining him, But with the new developments on the League of Villains case and Stain's recent and mysterious capture, the man already had more on his plate than he could manage. Even though Stain's arrest didn't occur within the detectives' district, the anonymous capture of the villain had led to quite a bit of confusion and panic across multiple departments. Apparently, the man in question wasn't willing to identify who caught him, instead choosing to go on long tangents regarding his ideals for hero society. So, even though Tsukachi wasn't directly involved in the case, he had decided to pick up some of the extra work of the investigative teams in order to help out however he could. It didn't help at all that since Stain had been unconscious when he had been detained, protocol required transporting him to the hospital first to be looked over. It was at the hospital, in a populated hallway close to the floor's lobby, that the villain had woken up, immediately shouting his personal propaganda about true heroes and fakes and how society is crumbling. Unhelpfully, some person, either resident or visitor or nurse, they aren't sure yet, had taken the opportunity to record his manic spiel and post it online. This allowed, for one, the announcement of Stain's arrest to be out to the public before the police could make an official statement. And two, inspired multiple videos detailing the vendetta that Stain adopts in both positive and negative lights, essentially turning the man into an internet sensation and transforming the murder and attack of heroes, of people, into talk show talking points. Essentially, it was a mess. And it was becoming more and more difficult to figure out how all the recent events with the Nomus, Stain's attack, and his capture were related, if they were related at all. The media seemed to be running with the story that the villain was working with the League, which seemed plausible given the timing, but Shota wasn't so sure. Especially given the fact that he was captured and turned over to the police anonymously and with no injuries or evidence of a fight. Not that the media knew those details necessarily. It made no sense and left more questions than provided answers. But it wasn't his case to solve, so he put it out of his mind in favor of focusing on the task at hand. Regardless of everything else going on, someone had to make this home visit, so Aizawa took on the sole responsibility. In reality, the trip was meant to be a quick apology and reassurance to the kids' parents concerning what had happened over the internships, along with the incident at the USJ. Izuku wasn't a hero student, so he should have never really been exposed to such dangers or risks during school-sanctioned activities, and it was in UA's best interest to confront that issue and take it seriously before complaints could be received from any parents. That was mostly just an excuse though. Aizawa wasn't Izuku's homeroom teacher, or even the person responsible during his internship, but the man had taken on the role of being the school's representative for this task for his own reasons. He had meant what he told Shinso before the sports festival. There were concerning aspects related to Izuku that three people, Tsukachi, Shinso, and Aizawa himself, had all noticed, and this would be a perfect chance to get a feel for the kid's home life. Every twitch and suppressed flinch observed, every time his eyes darted to the exits of a room before settling, the tenseness that would arise in his shoulders most days, the dismissal of his own injuries despite his care for the injuries of others, all things he's noticed since the first day Izuku walked into Tsukachi's office all those months ago. The lack of reference to his home life, the excuses for his mother never answering her calls. The excessive amount of time spent at school, which he most certainly noticed, as if he was avoiding something or having nowhere else to go. Shinso's description of his own interaction, or lack thereof, with Izuku's mother several months ago, all biting words and disappointment and control disguised as concern. Tsukachi's own observations that he shared with Shoyuta in the hallways of the hospital. The possibility of a lie when Izuku said he could handle calling his mother himself, the conversation about needing to feel useful, and the phrase the detective remembered after describing their developing kidnapping and murder case of some club workers the kid somehow knew. They trust me because people like us know what it's like to be nothing. Then, the new aspect of his quirk. The ability to give other people more time when death was close. Even if the kid didn't want to talk about it, even if he was good at avoidance in a way no normal teen should be, Aizawa wasn't stupid. He knew when one of his kids were hiding something. And something doesn't come from nothing, there's always a drawback, always a price. For all quirks have evolved and changed to be utilized by their wilders' bodies, they often cause harm. His own dry eye, Hizashi's hearing, Tsukachi's uncontrollable facial and hand tics that only get worse on bad days. He is sure it is the same for Izuku, and he'll be sure to find out what the price he wants to hide is. At the time, too much had happened to justify him pushing the subject. As long as the kid doesn't encounter any more dying people anytime soon, there shouldn't be a reason for him to use it for now. Even if Tsukachi had found no marks on the mother's record, that didn't necessarily mean much in Aizawa's experience. Maybe he was being pessimistic, but erring on the side of caution had served him well so far in his life. So that is how he found himself standing in front of the door of the unassuming and normal apartment complex listed as Izuku's home address on the Sunday night after internships. Double-checking that the number was right, he gave the door a firm knock and waited. And then kept waiting another minute longer when no one answered the door. He knocked again, a little louder this time. It was late enough in the evening that people should be home for the day, but not so late that anyone would be asleep. Though it is still possible they were just out for some errand or something, he supposed. Another minute of waiting and another knock. He had knocked 4 times, each progressively louder, before a door was flung open. It was the neighbor's door though, rather than the one he had been waiting for a response from. A short, older woman with straw blonde hair pulled back into a tight bun and pinched eyebrows glared at him as she stood half in and half out of her own door several feet away. "You're knocking so loud I can hear you from my own dim kitchen," she snapped, tone clipped and bitter. "My apologies," he stated evenly, face entirely neutral. "I'm trying to pay a home visit to the student that lives here. Do you know if they're home?" The woman's face flickered between looks of confusion, or maybe disbelief, and irritation as her eyes narrowed. "Nobody's home in that apartment. It's empty." His eyes only widened for a moment before he schooled his expression. Tone cautious, he asked, "Are you sure? This is the address listed on his file. You lookin' for the Midoriyas?" He nodded, causing her to scoff, a reaction he didn't find himself pleased with. "They don't live there anymore, haven't for nearly 2 months now. Landlord mentioned something about an eviction, not shocking knowing their type." "Their type?" he questions back at her, tone warning. The woman simply rolls her eyes in response. Briefly, he spares a glance near the ceilings and corners of the hallway they are in, checking for cameras and wondering just how much trouble he could get in for punching a civilian woman just because he doesn't like her tone and thinks she's being an butt. He's too tired to put up with shit like this, and he can already take a wild guess at what type Izuku would fall under, knowing that the boy had been quirkless most of his life and chose to let many others continue to believe he was when they first met. However, that irritation for her wording is forced to take a back seat to the dread that accompanies the other information she had given him. 2 months. No one has lived in this apartment for 2 months, so where the F did he live? They simply could have moved, a logical explanation, but why haven't his school records been updated by this point? Knowing what he does of the teen, of all the concerning, yet conveniently explainable, behaviors Aizawa and those around him have noticed, of the amount of trouble he seems to find himself in, the flaring instinct that something is wrong about this situation, very, sickly wrong, comes crawling up his throat. He can't help but feel that he is missing something important. He forces himself to take a breath. Regardless of the new urgency he feels to find out where Izuku is and complete this home check, spiraling will do no one any good. There's no reason to believe that the kid is in any immediate danger or trouble. It's not like he's missing. Aizawa has his cell phone number, as does Tsukachi and the school. They can just call and ask, no reason to get worked up. So, with no further comment or polite goodbye to the woman, the man spins on his heel and heads back towards the steps of the apartment complex that will lead him back to his car. Whipping out his phone, he decides to call Tsukachi first, both to fill him in and to seek out guidance for how to approach demanding answers out of Izuku about where the hell he lives, how his file hasn't been updated yet, and why there has yet to be a single response or return call from the number listed as his mother's on file. It only takes 2 rings before the line is answered. "Aizawa, I thought you were doing the home check for Midoriya right now." "I was," he answers shortly, then takes a breath. "I am, but the address listed on his file is inaccurate." No one answered the door, and the neighbor said that the Midoriyas haven't lived there for 2 months. The response gets cut off by a fumbling noise on the other side of the line, and Aizawa rolls his eyes as he pictures the man dropping his phone. "Are you sure?" Voice completely deadpan, he answers, "That's what I just said, isn't it? Right. The pause. "I'll check our records to see if there's another address that comes up in his file. Why don't you head back to the station, and if I can't find anything, we'll try calling the phone numbers on his file." "Got it," is the short response the hero gives before hanging up the call and starting the car. Truthfully, he's incredibly thankful that Tsukachi is a man who often seems to be on his same mental wavelength, considering that the plan he suggested was the same one he had in mind himself. It makes the detective much easier to work with. As he drives toward the station, he tries to sort through what he can about the current situation, mentally weighing the likeliness that this is simply some misunderstanding and negligence of keeping one's files up to date, or if there's something more concerning going on that they're about to discover. Izuku hums to himself as he begins taking items out of the grocery bags he has just dropped onto the kitchen floor. Mostly, it consisted of instant noodles and pre-packaged food that could simply be heated in the microwave. It was only just yesterday that he'd finally been able to sign the final documents and get the keys to the apartment he'd found. Luckily, it had a primarily online-based application system, and it wasn't too unusual for high school students to live on their own if their school commutes were too long. Technically, Uraraka and a member of the support department also lived on their own, although they did so in one of the school-approved apartment complexes and with in-person parental consent. In Izuku's case, that wasn't an option. What was an option was finding a complex with too little funds and a too lax manager that would hardly think twice at accepting an electronic signature before handing a teenager a set of keys as long as the rent and fees were paid. The place wasn't much, honestly, and the negligence shown towards their paperwork and vetting system for renters was shown in its condition as well. A studio apartment, single bathroom, small kitchen, 2 windows, a water stain on the left corner of the ceiling, the dust and dirt he had to clean off ever surface himself, some stains in the flooring that seemed to be permanent, the heating and cooling that the apartment claimed to offer but didn't seem to work quite right. To Izuku, it's not like those things mattered all that much. It was the best he could do with his limited income and parental circumstances. He felt this place was quite fitting for him, in a way. Worn out, broken, neglected, his own being reflected in his new residence. This was the extent of what he expected for himself. And it's not like he needed much room anyways. As he looked out from his spot in the kitchen, the few items he owned were clear and few in display. A futon rolled out in the corner, his duffel bag of clothes placed down next to it, a coffee table he picked up at the resale shop this morning so he would have a place to eat and do work, his backpack of notebooks and electronics propped up against the wall. Besides the food he was putting away and the toiletries already placed in the bathroom, that was essentially it. He hadn't even bought any cookware or plates yet. Regardless, there was an ease to his movements and a lightness to his ease as he moved about his new apartment. Some part of himself felt proud of it. It was something he achieved and paid for on his own. Something that was entirely his. There would be no more nights wandering around or stealing naps in 24-hour businesses. Now there would be a locked door and real blankets and, hopefully, full nights of rest. Soon he would have to think about getting more items for the kitchen, a coffee maker especially, and maybe somewhere else to store his clothes other than a duffel bag, and go on an actual grocery trip rather than just grabbing quick things to keep him fed for the next few days. But right now he would simply enjoy himself. And he was enjoying himself, getting somewhat lost in the act of putting items away and cleaning out the kitchen appliances for later use, before he was broken out of his thoughts by the sharp ringing of his cell phone. Once discovering that there were no alternative addresses listed on Midoriya's file and that his only emergency contacts were his mother, who had never previously answered the phone, and a woman Aizawa recognized as one of Shinso's own mothers, the best course of action was determined to be simply calling Midoriya himself. So that's what they did, both men sitting around Tsukachi's cell phone as it was put on speaker within the man's office. It rang for several long moments, each one serving to increase both men's heart rates, before it was finally answered by that telling click that signaled the line going through. "Hello." Izuku's voice came through the speaker and Tsukachi let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Midoriya, where are you right now?" the detective responded, cutting to the chase of the matter in lieu of a proper greeting. Despite his confusion and concern, he tried to keep his tone casual and non-accusatory. "Oh, hey detective," came the teen's cheery response. "I'm at home right now. Is there something I can help you with?" His quirk rang the statement as true, and he communicated such to Aizawa with a slight nod. Although both men knew that the effect of his quirk was less reliable over electronics or recordings due to possible disturbances in hearing the voices, fluctuation, and tenor. "Yes, actually. Aizawa just tried to visit your home to speak to you about the internship and some other school matters, but was informed that you haven't been living at the address you have on file for some time now, so we became concerned. You don't have any other address listed in your files." A few beats of silence passed once Tsukachi finished, and the two men shared a quick glance to each other as the moment stretched on with no reply. Just before it could last long enough to transition from an "I need a moment to process this" to a more suspicious length of time, the teen finally answered. "Oh, yes, I haven't updated my home address with the school yet. Sorry. That's my mistake." Another truth, he signals it with another nod. And the detective tries to keep his tone light as he asks the final piece of information that they need at the moment. "Mind telling me your new address so we can get it updated in your school files? Then we can get this all sorted out and taken care of." "Yes, sure, I'll send it to you right away." "I'd appreciate that," Tsukachi responds easily. "Go ahead and text the address to my cell phone." "Okay, got it." And the line beeps as the call ends, allowing the detective to finally lean back in his chair and let out a long breath. He turns towards Aizawa, who is sitting as impassive and stone-faced as ever despite Tsukachi being able to see the slighted crease in his brow. "I'm going with you." "I thought you had work to do, detective," the hero questions with a smug upward turn of his lips. Tsukachi fixes him with a flat look. "There's no way I'm staying here for this, too many red flags. I'd rather be there myself to make sure we get all the answers we need just in case something really is going on." It's at that moment that his phone pings, alerting him of the promised message of an address from Izuku's number. And that's all the signal the two men need before they're rising out of their seats. "Let's go get some answers then." Aizawa replies dryly, SW&G his car keys around one finger. Izuku tensed as he heard a knock at the door. He had only just settled down at his coffee table, laptop on and notebook open, to begin working on his next blog post. In all honesty, he had been neglecting his website since starting UA and subsequently being kicked out of his apartment. Every chance at internet access had been utilized for casework, schoolwork, or research for various support course projects. Now that he finally had a place to sleep and work, he planned to get back into posting his thoughts of strategies and hero work online. Currently, he was itching to dissect a current takedown done by Death Arms of some minor armed robbery case. It wasn't one that had much media presence, but there was a full video and statement for the incident online. The video left much to be desired in terms of the hero's tactics in his opinion. Death Arms had charged the gunman before even attempting de-escalation, which led to a shot being fired before the criminal was knocked unconscious. No one was injured thankfully, besides the criminal, but the stray bullet finding its home in the wall rather than the many civilians surrounding the scene was pure luck. And luck was not something any figure responsible for public safety should rely on. He let out a sigh, heaving himself up off the floor and grumbling about proper protocol and civilian casualty statistics as he walked the short distance between his makeshift workstation at the coffee table and the door. It would be unfortunate if whoever was knocking was the building manager, especially if he wanted to question any of the paperwork he had submitted online or had tried to actually use the number listed as his guardian's contact. Less unfortunate, but still not ideal, would be if it was some neighbor coming to either welcome him or complain to him about. Well, he can't think of anything they would complain about yet, but he's sure it was possible they could think of something. Really, he debated not answering the knock at all in order to preserve at least one peaceful night for himself. But at the second knock, he caved and took the final step towards the door to peer through the peephole. Turns out, neither of his previously thought-up reasons were the case, as standing on the other side were two people that were significantly worse than any of the other options he'd imagined. Tsukachi and Aizawa stood there. From what he could see, their expressions looked vaguely concerned and annoyed respectively. And it took his brain a single halting moment to even fully comprehend what was going on. How could he have forgotten? That call was only about a half an hour ago. Tsukachi had literally told him that the reason he'd called for his address was because Aizawa was performing some school-sanctioned home check bullshit. But the panic that they could figure out he'd been evicted well over a month ago and the possibility of noticing the gap between then and when his current lease was finalized had overridden that bit of information in his mind. Sheet. Could he get out of this? Maybe. Probably not. If it were just Aizawa, he'd stick with his original story and could just lie through his FING teeth. Even if the man didn't believe him, there wasn't much he could do without evidence. By the time he could even think about getting any proof, Izuku would have been able to come up with some plan to cover his tracks. But Tsukachi was here, the goddamn human lie detector. Don't get him wrong, he liked the man, trusted him plenty, but his quirk could be really inconvenient. He only debated turning off all the lights and pretending nobody was even home for a second before accepting that it wouldn't work with them. They might have already seen his shadow under the door, and knowing Aizawa, it was more likely the man would kick down the entire door than just turn around to try another day. So he took a breath and resigned himself to the stress that was about to occur. He could do this. Possibly. Depending on what they asked and how much they saw and if Izuku could think up half-truths fast enough. Plastering on an easy grin, something slightly hesitant and slightly surprised so he didn't look too suspicious, he unlocked the door and opened it just enough to show himself, blocking most of the view beyond him with his body and the door. He resisted the urge to hide behind the door entirely and only poke his face out, deciding that would definitely look too much like he was trying to hide something. Aizawa, Tsukachi, what are you guys doing here? It took all his effort to keep his voice light and questioning, all tension he felt shoved deep in the back of his throat. Home check, kid, Aizawa spoke first, tone as flat as ever and not giving anything away. Just some standard school business on behalf of UA about what happened on your internship and during the USJ. It's more of an apology for your involvement than anything else, Tsukachi offered. Neither event was something you should have been involved in, especially as a support student and a first year. That really isn't necessary, the teen tried, knowing it wouldn't deter them but trying regardless. School procedure, and Izuku highly doubted that, though he was having trouble figuring out what specific event would have warranted the two men to be so concerned that they would show up at his doorstep. Aizawa continued, seemingly undeterred by the teen's unimpressed stare. Is your mom home? And wasn't that the question of the night? Though he supposed if the real purpose of this visit was to speak to her, it might not be such a bad thing to answer in order to get them to leave quickly. No, she isn't, he responded as casually as he could. There were plenty of reasons for a parent to not be home. As long as he watched his wording and didn't give them any reason to consider waiting around for her, it could turn out all right. She isn't? Tsukachi questioned, surprised. The man checked his watch, and Izuku could imagine why. It was approaching 9 o'clock on a Sunday, not exactly a normal time for someone to run errands or be at work or do any other normal parent activity. Nope, Izuku gave them his best apologetic smile. Sorry you came all this way, but I'm guessing you kinda needed to talk to her specifically, right? Aizawa's eyes narrowed, clearly sensing his subtle dismissal and not being keen on accepting it. When will she be back? I can wait. He really wanted to kick the man for his stubbornness at this moment. The more he had to explain, the harder coming up with anything would become. She won't be back tonight, so there's no point in waiting. Where is she then? The teacher pushed, and Tsukachi seemed perfectly content letting the other man take the lead on this line of questioning. Izuku couldn't decide if that was a good or bad thing at the moment. Out of town, still the truth as far as he knew at least. But he was well aware that the shorter his answers become, the more suspicious the men will be. Out of town, Aizawa repeated back at him. She was out of town last time too. Seems to be out of town a lot. Izuku shrugged, though he was desperately trying to quell his rising panic the longer this went on. What can I say? Single mothers often have to work a lot. His vague deflection must not have been as convincing as he hoped, because Tsukachi's eyebrows were becoming more scrunched together by the second. It wasn't any of the subtle signs that his quirk had registered a lie, but it gave Izuku the impression that he was being scrutinized and observed like some confusing puzzle all the same. Midoriya, Tsukachi started, seeming hesitant. Do you know where your mother is? His grip on the door tightened ever so slightly as his body tensed, But the way Aizawa's eyes darted down to his hand made it obvious that the movement didn't go unnoticed. No, didn't ask. That was true, though he wasn't entirely sure if he could even if he had wanted to. He hadn't even thought to try calling or emailing her to ask where she went after he read that note almost 3 months ago. Better to just leave her alone and stop bothering her so much since she'd already made up her mind. It was the least he owed her, he thought. Tsukachi paused for a moment, pursed his lips, clearly considering his next question while Aizawa's heavy gaze hadn't left him the entire conversation. How long has she been gone? Did she say when she was coming back? His entire body froze and he stayed silent. There wasn't really a way to answer that, was there? If he kept it vague and said a while, that would only raise more questions and concern, definitely imply neglect. But he couldn't exactly be honest either. His mind was racing to come up with any sort of deflection, anything that could move past answering or at least buy him more time to just think. After only a couple moments of silence, Aizawa sighed, long and hard. "Kid, can you just let us inside?" Izuku latched onto the opportunity to answer literally anything else fast, too quickly to think it through as he responded, "Do I have to?" "Yes," the man stated, firm and without room for denial. He hesitated only for another moment before turning and leaving the door open behind him. Taking the opportunity to face away from the two men, he closed his eyes briefly and took a long breath to calm his racing mind as he made his way to the small kitchen. Deciding to turn and lean back onto the counter, he mentally cursed the fact that he had no place to even sit in the small space besides the floor or on the coffee table in the middle of the room. As the men followed him in and rounded the short hallway that served as the entryway, he heard a muffled noise of surprise escape Tsukachi. He worked to keep his face calm and collected as he watched the two adults take in the tiny apartment, both poorly hiding their shock and confusion. Aizawa was the first to turn his attention back to the teen, and Izuku could tell he was now actually putting effort into keeping his tone as level and detached as usual. "Kid, what is this?" "My apartment." The man made a noise of disapproval at his lack of explanation, but Tsukachi had recovered enough to cut in before Aizawa could speak again. "You're the only one who lives here." It was worded as a statement, but the question was clear. He shrugged again, willing his voice not to waver. "Mom took a job somewhere else." Technically true, though he had no idea where she worked now. "And I live here. Plenty of high schoolers live on their own. It's not a big deal." "There's not even a real bed in here," Aizawa bit out, gesturing to the futon laid in the corner. "Or a dresser and desk, for that matter. I've recently become a minimalist." Izuku knew he was becoming desperate at this point, saying anything that couldn't be perceived as a lie, and the other two must know it too as their faces were drawn and tense at this point. Both gazes locked on him and his slowly crumbling facade. He didn't know what else to do at this point. Part of him wanted to just demand that they left, at least to put this off for even one more day. He'd worked so hard to hide this to get past it. He did good, didn't he? He had planned it all out, picked himself up, and he'd made himself useful, self-sufficient, nobody's burden. So why did they have to show up and ruin it? The worst part may be that he couldn't scream and yell and just demand that they get out and leave it alone, not to them. These were the two people, the two adults, that had actually been there for him, in their own strange ways. Encouraging his progress, checking in on him to make sure he was all right, celebrating his acceptance into UA, staying with him in the hospital. Even if he never wanted them to know, he also couldn't make himself turn them away. Not when they'd done so much that no other adult had ever given half a diamond to do, not when they looked at him like they were now, expressions all tight and filled with worry, concern, even for someone like him. "Kid," Aizawa sighed, long and hard and dejected. "I'm asking you to be honest with us." His breath hitched in his throat, and for the first time that night, his voice wavered. I'd really rather not." His green eyes flickered between the two men, watching as Aizawa's gaze became hardened with some level of distress and Tsukachi's eyes softened with pity. It was too much, so he tore his eyes down to the floor, desperately trying to stamp down the emotions rising to his fragile surface. His eyes were burning, his throat was tight, and he couldn't even figure out what exactly he was feeling. Frustration, maybe, that things had to come crashing down now, that they wouldn't just leave it alone. Desperation, probably, but for what he wasn't sure, For them to understand, for them to back off, for them to finally know, for comfort, for anything. There was too much going on in his head for him to pick out any feeling in particular. He just wanted this to be over, regardless of what outcome that meant. He heard movement, but he couldn't lift his head up to see who it was. Plain black shoes that he recognized as Tsukachi's entered his line of sight. A hand came down softly on his shoulder, and he couldn't think clearly enough to hold back the slight flinch from the contact. The man's hand didn't retract though, only offering him a reassuring squeeze before the detective spoke. "We're asking because we care about you, kiddo." His voice was calm and low and soothing, just as it always was. It only made the burning in Izuku's eyes worse. "Can you tell us what's going on? Where's your mom?" And he's scared. Scared to say it, to voice the truth. Because no matter what they've done to make him believe that they won't, there's one thing he's most afraid of. One thing he couldn't bear to hear if they knew the truth. "I don't dash," he in a shaky breath, closing his eyes tightly. "I don't know. She left. But it's fine. I'm fine." If they knew, would they agree with her too? Poor Izuku Midoriya, useless Deku. Not worth her time, not worth theirs. That's what he's most afraid of, being left all over again. The sound of more movement and rustled clothing caused him to hesitantly open his eyes again. Tsukachi was kneeling now, placing himself below Izuku so that he could see the teen's face. Aizawa had moved closer too, only standing about a foot behind the other man, watching intently but staying silent. "Izuku," the detective's voice drew his attention back to the man. "Help me understand. When did she leave? When was the last time you saw your mom?" He trusts them. He really does. He wants to shut those thoughts away, the ones where he's afraid. But their gazes have never held malice for him, voices never held disappointment. So he hopes. He hopes. He felt his eyes start to water, held the man's gaze. The confession came out as little more than a whisper. Before UA? Almost 3 months ago. True. His mind registers the statement, makes him aware of the absence of deceit. Yet it still takes his brain several moments to catch up. 3 months. That would have been before the kid even started attending high school. How could this have gone on so long without him noticing? Sure, Izuku certainly had the skills to be evasive about questions he didn't want to answer. But there had to have been other signs. Naomasa is a detective, he's supposed to notice these things. And in some ways he did. Carefully avoiding talking about one's home life is a sign in itself, one he should have taken more seriously. Beyond that, there's the flinching, the cautious gazes, the too sharp eyes, the late-night emails that implied nights where no sleep was found. The independence that seemed to wave off others' care as a means of guarding something deeper, something hurt. The desperate need to feel useful, as if his value is dependent on it. All of those things could be seen as small on their own, but together, as they come rushing back to him now all at once, he can clearly see exactly each moment where he failed to push enough, failed to help. In those several moments it takes for Naomasa's brain to catch up, Aizawa shifts beside him and thankfully takes the reins of the conversation. "Kid," his low voice rumbles, soft and slow in a way it rarely is. "I need you to walk me through this. Do you know why she left? Did she set you up with this apartment to take a job?" Valid questions, Naomasa thinks. Best worst case scenario here is that Mrs. Midoriya took some job far away, set Izuku up in some shitty apartment so that he could attend school, and is borderline neglectful in terms of checking in on him or making sure he has what he needs. Not ideal, but more explainable and understandable than any of the alternatives that are trying to form in his mind. Alternatives where a child is abandoned or abused or left to fend for themselves. Alternatives where things are so much worse, and he never noticed. But that would be too simple, wouldn't it? Because Izuku's response sends his heart into a seizing, aching state. It takes a moment, or a few, where the teen just looks at them, eyes darting between them at a rapid pace. Tears welling in his eyes, shuddering breaths. Then the quiet, broken voice said, "She doesn't want me. She just didn't want to." The statement is cut off as a half-sob erupts from his throat, the first tears slipping down freckled cheeks. And Naomasa lets his grip on the teen's shoulder loosen so that his hand can slip down to his upper arm instead, rubbing his thumb back and forth in some pathetic attempt at comfort. His gaze flicks up and behind him to see Aizawa, whose mouth is turned down in a smallest of frowns, and the detective just knows that the man is fighting to keep his expression as neutral and open as possible. He opens his mouth to say something, but whatever words he planned to say die on his tongue as he hears Izuku take in a sharp, deep breath. And he watches as the teen before him pulls himself back together. Izuku's expression clears a bit, tears still there, but expression becomes hardened, closed off, resigned. His voice is a little stronger too as he talks. Sorry, he apologizes unnecessarily, as Naomasa knows he often does. I'm sorry I lied to you about it, but it's fine. I'm old enough to just take care of myself. He shrugs, like it's simple, like he should have to. There's not much difference now than before. I pay for this place myself, and I can pay for the things I need. Which isn't much. Hold on, Izuku. Naomasa cuts him off with another squeeze to his arm, mostly because he can't hear this anymore. Because his quirk is ringing true, 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 and it hurts far too much to just sit and listen as the kid tries to rationalize his situation, justify it, and assure them that he's somehow okay. We can come back to that later. But I do want to say that that's not fine. You shouldn't have to do all that. And it's here that he can see those tears forcing their way back up in the boy's eyes. First though, can you walk me through what happened? From her leaving to now. I just want to understand, to help. He can see the reluctance building behind Izuku's eyes, and part of him wants to take the questions back. Truly, he doesn't want to make Izuku relive anything that he would rather not remember. But if he is going to help, if he is going to fix the sheet, then he needs to really know what's happening. He doesn't want to assume too much or too little about the situation. Before the tension can build too high, or Izuku can speak whatever denials seem to be forming on the tip of his tongue, Aizawa takes the moment to slowly shift his stance and close the small amount of distance he'd been maintaining. The man must have sensed the teen's reluctance not to answer too, and is trying to offer his own brand of reassurance. He moves to lean against the kitchen counter right next to Izuku, carefully reaching his arm around the teen's shoulders to pull him slightly into the man's side in a half-embrace. Aizawa leans down a bit, almost speaking directly into fluffy green curls. We really just want to help, Izuku. It's okay to tell us what happened. We're here to listen. True. It must have been the right thing to say. Naomasa watches Izuku's defenses bleed away as he slumps more weight into the hero's side, gaze dropping to the floor beneath them. The detective notices the tremors in Izuku's hands where he lets them hang at his side as he talks, voice quiet and small and cracking. She left. I got home and there was a note and almost all of the furniture was gone. Green eyes become more distant, unseen, probably taking him back to a time where his home became empty and abandoned. Said she was leaving and I could take care of myself, and that's true. There was still more than a month paid off on the apartment, so it gave me time to figure stuff out. True. He finishes, trailing off with little fanfare or emotion. Aizawa has tightened his grip around the teen's shoulders as he talked, but Izuku seemed to have hardly noticed. Naomasa isn't sure that the teen is entirely present with them at the moment. It worries him, but those worries quiet a bit when Izuku's attention floods back easily the moment Tsukachi speaks. He swallows around his words, and it feels like anything he says could potentially shatter the fragile control of the situation. Izuku is crying, near silently and slowly, but he isn't in hysterics. He's never actually seen the kid go into any sort of full-on breakdown before, so he doesn't know if there's a possibility of that happening now. But Izuku is also being more honest with them now than he ever has before, so treading carefully feels important and necessary. Did she say anything before the note? He wants to ask more. He wants to ask if she ever hurt him physically and if she was kind at some point or if she was always cruel and if he still has the note. But he won't make Izuku answer those questions, not right now anyways. It takes self-control not to pry, as prying is literally part of his job, but Izuku is not a job. Izuku is a kid Naomasa knows and cares for, a kid who's being honest because he trusts them right now. It's not a job. It's something more personal, something close to his own heart. There's a barely there shake of green curls. No. We hardly ever talked to each other at all. I mean, she really was gone for work a lot. Mom wasn't able to, and I was always getting into trouble a lot. I caused her a lot of problems, I know. But I thought we were okay. Oh, or at least had an agreement. It's here that his breath shudders harshly, control slipping and hiccuping over his words in the effort to get them out. We just lived in the same space. I did my best to stay out of her way so I wouldn't burden her, and she got to be happy. I don't know why that wasn't enough anymore. Izuku cuts himself off with another harsh breath before the hiccuping can turn into full-blown sobbing, squeezing his eyes shut and turning to tuck his face into Aizawa's side. And the man responds in kind by running a careful hand through the teen's curls in an attempt to soothe him. There's a glance shared between Aizawa and Naomasa over the teen's head. One that openly displays their carefully held back rage over Izuku's description. From what he's hearing and understanding, it's not the worst situation he's ever heard of by far, but that doesn't mean it hurts any less. To know that a kid, their Izuku, who's smart and kind and clever and strong and was living in a house where their own mother treated them like more of an inconvenient roommate than a child, a son. Naomasa can't help but wonder how long things had been like that. If the boy in front of them had once been much younger, 5 or 8 or 10 years old, and taking care of himself while trying to be as unobtrusive as possible around his own mother. He can picture it, though he doesn't want to, and his heart cracks. As he hears Izuku's shuddering breath forcibly even out, he decides to steer the conversation elsewhere. More details can come later regarding his mother's treatment of him, but for now the detective doesn't want to make him relive any more of his time with the woman. That wasn't right of her. You never should have been made to feel like you had to put effort into not bothering your own mother, Naomasa offers as the teen peeks his head out of where it had been pressed against Aizawa's side. I don't care how much trouble you supposedly caused, though I'm guessing it's more likely the trouble found you, as that seems to be a trend from what I've witnessed. The statement is offered with a teasing note, one that causes him to be rewarded with the smallest uptick of Izuku's lips. That barely there hint of a smile makes the man feel successful, the atmosphere of the room lightening just a bit. Naomasa lets the moment hang there for a few seconds, giving them all a moment to breathe before he moves on to his next question. So you had about a month left in that apartment after, and then you moved into this place. How were you able to afford that? The apartment they were in didn't look like much, and it was probably dirt cheap based on its location as well. But as far as he knew, Izuku didn't have a consistent part-time job. So to be able to afford monthly rent as well as other likely expenses like his phone bill and feeding himself and transportation, it all had to add up. Something like a grimace passed over Izuku's expression before he answered. It took some time to be able to afford to sign a lease. I used the money from the consulting you pay me for and the website, plus I was able to sell most of the stuff left over in my old room. True. His answer made enough sense, but Naomasa was also paying close attention to the way he worded his response. It seemed that Aizawa was able to read between the lines as well, as the man's frown deepened and eyebrows narrowed. Kid, Aizawa started slowly. Did you move directly from your last apartment into this one? Another poorly hidden grimace. Not exactly, Izuku responded quietly, seeming like that was all he was going to offer. Then, at the questioning looks from both men, he sighed. I moved into this place really recently. There was a bit of a gap between the eviction at her apartment and moving into this one. True. A gap, the teacher repeats, voice sounding closer to a growl. Where did you stay during this gap? Some weekends I stayed with Hitoshi, he said meekly, averting his gaze to the floor. And campus is open from 5 a.m. to 7, so I had someplace to be during the day. And there's plenty of 24-hour businesses near campus too. It wasn't like I had it handled, really. It was just for a while until I could find this place. It's over now. True. Without Izuku having to actually say the word, both men knew exactly what the kid was implying. Homeless. He had been homeless for weeks, and neither one of them knew. Naomasa didn't know how much further his heart could sink at this point. Part of him wanted to be impressed. Izuku had been able to somehow lose a parent, manage being homeless, and secure housing for himself, all while keeping up with his regular life so that no one would notice. Proves how smart and resourceful he is, but right now Naomasa really wished he wasn't so clever. Maybe then they would have noticed earlier. "Why didn't you tell us?" he asked before he could think, voice cracking in the middle. Part of him knows he is selfish, feeling hurt that Izuku didn't come to them, trust them. A more rational part of him acknowledges that he knows how cases like this go. How kids who never had adult figures in their life that really cared about them are so slow to trust. And that even when they do start to trust someone, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll rely on them. Izuku being honest now, letting them into his small home he's scraped together himself, already displays his level of trust in them. He shouldn't push for more than that. He hasn't earned more than that. "I didn't want to go in the system," the teen mumbles quietly, and Naomasa can acknowledge that that is a valid concern. "I didn't want to end up with something worse or somewhere that made it so I couldn't go to UA. And I know I have a quirk now, but it still isn't a nice one, so I wasn't really sure how I'd be treated. Plus his breath hitches, tears making a reappearance. "I didn't want to cause more problems for anyone again, not for you at least. I can take care of myself without burdening other people. I mean, I did take care of myself, so it's not a big deal. And I'm sorry, I don't wanna, it's just, kid," Izuku, Aizawa urges, using the hand still in the teen's hair to force his gaze up toward the man. You would not have been a burden, not to us. And it's impressive that you were able to do all that, believe me it is. But you shouldn't have to. That never should have been your responsibility. You're putting far too much on your shoulders, understand? Managing your finances, living situation, support course curriculum on top of whatever analysis sheet you've got going on with Nedzu, and the casework analysis you do. It's more than anyone your age, or any age, should really be expected to do. You're 15, he says with a fierceness that Naomasa truly understands. He wants Izuku to understand too, that everything he is trying to rationalize isn't okay. You never should have been responsible for this, never should have had to raise yourself. Even if you're capable, it doesn't mean you should be expected to do it. True. The tears are streaming down his freckled cheeks in full force now, shoulders shaking, and it seems that all Izuku can do is nod weakly in response. But that is better than a denial, so he'll take it for what it is. Both men decide to just give the kid a moment to cry and breathe and collect himself, offering their small comforts of a warm hand resting on his arm and another one gently smoothing through his hair. Naomasa is becoming aware of how his knees are starting to ache from their squatted position so that he can keep his body below Izuku, unimposing, and he mentally debates whether it would be alright to move yet. Before he can make a decision, Izuku speaks. The words are shaky, quiet, desperate. "My mom, she didn't know, I never told her about my quirk. We hadn't registered it yet, and I didn't know how to bring it up. She still thought I was quirkless. If I had just told her then maybe she would have. Do you think she would have stayed?" And oh, that hurts. The question is whispered out like a secret, like something Izuku isn't even sure he wants an answer to. There isn't a good answer, really. Yes or no, either one has shitty implications for what that would mean about his mother. It doesn't matter, Naomasa tells him with conviction, and presses on when he sees Izuku lift his head and open his mouth as if to argue against the statement. It doesn't matter, let me tell you why. If he needs Izuku to understand anything, it's this. You're a kid, and you're a person. Everyone deserves to be cared for and loved. If a quirk was all she cared about, she doesn't deserve to know about it anyways. You met us, didn't you? And that had nothing to do with a quirk. You used your own skill and talents and hard work to get where you are now. You have so much more to offer besides a quirk. And you know what? Even if you didn't have any of that, even if you were a quirkless, middle-of-the-pack student who didn't anonymously catch the attention of a hero grump and a detective, you would still be worth sticking around for. You'd be worth sticking around for because you're you and you're a kid and you deserve at least that much. Izuku held his gaze the entire time he spoke, and Naomasa could see so clearly how fragile and young the kid looked now. He may have been able to hold it together these past few months, may be able to take care of himself in a way no adult has attempted to do for him before. But he is still just a child, 15 and alone and wanting. Naomasa barely finishes speaking before Izuku is practically launching forward into his ifi. The force of it knocks him back, but he doesn't hesitate to wrap his arms around the teen who has begun to sob into his shoulder. Aizawa settles beside them on the floor, offering comfort by proximity and a gentle hand on Izuku's back, rubbing slow circles. This, he decides, is enough talking for the night. They'll let the Izuku cry as much as he needs now. As he sobs and shakes and sniffles, releasing every emotion he has kept a tight grip on for the past 3 months, they will be there. Offering murmured reassurances of "it's okay, we're here, we'll help, you're gonna be okay." And if Naomasa's own eyes burn and water right alongside the teen, well, no one needs to mention that. We're not actually going to let him stay there, right? Shoyuta snaps the moment they reach the parking lot. They had spent an additional 30 minutes in the small apartment, letting Izuku cry and calm down before attempting to get the kid to possibly stay somewhere else for the night. The kid refused, and Shoyuta, begrudgingly, understood why. Izuku had worked hard, so incredibly hard, to get where he is now. To pull himself together and make a place of his own entirely by himself. He never should have had to, but he did. There's something to be proud of in that. He was adamant about being able to take care of himself, and there was no way for them to persuade him without outright demanding he leave with them. For once, the kid deserves some choices and control for himself, so they had agreed that Izuku would call them if he needed anything and they would have another discussion about it later. "Are you kidding?" Tsukachi responds immediately, incredulous. "Of course not. But Sheet, we both know the kid well enough. We can't just pull him out of there without a real plan about what to do next. He needs a guardian. Even if he can mostly take care of himself, he needs someone who can at least be there to make medical decisions for him and make sure he's eating." The detective lets out a long sigh, pausing the conversation as they both climb into the car. Technically, Izuku Midoriya is still his legal guardian. He can't get a new one until she isn't anymore. But for that to happen, Izuku would have to decide to press charges against her for neglect and abandonment. He would also have to come to the station to give an official statement on record. If we tried to sever her guardianship without Izuku testifying against her, there might be a chance that the charges don't stick. He wasn't wrong when he pointed out that other students live on there. On 2. We would need proof of abandonment in this situation. "I'm gonna kick his mom's butt," the teacher grumbles, slumping into his seat. "You know I can't legally condone that," Tsukachi says with little conviction and a tired smile. "For tonight, I'm having an officer stationed in the area to keep an eye out." And that at least eased some of Shuta's tension. This area of town certainly wasn't the safest. He would know, as he had regular patrols through here. "We'll start building a case to charge Izuku Midoriya with neglect so it's ready for the kid when he does decide to press charges, and tomorrow we'll figure out some real solutions for him after we both get some rest. Maybe talk to Nedzu about it, I don't know. There's no way I'm letting a 15-year-old just live by himself until he becomes an adult." A pause, where the only sound is the engine rumbling and the other cars around them. Tonight was a lot, much more than either man planned for, and Shuta's brain is buzzing with a million thoughts and grievances over what they had just discovered. There's one point that sticks out more than the others, sharper and more painful. He's been on his own for months, Naomasa. Months that we had no idea. He was FNG homeless, for God's sake. That part may hurt the worst, Shoyuta thinks. Because he's a logical man and he knows he can't control Izuku Midoriya or any of the other outside factors of the world. He can't make a mother love her son. He can't make the adults who had been in Izuku's life treat him better. He can't end discrimination or make the foster care system better so that kids like Izuku don't have to fear it. But paying attention, he can do. Watching over the students at the school, paying closer attention to one kid that he's known for roughly a year now, those are his DMN responsibilities. And whatever he was doing wasn't enough. Wasn't enough to establish enough trust that Izuku would come to him when this all started for help. Wasn't enough to notice when he spent weeks without a place to sleep. "I know." Tsukachi interrupts his thoughts, voice solemn and quiet. "I know. And that's really all there is to say. They weren't paying enough attention, they failed. But they know now. All they can do is try DMN hard to fix it. Izuku lays on his futon, eyes puffy and swollen from crying so effing much. This really wasn't how he expected his night to go. Maybe it was naive to think he could keep up this act forever. Or maybe, if he hadn't become so close with Aizawa and Tsukachi in the first place, he could have kept everything more carefully hidden. Regardless, it was over now. The two people he probably needed to keep this secret from the most now knew. There wasn't much of a point in hiding it any longer, as he didn't expect the two men to just let it go and allow him to continue pretending like he wasn't living on his own. Plus, he was tired. Tired of secrets, tired of doing everything by himself. The choice was easy really. I stopped changing my name to Lab Rat, Shinso Hitoshi plus two others. From Zuku, could you guys come back to my place after school tomorrow? I have something I want to tell you. Okay, let's start with Kaminari. Izuku begins as he turns from his workstation to face the two Hero Course students. I've got a few suggestions for you. First, take this. The metal rod he moves into the blonde boy's hands is easily, if clumsily, received. It's a simple grounding rod. I want you to test it out during training to make sure it will actually work to prevent you from frying your brain when you go all out with your quirk. If it does work, I'll fashion it into something you can wear and we'll test again. If not, I'll come up with something else. Second, I'm going to have Mei talk to you about some new item she's designing. It's something that will allow you to control the direction of your electricity so that you don't have to worry about hitting your allies. Sound good? He doesn't wait for the boy to respond before continuing. And lastly, I'm going to suggest you go visit the Fabric and Costume Design Club after school for those aesthetic changes you asked about. We mostly focus on equipment and functionality in this class, but the design club specifically focuses on the aesthetic aspects of costume design, made up of both support and business course students, I think, so there'll be more help to you there. His study hour had been absolutely filled with various members of both first-year Hero Course classes coming to him for either design or item upgrades, mostly based on the notes he had presented to their respective classes the week before internships. It started with Yayorozu coming in to test some of the materials sent over so they could find one that would work with her quirk, and then more people just kept filtering in. Currently, he had both Kaminari and Tokoyami standing in front of him asking for his advice. Not that Izuku minded, of course. It was actually really nice to have the distraction. Mei and Hitoshi had both done what he had been hoping they would do, and essentially pretended like he didn't text them at nearly midnight the night before asking to have a talk. Neither one of them had pressed him for more information or asked him questions, both knowing he would tell them after school and allowing their day to go on like normal. Yeah, okay. Thanks, dude. Kaminari shot him a bright grin before letting Mei grab him and usher the teen over to her own workstation behind his. Izuku watched, amused, as that grin turned into apprehension as his friend excitedly and loudly chattered about her newest baby and all the ways she could change it for him. Hopefully, she could reel her rambling back in enough to actually explain the item in a way Kaminari could understand before she scared him off. If not, he'd just do damage control later. He turned his attention to the other student left, Tokoyami, with a bright smile. Alright, so tell me more about what I can do for you. You said something about being anxious about controlling Dark Shadow in the dark. The boy nods, solemn and serious as he often is. Precisely. The darkness threatens to consume her beyond my ability to tame her. It could be hazardous to my comrades if Dark Shadow were to go out of control. If Izuku hadn't been spending the last 2-ish months studying the hero students and their quirks, along with their personalities, it probably would have taken him much longer to decipher what that meant. As it was though, he was already aware of this potential issue and had been thinking up solutions for it. Right? I actually have something I was working on that might help. He starts as he turns to riffle through the boxes containing his current projects placed below his table, only turning around once the item he was looking for is in his hand. Okay, so this is basically a flashlight if I'm being honest, except with some extra upgrades. If the problem is simply not having enough light to control Dark Shadow, then it should make you feel better to have a light source that you can control on your person at all times. That way, if you find yourself in a situation where you can't control your quirk, you can simply turn this on. What I did was make it adjustable so that you could strap it somewhere on your body. I was thinking it could be fashioned as a type of chest plate, but it could go on your arm or something as well, And there's also settings on the side that allow you to change the amount of light output that it provides. Really, if you turn it to max output, it could be used offensively too as a means of blinding opponents. As he talks, Izuku shows the slightly wide-eyed Tokoyami how the adjustable straps work, along with the power and output settings on the side of the device. He hands it over to the student as he finishes his explanation, receiving a quiet response of, a simple, yet thought-through, solution to combat the calls of the void. And he has to make the physical effort not to laugh. I'm glad you like it. But, he emphasizes the word, catching the boy's attention. I don't want you to rely too heavily on this item, or use it as a crutch. It's great for now so that you can train without worrying too much, and it will be a great precaution later in case something unpredictable happens. That doesn't mean it's an excuse to not work on improving your control over Dark Shadow. There's always a chance that a support item could break in battle, or that you're in a situation where using a giant flashlight would do more harm than good, like give away your location or hinder your field of vision. It's something to help you, but I fully believe that it won't be so necessary with some dedicated Quirk training. Just as he expected, Tokoyami takes in his advice with all the seriousness he can muster. I will heed your advice, and I thank you for dedicating your time to assisting me. Izuku nods, matching his seriousness if not for the delighted smile that adorns his freckled face. Of course, that's what I'm here for. He allows the bird-headed teen to take the item with him as he leaves and begins filling out the simple paperwork that Power Loader Sensei makes them file whenever renting out completed items to other students. Moments later, Mei is already bounding back over to his side to tell him all about the different tests she wants to run with Kaminari using her support items so that she can make adjustments for his electrical output. They only get about a minute into the discussion of how to calibrate the device to effectively control both smaller and larger charges before another presence makes themselves known. Midoriya, a low, even voice calls out. And Izuku and Mei both turn to notice Todoroki standing only a couple feet away, face emotionless but shoulders tense. I was wondering if you had some time to talk about my costume. I would like to change the design, and also ask if you have any ideas to solve my freezing issues when I use my right side in battle. Of course, Todoroki. He responds easily. He'd actually been meaning to talk to Todoroki. After what he'd been told at the sports festival, Izuku couldn't help but want to try and reach out to the student. There was so much wrong about what Todoroki had been through and how he was limiting himself as a means of regaining control over his life. Maybe now would be a good time to approach the issue, but he would need them to be alone before he could say anything as he has no intention of spilling someone else's secrets. Mei, would you mind going and grabbing Toshi to have him try on his new costume? He might not know it arrived yet, and I want to be able to see if there's any adjustments we need to make. Mei, his wonderful and observant friend, is able to sense his silent request for privacy without him having to explain why. She simply gives him a thumbs up and chirps, "Great idea, Izuku-kun," before running off to give them space. Once the door shuts behind her, Izuku turns his smile back to the hero student and motions for him to come closer to his workstation. The tense line of Todoroki's shoulders has yet to relax, and Izuku idly wonders if it's always like that or if it's asking other people for help that has the teens so wound up. He's really not sure if he's ever seen Todoroki relaxed or comfortable during his time with 1A, which is kinda sad actually. So, he begins casually as he turns to his table and picks up the school-sanctioned tablet. It only takes a few moments to find the hero student's file containing all the current details of his costume. Let's start with the costume design. I assume you're okay with removing the large ice chunk. He raises an eyebrow at the other teen, only continuing when he receives a subdued nod. Alright, we could exchange it for some more subtle ice detailing, perhaps woven into the fabric, if you prefer. Or we could just remove it altogether, and you'd be left with the simple blue jumpsuit underneath. Another option would be going for a complete redesign, but I'd suggest going to the Fabric and Costume Design Club after school for that. Aesthetics aren't necessarily my specialty. Todoroki blinks, taking a moment to contemplate the options given, and Izuku waits patiently for him to answer. Eventually, he speaks in his slow, even tone. I think I would be alright with just using my jumpsuit as it is. I have no longing for something flashier, just something effective. Izuku nods along to the boy's response. It was essentially what he expected from someone as stoic as Todoroki anyways. He turns back to his desk, propping the tablet up so that he could access it with one hand and use the other to jot notes in the small notebook he had laid out. Without having to motion for him to do so, he felt Todoroki come up on his side to peer over his shoulder as he began to speak. Okay, that's easy then. It looks like the material of your costume is already well suited for your quirk, so there isn't really anything to change there. The list of medical supplies that are stocked in your belt looks good. I'd maybe suggest adding something you can use to secure opponents, like hero-grade capture tape or quirk-enhanced zip ties. It looks like that was left off your costume because of your ability to capture people with your ice, but I don't think it's a great idea to rely on that since it could induce frostbite if left like that for too long. People could get really hurt from something like that. I would only keep someone trapped in ice if they were a villain. The response is almost defensive. Villains are people too. Izuku supplies easily. Heroes are meant to save people, all people, while causing the least amount of harm possible. Obviously that means fighting and taking down villains, but there's no point in causing unnecessary harm. Todoroki only responds with a contemplative hum, so Izuku moves on. For the drawback to overusing your ice, it looks like your costume is designed to assist in regulating your temperature. But we could always add an active temperature regulator into your suit. It would monitor your own body temperature at all times and disperse cold or heat within the suit itself in order to maintain a balance. There are plenty of existing designs for items like that, but I think we should create a modified one for you. We would need to run tests to determine the extremes and limits of your quirk in order to properly calibrate it so the regulator won't get overloaded and break. I already have plenty of data on the temperatures of your ice, so really we would only need to test the temperatures of your fire. That won't be necessary. Todoroki cuts him off, voice terse. I don't use fire. I wouldn't need the regulator if I did. I've seen you use it twice, he responds faux casual without turning to look at the teen. A low, frustrated noise escapes him. Those were accidents. I have no intention of using fire in battle. It would help if you did, with your quirk drawbacks and with your versatility. I won't. I already explained to you. My reasoning. I won't use his fire, his power. His voice comes out as nearly a growl, and Izuku can practically feel the irritation rolling off of the boy without needing to turn to look at him. Izuku lets out a contemplative hum, tapping his pencil to his chin. He keeps his voice calm and even. I always thought your wording was a bit weird, you know. You keep calling your fire his, but that's not really how that works. He sees Todoroki open his mouth to speak out of the corner of his eye, but barrels forward before the other has a chance to interrupt. Like, I was always told that I get my curls and freckles from my father, and I get my eyes from my mother. But nobody says my hair and freckles are his, or that my eyes are hers. They're mine. That's just how genetics work. Sure, it comes from somewhere, but it doesn't make it any less my own. Plus, your quirk isn't a separation of fire and ice, it's a combination. They're meant to function together. And that's nothing like your father's power, because it's completely unique to you. Izuku tilts his head back as he finishes, getting a clear look at the other teen's face for the first time since he started speaking. It's scrunched up, nose wrinkled and slightly frowning. He won't meet Izuku's eyes, even as he responds almost weakly, if I use the fire he gave me, he wins. Maybe, and that response seems to shock the boy enough for his eyebrows to lift, eyes darting to meet Izuku's. Maybe he'll see it that way. But the way I see it, you're the one losing right now. Limiting yourself, causing yourself physical harm, the choice to not use the fire aspect of your quirk is influenced by him. So doesn't that still make him the one in control? The hero student doesn't respond, looking at him with slightly widened eyes and mouth parted. Izuku noticed early on that any changes to the teen's normally stoic expression are so slight that anyone who wasn't paying careful attention would completely miss it. But Izuku always paid attention to people's body language, a self-preservation skill more than anything else. It wasn't hard to guess that Todoroki's careful lack of emotions was rooted in self-preservation as well. I don't want to hurt people with my fire. I don't want to be like him. Then don't be, he offers in a soft voice with a subdued but reassuring smile. I'm not saying you have to go 0 to 100 with your fire, that'd probably be a really bad idea actually. But there are plenty of ways to use it without just setting criminals on fire like he does. You could just use it to regulate your temperature, or set up perimeters around a fight, cut off exit routes, create exit routes. There's tons of more creative uses for your fire actually. It's your choice how you use it, or even not use it. I just think you'll feel a lot more free if those decisions aren't so influenced by your father. Silence follows, and Izuku turns back to jotting down notes and researching other temperature regulation designs to see what he may need to alter. Busying himself with something else will give Todoroki time to process and respond, if he even wants to, without feeling pressured by someone else watching him. Izuku knows he may have pushed the other teen quite a bit with this conversation, so he isn't exactly expecting any answer at this point. To his surprise, he gets one. He doesn't turn around to look as Todoroki quietly, shakily confesses, "I hate it, the fire. I don't know how to stop hating it." It wasn't an answer he was expecting, so he lets the silence hang for a moment, not uncomfortable, as he decides what to say. Carefully, "You know? I know a thing or two about having a quirk you aren't exactly fond of. I mean, my quirk literally tells me when all the people around me, all the people I care about, are going to die." He turns his head to shoot the red and white-haired teen a rueful smile. "It's not great, or even something I'm comfortable with. But I've been able to help a few people with it. That makes things a bit easier. Learning to use what you have to help people, I think that's the best way to learn that even the things we hate don't have to be all that bad." They hold each other's gaze for a few silent moments, indecipherable thoughts and emotions exchanged within the look. Slowly, solemnly, Todoroki nods, and Izuku turns back to his work. The green-haired teen hesitates only another moment before quietly adding, "Also, I've recently been starting to learn that the best way to escape all the pain someone has put you through in the past is to pick yourself up and make something better with yourself, and using what they left behind or gave you to move past on your own terms. And sometimes it's all right to take help from other people." His voice wavers, some semblance of emotion seeping through the casual tone he had been forcibly keeping the entire conversation. Reaching out for help, it's not a bad thing. Before the statement can hang in the air for even a moment, and before either of them can say anything else, the fragile atmosphere they have created is broken by the classroom door slamming open and Mei loudly announcing, "Izuku-kun. I proudly present our very own lab rat. Fully dressed and equipped for hero work. Would you stop effing calling me your lab rat?" Both boys turn to the intrusion to see Mei standing to the side of the door, one hand locked around Hitoshi's arm, presumably to drag him along, and the other outstretched dramatically. Hitoshi stands relaxed and casual as ever, face bored and hands in his pockets, in his new hero costume. Izuku's eyes immediately light up, abandoning his workstation to rush closer to where his friends had just stepped into the room. It looked even better than he'd imagined when Mei and him were sketching out designs. Every piece was either dark gray or black, with purple accents running along seam lines. The first layer of the outfit included a durable yet breathable bodysuit, long-sleeved and reaching up to cover the lower half of his neck. Loose black briefs are cinched by a purple band, each with a pocket stationed on the outside, halfway up his thigh and tucked into steel-toed boots that lace up just a few inches below his knee. The second layer includes a hoodie that is only visible by the short sleeves that cut off halfway between his elbow and shoulder, and the hood currently worn off, trim on both accented purple. The last layer consists of the armor-plated vest, pocketed utility belt, and flexible knee and elbow pads for protection. It's designed for functionality, protection, and very distinctly aimed towards underground hero work. Izuku was actually very proud of how it turned out, and felt far better knowing that his friend would be doing dangerous work with the best protection that Mei and him could collectively design. "Toshi, you look amazing!" Izuku cheered as he stepped into his friend's space, starting to move around and examine each piece of the costume to make sure it looked right. "How do the armored plates feel? Too heavy? Does everything fit right? Did you have trouble getting anything on? Are you dash?" He trailed off as his eyes landed on a particular device hanging around his neck. "Is that the voice modulator?" Mei happily answered for him. Izuku whipped his head around to look at her, tone accusing, "You didn't tell me you finished it already?" She simply grinned right back at him. I wanted it to be a surprise. He rolled his eyes at her, a grin growing on his face, before turning back to lean closer and inspect the device. We'll need to have you practice with it in different areas to make sure it won't carry your voice wrong. Maybe practice to decrease the amount of time it takes you to adjust and mimic other voices. We could recruit some of your class so you could try matching what they sound like and, Izuku, Hitoshi cuts off his muttering, gently grabbing his wrists to halt their movement where he had been fiddling with the device still settled around his neck. Izuku snapped his mouth shut, looking up to see the slightest dusting of pink across his friend's face. Oops, he must have been embarrassing him with all the attention while other people were in the room. We can get to all that later, yeah? Of course, he agrees sheepishly. You look amazing, Toshi. Super intimidating. You like it, right? The blush only darkens. Hitoshi releases his wrists to cough into his fist. Yeah, and he seems to recover from whatever is embarrassing him enough to send Izuku one of his rare genuine smiles. Thanks for designing it for me. Izuku is about to respond that he's only doing his job as Hitoshi's support designer and friend when another voice interrupts. Midoriya, Todoroki calls, and Izuku had almost entirely forgotten that he was there in the first place. I should be heading back to class now. Oh, sorry about that, Todoroki. He turns his attention back to the hero student now hovering between them and the door, sharp heterochromic eyes seeming to dart between Izuku and Hitoshi curiously. I'll keep working on that temp regulator, but, think about what I said, Todoroki's expression has returned to its carefully crafted nothingness that he usually portrays in the presence of others. But he still nods, and it seems genuine, before turning to head back to his class. Izuku can only stare after him for a moment, hoping that he was able to help in some way. And at Hitoshi's raised eyebrow, a silent question, Izuku simply shakes his head in dismissal. He understands how important secrets can be, so he'll help Todoroki however he can while closely guarding this one. Mei is feeling really excited. Well, she's always excited. Head brimming with ideas, body shaking with anticipation, eyes lighting up with every test run of her precious, precious babies. Her body just feels so much. And she knows it can overwhelm people, but she's overwhelming at her very core. It can't be helped. This feels a bit different though. Anxiousness, maybe. It's hard to tell. What she does know is that this is the first time a friend has invited her over to their house. So she's definitely feeling something new. Although, even though she hasn't had many friends and this is a first for her, she is smart enough to tell that this doesn't seem like a normal, casual invite to someone's house. Whatever Izuku wants to talk about seems serious, and she can tell Hitoshi knows it too. Even as they head toward the train station, Mei can see his hints of nervousness while he and Izuku carry on some conversation that she's only half listening to. She's so curious, very, very curious, about what her fellow support corps student wants to talk to them about, and also what his house looks like, and also if he has any pets, and also if he has any snacks. She's feeling a little hungry, actually, and also, but she has a feeling they won't get to any of those topics until they get to wherever he lives. So, she only half listens to their conversation as she walks. Instead choosing to alternate between flipping through her blueprints on the 3D display of her watch and writing notes on her phone. Izuku, the wonderful dear, keeps his hand loosely wrapped around her elbow to steer her and make sure she doesn't bump into anyone or anything. It wouldn't be the first time. But she doesn't want to waste precious time on walking, since she really isn't paying attention to the sidewalk in front of her. It isn't until they board one of the trains and settle in some empty seats that she catches a part of their conversation which actually piqued her interest. This isn't the direction of your apartment, Hitoshi states, but it comes out as more of a question. She uses that moment to actually look and see where their train is headed, since she hadn't even considered paying attention to the direction they were going before and recognized that not having a clue where she was probably wasn't a good idea. It looks like they're heading toward the outskirts of the commercial district, but that doesn't mean much to her. She wouldn't have any clue where her friend lived anyways. Mei does note that Hitoshi seems to be confused though, so he must have visited Izuku's house before. That makes sense, she thinks, since they've known each other longer. Oh. She turns her attention back to Izuku to hear his explanation. He's doing that thing he does when he's nervous, pressing the nail of his thumb deep into the meat of each of his fingers in an alternating pattern. The little crescent shapes that the habit leaves on his skin make her frown, but she doesn't say anything. Calling him out on it seems rude. Yeah. I, moved recently. And even though her eyes zero in on the furrow that forms in Hitoshi's brow at the information, Mei just shrugs the topic off to continue focusing on her watch and phone. People move all the time, that seems normal enough to her. Neither one of them press him for more information on the topic. Even as they exit the train and begin walking once again, Mei only absently takes note of the general direction they head in. She knows that if she did have to get back on her own, she could always just use the mapping device on her watch or phone to find her way home. And if Hitoshi notices anything else strange about where Izuku's new apartment is located, she doesn't hear him voice it. She only switches off her watch and gives her friends and their surroundings full focus once she feels them slow down, entering a small apartment building, 4 or 5 floors, she would guess at a glance. The lobby has a small and worn reception desk that sits empty, and the elevator has an out-of-order sign taped haphazardly on its door. Izuku leads them up to the 3rd floor, stopping about halfway down the hallway and mumbling a quiet, "This is it," as he uses his key to unlock a beat-up-looking door. Mei can't help the way her sharp eyes take in every scratch or dent on the old wood, or the way her friend's hands tremble slightly as he turns the knob, the way her eyes always dart around to take in every detail, even the ones she categorizes as insignificant, is really a side effect of her quirk. Always wanting to see more. They quickly toe off their shoes at the entryway, following Izuku as he rounds the corner of the short hallway. Mei notices Hitoshi come to a stop beside her as they enter the main room. Actually, it all just seems to be one room, which is kind of fun in her opinion, but she pays him no mind as she brushes past him so that she can circle the area and satiate her own curiosity. It's pretty small. One futon pressed against the far corner, a beat-up coffee table positioned near the center of the room, a small kitchen along the inner wall, one door that's cracked open so that she can see it clearly leads to a bathroom. The obvious conclusion is that he lives alone, which is interesting, but she can't remember Izuku ever telling her about anyone else in his family, so maybe she should have known that. She isn't sure. What's more interesting to her is how empty it is. Izuku's desk is always cluttered with notebooks and projects and random trinkets. So she had assumed his room would be in a similar state of controlled disarray. Instead, all she can see is a few books and papers spread across the coffee table, a duffel bag practically overflowing with clothes set on the floor near the futon, and what looks like photos and a few other papers stacked haphazardly on one corner of the kitchen counter. With her observations complete, she's about to open her mouth to start asking questions when Hitoshi speaks first, tone sounding more serious than she'd expected. "Izuku, what's going on?" Izuku, who had been shifting on his feet nervously near where the entrance hall ended, looked between each of them for a moment before sighing and moving across the room to sink onto the futon, sitting with his back pressed against the wall and motioning for them to follow suit. Once they were all seated on the small futon forming a janky sort of triangle, Izuku spoke for the first time since they entered the apartment, voice hesitant. "Well, Aizawa-sensei and Detective Tsukachi showed up last night to do a home check and found out, so I figured I should tell you guys too." "Who's Tsukachi?" Mei loudly whispered out of the corner of her mouth to Hitoshi, which caused Izuku to snort softly, breaking some of the room's tension, as Hitoshi responded with, "One of Izuku's pseudo-dads." Mei simply nodded, taking the information as is, while Izuku sputtered. She'd heard Hitoshi joke before about that hero course teacher acting like Izuku's dad, so she assumed it was a similar situation. Anyway, Izuku cuts back in, the small smile vanishing from his face. Well, I was trying to keep it a secret, but since those two know, I doubt they'll just leave it alone. So I wanted to tell you guys cause you're my best friends." The last part is whispered, almost like a secret. Anne May can't help but brighten up, smiling widely at her green-haired friend and receiving a hesitant but genuine one right back in response. And then he tells them about a note and an empty apartment, about spending over a week creating an entire plan dedicated to figuring out how he would take care of himself, about moving items into the school lockers, about nights spent awake with no place to sleep, about finding and paying for and moving into this apartment all by himself. He teared up somewhere along the way, stray tears escaping to travel lazily down freckled cheeks as he talked, breath hitching over certain parts of the story. At some point, he had latched onto one of Hitoshi's hands with his own, knuckles white with how tight his grip was. Anne May had scooted closer to him herself, pressing her knee into his, frown settled deep on her face. She wasn't one for physical comfort. Didn't know how to give it, didn't know how to receive it. It just wasn't her thing, but she had a feeling Izuku understood that and didn't expect her to force such a thing for him. And maybe she's a bit too blunt, too direct, with her occasional interjections or comments. Saying things like, there's no point in being hurt over what that a-hole thinks when you can just listen to people that actually care about you, when he talks about the way his mom had viewed him as some sort of burden or waste. Or only an idiot would care more about a quirk than all the other awesome things that brain of yours can do. Or offering to track her down and send a drone to drop a stink bomb into her house. But she's never been good at being sensitive, and Izuku seems to appreciate her comments all the same based on the short huffs of almost laughter and small twitch of his lips. So she'll count that as a success. Hitoshi stays silent while Izuku talks, only speaking once the story is finished. Why didn't you tell me, he asks, words coming out sounding more hurt, almost frustrated, than she expected. He seems upset, angry. And May finds that reaction strange. Maybe it isn't strange and she just doesn't understand. To her though, it's weird. Izuku's business is his own until he decides to tell them himself. That's how it works, right? She doesn't think people are obligated to tell you anything about themselves or what is going on in their lives until they want to, even if they are friends. People don't tell each other everything. She's just happy that Izuku wants to share what has been happening with them now. Izuku cringes away from the question, averting his eyes from Hitoshi's desperate gaze but not letting go of his hand. I didn't want to burden you with my problems or make you feel responsible. I didn't want to just mooch off of you by staying at your house all the time, and I'm sure your moms would have had questions, and I didn't want to go into care. It's my own problem anyways, and I could handle it myself. I did handle it myself, didn't I? There's a short pause and Izuku has started crying again in earnest. Hitoshi only seems to hesitate for a second before he's clasping his hand around Izuku's neck and pulling him into a loose hug, forcing the shorter teen's head onto his shoulder. You idiot, Hitoshi starts, voice raspy and wet, all frustration bleeding away and making the words come out softer. You're f-ing idiot. You wouldn't have been a burden. I'm your friend, best friend. And I want to help when shit like this happens. Don't act like we aren't here. Like you don't have people who want to be there for you. Friends share their problems so they can help each other, understand? Izuku just nods into Hitoshi's shoulder in response, hiccuping through his breaths while the hero student absently rubs his thumb along the nape of his neck in a soothing gesture. And May doesn't feel like she's good at this, the whole comforting people thing, in the same way that other people are. She does know how sometimes it hurts to be alone though. Sometimes, it's nice to just have someone around, even if you don't talk. Like how it's nice to have Izuku stay with her in the labs after school even when they're working on different babies. Right now, she has a feeling that Izuku is feeling hurt about being alone too. That, at least, is something she can help with. I've decided, she announces with a clap of her hands to draw their attention. We need to have a sleepover. Tonight. Izuku lifts his head from Hitoshi's shoulder, mouth gaping at her in shock. What? I don't have anywhere for you to sleep though. He looks pointedly down at the small futon they are all seated on. This, futon isn't really big enough for all of us. May considers the dilemma with a tilt of her head. We have tons of extra futons at my house. Dad always keeps a bunch ready for when his colleagues come and stay with us. We can go over and borrow a couple of those. Is that okay, he asks, eyes darting between them, and May can see the poorly hidden hopeful look in his teary eyes. It's a school night and I don't want to take his stuff and you guys dash, Izuku, Hitoshi interrupts, squeezing his hand. It's alright, we can stay. I want to stay. Izuku tears up again, shakily agreeing. That's all the agreement they need to spur themselves into action. The short train ride back in the direction of Mei's house gives Izuku the chance to calm down his crying and conversation to return to their normal topics, things like training and support items and embarrassing stories about the antics of the hero students. It's an easy decision to stay at Mei's house long enough to eat dinner, and her dad is more than willing to lend them 2 out of the many futons shoved in random closets of their home. They get a few strange looks on the train ride back to Izuku's apartment, and Mei can easily guess why. It must look pretty odd seeing 3 teenagers traveling with so much bundled-up bedding in their arms. Her and Hitoshi each have a futon grasped haphazardly against their sites, while Izuku has 2 pillows and an extra blanket tucked under each of his arms. Dropping the items unceremoniously onto the floor of Izuku's apartment to begin setting up their sleeping area quickly dissolves into chaos when Hitoshi accidentally smacks Izuku in the face with the pillowcase he was trying to wrangle off and change. Izuku grumbles with a growing smile as Mei cackles from his shocked expression. His retaliation against the assault is throwing his own pillow straight into Hitoshi's face, which quickly turns into all-out war between the 3. Giggles and shouts and the soft thud of pillows meeting their human targets fill the small space until they eventually exhaust themselves and collapse into the futons. With Izuku safely stationed in the middle, Mei is able to drift off to sleep feeling like today was a really good first time at a friend's house. Even if this probably isn't the normal way things go, she thinks it makes sense for them. And she wouldn't have it any other way. Hitoshi knows he's a tired person, worn and bitter and functioning on too little sleep. Cruel words, odds pitted against him, apathetic and filled with spite. But he thinks Izuku is a tired person too, just in a different way. Tired like fighting too long to keep your head above water before finally letting go. Tired like the adrenaline crash after kicking and screaming and clawing towards a goal you're told you'll never reach. Tired like being hurt and bloody and beaten down so many times you don't even remember that it's wrong, that they're not supposed to hurt you. He is tired, but he also doesn't stop moving. Smiles and works and scrapes together what's left in order to make anything worthwhile out of the ragged pieces other people left behind. There's something amazing about that, something sad too. Hitoshi lies awake, staring up at the dark ceiling of his best friend's small, dingy apartment. He thinks about all the shit Izuku has had to deal with, all the ways the world has hurt him, all the times his friend smiled and was helping him achieve his dreams despite what he was dealing with on his own, all the times Hitoshi failed to notice how bad things were, all the times Izuku hesitantly asked if he could stay the weekend, about how he is supposed to be a hero dammit and, "Hey Toshi," Izuku's quiet, breathy voice cuts through his raging thoughts, quieting them. "Are you awake?" "I'm awake," he whispers hoarsely to the ceiling. Izuku starts before trailing off, and Hitoshi can hear him shifting on his futon beside him but doesn't turn to look yet. "I'm sorry, about not telling you before. I was scared, I think. About what it would mean if I couldn't handle it on my own. About if needing help really would mean that I was useless and, hey, none of that." He cuts off Izuku, whose voice had become shakier and more watery the more he talked. Half blind by the darkness of the apartment, he turns on his side and reaches out his hands to touch his friend. When he finds Izuku, he taps his arm, a silent invitation to come closer that the smaller teen hurriedly accepts. He only continues once Izuku is fully settled in his grasp, arms wrapped around him firmly but unrestrictive as he murmurs into the top of green curls. "You're not useless. Nobody with more than one FING brain cell would ever think that about you of all people. And I understand why you didn't say anything. I wish you would have, but I get it." Izuku's hands fist themselves in his shirt, shoulders shaking and forehead pressed into Hitoshi's. "I'm glad I met you, Toshi," he whispers like a confession, voice thick. "Met me?" Hitoshi scoffs quietly. "You mean insulted my stupid beginner workout attempt and then offered to train me without knowing a DMN thing about who I was?" "Yeah," Izuku chuckled wetly. "I'm glad you were so shit at doing stretches that I had to take pity on you." "Little shit," he grumbled, digging a finger into his friend's side and causing him to squeak. There's a comfortable pause before he admits just as genuinely, "I'm glad I met you too." And Izuku only responds with a content hum, melting further into his embrace. Hitoshi listens, just as content, as the teen's breaths slowly start to even out, drifting off into a well-deserved sleep. Mei snores lightly further off to the side, but he easily tunes the sound out to focus on Izuku. Maybe this much physical contact with his best friend and definite crush would have caused him to be blushing and clamming up only hours ago, but right now he doesn't feel nerves and butterflies and tingling, enticing warmth. He feels solemn, heart-aching and desperate to simply feel the life of his friend through his natural body heat and quiet breaths. He feels protective, defensive. And the slotting of his priorities shifting places feels like an almost physical alteration within his heart. His silly little gay crush for his amazing best friend isn't gone, it probably never will be. But there are more important things to him right now. Izuku has been dealing with so much shit by himself the past few months, and Hitoshi isn't going to add more to his friend's many problems. Placing his own feeling onto Izuku to figure out and deal with would only stress him out even more, giving him one more thing to deal with or even, possibly, causing a rift between them that will pressure Izuku to either return those feelings or stop coming to Hitoshi for help at all. He won't do that to Izuku. So he takes a deep breath and resigns himself to holding onto these affections with an iron grip, locking them away, at least long enough for the other issues Izuku is facing to settle down. Hitoshi can keep secrets, and this will be one he keeps between him and his own heart. It won't be too hard, not if it's for Izuku. For Izuku, he thinks he would probably do anything, even as his eyes burn and his lungs ache and his hold on his sleeping friend tightens ever so slightly. Hitoshi can keep secrets. Izuku drags his feet as he makes his way to his first lesson with Nedzu for the week. He knows they probably won't be spending much time on their usual curriculum work. Aizawa and Tsukachi had let him know that they would be sharing what was going on with the principal so that they could come up with a plan he was comfortable with in terms of his living and guardian situation. Izuku personally didn't feel like they needed to come up with any plans, as he had already done so himself and was perfectly okay with keeping things the way they were. Things were fine, he thought. He could feed himself and he had a roof over his head and he was keeping up with both his school work and extracurriculars. He didn't need an adult living with him that would only get annoyed with or tired of him eventually. But he knew the adults meant well and wouldn't be leaving it alone. They were already being nice enough not to immediately report the situation and put him into care, something he had a plan to get out of if it did come to that. Thank you very much. If it did come to the point, he would just lie to whatever CPS worker came knocking at his door. It would be unpleasant, but he's sure he could find a way to get in contact with his mom again and convince her to stick with his story that she just had to move away for work and knows he lives alone to be near UA. It would be the story that gets her in the least amount of trouble too. It's not that he's opposed to letting the adults he trusts help him, he's not. And maybe he's been thinking about Tsukachi's not-so-subtle suggestions of charging his mom with neglect. Something about that doesn't feel quite right though. He knows what she did was wrong, kinda, but it really wasn't so bad. There was always food in the fridge and the apartment had been taken care of and she bought his school supplies and clothes and toiletries. She stuck around him long enough for him to learn how to take care of himself before leaving. So even though being suddenly alone hurt, and maybe she could have gone about it differently, it really wasn't so different than being one of the many other high schoolers who lived by themselves. It was fine. He was fine. What he really didn't want was ending up in some random foster home in the system. There were too many unknowns in that situation, too many threats. He would do whatever it took to avoid that. Midoriya, a voice called, and he stopped walking to turn and see Aizawa stepping out of the teacher's lounge and walking toward him. "This is for you." Izuku curiously takes the small item handed to him, flipping it over to see that it's a small, plastic meal card for UA's cafeteria. "What do I need this for?" Lunch is already included in the school's tuition, and cards like this are usually meant for guests. "It's a dinner card," the teacher explains casually. School cafeteria is open from 4:30 to 6 after school for students who stay late to train or work on projects. "This card is paid for by the school, and I want you to use it when you need to. It'll save you money and make sure you're getting a real dinner." Izuku opens his mouth to protest. He can afford to buy himself dinner just fine really, even if he has to limit his options to whatever items have sales that day, but Aizawa reads him like a book and continues before he can say anything. "No arguments." He snaps his mouth shut, takes a breath and sighs. "All right, fine. Good, The teacher nods. Now don't be late for your meeting with Principal Nedzu. There's no other option at this point besides accepting his fate as he trudges the rest of the distance towards the rat's office, slumping through the door when it opens automatically before he can knock. Midoriya-kun, the principal chirps as he collapses into his usual seat in front of Nedzu's desk. It's good to see you. If the principal is put off by Izuku's subdued nod as a means of replying, he certainly doesn't show it. I'll get straight to the point, Nedzu states as he begins to pour them their regular tea. Aizawa has made me aware of your situation, and while it is unfortunate that it went unnoticed for so long, I think it's best that we begin taking immediate steps to remedy it in a way that will benefit you long-term. I won't make you re-explain all the details to me, as I feel that Aizawa's explanation has given me enough details already, but we do need to cover what your options are moving forward. I suppose it would be pointless to try and convince you that I'm fine with the way things are now, he hedges, cupping his warm tea in his hands and sinking into his seat. Nedzu merely chuckles at him. You would be correct. We can't in good conscience allow a student to continue living without any proper form of guardianship. Even our other students who live alone to be closer to campus do so in one of the UA-approved complexes with proper security and check-ins, along with having a guardian available to make medical decisions on their behalf. Aizawa, Detective Tsukachi, and I are already bending the rules to allow you to take part in deciding what to do going forward without immediately reporting the situation to the proper authorities. He sighs. The response is expected and begrudgingly appreciated. Thank you for that at least. Let's go over your options, Nedzu continues easily. Option 1. You are released into the guardianship of the state and get placed into the care of the foster system. UA would personally take part in vetting potential homes to ensure your safety and well-being, along with your continued education here. Option 2. You become a ward of the school, and a primary guardian will be assigned to you as one of the staff members. In this situation, the tuition fees would be waived and you would either move in with said staff member or be placed into one of the school-approved housing complexes, fees also waived. Option 3. You enter the care of a trusted adult you know. UA will assist with the transition of guardianship, while bypassing the standard time spent in a foster care facility. That could be until you are an adult or until you are 16, at which you can be emancipated if the courts deem you eligible. All of these options require your cooperation with the police for the process to go smoothly. You will need to give an official statement regarding the day your mother left, along with the time following the abandonment until now, but you will not be required to take an active role in the investigation or trial beyond that point. Izuku stares down at the carpet with unseeing eyes. He feels incredibly overwhelmed at this moment, more than he thought he would. Nothing the principal said was inherently shocking. It was about what he expected, but the reality that he would actually have to make a choice is weighing down on him to the point where he feels that he can barely breathe. Going into care and ending up in some stranger's home sounds terrifying. Even if the school is willing to guarantee that they won't hurt him, he doesn't know what their rules will be. What if he can't continue his casework? What if they give him a strict curfew? What happens when they eventually get sick of him? Too many unanswered questions. He doesn't like it. Then, being the ward of the school with one of the staff members as his primary guardian. It might be okay, but which staff member would it be? Most of them are pro-heroes, so they would probably be safe. But would he have to spend time with them? Eat dinners with them? Would they actually want to be responsible for some random teenager? Most of them he doesn't know well, and it seems like an uncomfortable situation. Then the last option. Getting emancipated sounds alright, and his birthday isn't that far off. But what if the courts deny his request? What adult would he even stay with? Sure, he trusts Tsukachi and Aizawa, but he can't assume they would be willing to let him stay in their own home for an extended period of time. The only other adult he really knows is Auntie Mitsuki, but he hasn't talked to her in so long. He wonders what she would even say. Plus, Katsuki certainly wouldn't be happy about sharing a space with him. Midoriya-kun, Nedzu's voice cuts through his racing thoughts, seemingly being able to sense his panic or read his mind. Hell, maybe the ratkin, who knows? The principal's voice comes out softer this time, more understanding. I understand that this situation and making a decision may feel a bit overwhelming for you now, since you're currently not in danger of being harmed or without a roof over your Head, I will give you some time to think through the options you've been presented with. Please know that we are here to help, but you cannot put off making a decision for long. We can revisit this topic again later. Izuku nods numbly, brain feeling like a million bugs buzzing against his skull. I understand, he says quietly. Thank you. It's almost disappointing how little information his sources are able to dig up, but he supposes it's to be expected. All for one stares down at the files before him, forced to place his hands on each paper and use a quirk to view the words within his mind rather than his own eyes. Midoriya Izuku's medical files are sparse, school records even more uninteresting. His real interest is in the child's quirk registry, and even that provides little details. It seems to have been changed less than a year ago, listed as some forced manifestation, though whatever event caused the quirk to appear seems to have never been recorded, not even in the police records. Even more disappointing, the quirk is listed as only the passive ability to see a countdown to other people's time of death. It's certainly interesting despite its uselessness, but the man just knows there must be more. He clearly won't be getting answers from any official documentation though, which just means he'll have to find the information himself. A few other bits of amusing information came up from the search though, so it wasn't entirely a waste of time. Such as the 2 separate addresses listed under the name Midoriya and an eviction notice for an apartment under that name nearly 2 months ago. One seems to be Inko's, located quite a few cities away from UA where Izuku attends school. The other is listed in the child's name with a clearly forged parental consent signature allowing his independent housing. So the child lives alone, most likely not by choice. That certainly makes any action he chooses to take easier for him. There's also a website, finding that took a bit more digging, that is registered under Izuku's name. Its analysis, fairly good analysis in fact, which he seems to be sharing with the heroes. None of this is a threat to him particularly. In fact, it's all easily ignored and will likely prove to be irrelevant to his larger plans. Call it an old man's curiosity though, wanting to take an interest in what has been going on with the child while he hasn't been watching. After all, the child was his own little project originally, even if it seems he had prematurely abandoned it as a failure. Getting answers may provide him with a little entertainment as he allows young Tamura free rein to play at being the leader for his little villain group and make a name for himself. The only light in the room comes from the blue glow of the computer monitor. The old machine buzzes and whirs, music from the pause screen on the game turned low, one finger tapping in an irritated rhythm against the controller. He doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. Tamura had told Sensei about that stupid little green non-hero brat from the USJ for weeks. He had said something was strange about his quirk. He had said that he wanted to kill the brat for interfering. He had said that something was off about Midoriya Izuku. But Sensei only brushed him off, telling him to focus on other things. You shouldn't be so easily distracted from your goals, Tamura. Clearly you still have much to learn. Focus on not disappointing me again. But now, Sensei is interested in that little sheet. He won't stop talking about him, theorizing about him, asking Jiren to let him know if he hears anything else about Midoriya Izuku. It's confusing, and Tamura hates being confused. Being confused makes him irritated, frustrated and lost like he's some child who can't do anything FNG right. It's like Sensei doesn't trust Tamura to do anything on his own, like he doesn't trust Tamura's judgment even after all he's done and devoted himself to the man's wishes. And that thought has rage coiling in his stomach, spreading like poisonous vines through his BLD and curling around his bones. It makes the itch worse. So he scratches, trying to dig the feeling out. He's wrong. He has to be, because Sensei is always right. Sensei trusts him. He has to. Tamura's his successor after all. He wouldn't chose him if he didn't. Sensei must just know and understand something Tamura doesn't. But then, why won't he tell Tamura what the F it is? It's not fair, itch. Not fair, scratch. Not fair, bleed. He feels his hand give way to nothing but air, and he looks down to see the controller that was in his grip is now nothing but flaky particles. Damn it. Kurojiiri. He shouts, voice high and gravelly. Get me a new controller. Izuku can't help but notice that his interactions with Class 1A have been changing. Ever since Hitoshi joined their class, Or maybe it was the sports festival or internships that changed things. He can't be sure. Things have been different. Some people act relatively the same. Tokoyami still nods in greeting whenever they see each other, occasionally commenting something about the void or darkness within that Izuku doesn't fully understand and isn't sure if it is even directed at him, before otherwise leaving him alone. Uraraka behaves similarly, but much more cheerful and with no teenage edge in her words. Both of those make sense after their friendly interactions at the sports festival. Katsuki is relatively the same as well, either scowling at him or completely ignoring him, which is perfectly fine. Though sometimes he feels those red eyes boring into the side of his head, and gets the distinct feeling of being scrutinized like some complicated puzzle. He's really not sure what that's about. The way the girls of Class 1A in general have started greeting him has changed from polite acknowledgement to be more cheerful and enthusiastic. Although he has a feeling that has more to do with his help in making sure their costumes are more comfortable for them over the past couple weeks, it had actually surprised him how many of the girls were uncomfortable with their current designs or the tightness of their suits, all choosing not to say anything because they assumed no one would listen to their concerns. He actually filed a complaint on their behalf to Nedzu in regards to the disregard to student comfort of the design company UA uses. Other changes are less subtle. A few of the hero students that Hitoshi has mentioned, ones who usually hang around Katsuki, have started trying to talk to him quite a bit more. Mostly it's Mina, Kirishima, and Kaminari who have started approaching him in the hallways, at lunch, and whenever he observes their class. It seems friendly, but he's not used to such enthusiastic greetings and get-to-know-you questions. He's really not sure what to make of it. Especially since, before the sports festival and Hitoshi's transfer, the entire class had mostly left him alone to take his notes. Best guess is that they're trying to be friends with Hitoshi, so they're also including him since they know Hitoshi is friends with him. Worst guess is that Katsuki told them about him from their childhood or middle school and they're just messing with him. There's also Todoroki. Ever since that day they spoke in the labs a couple weeks ago, the hot and cold teen tends to gravitate towards his side whenever Izuku joins their class. At first, Izuku had thought the boy needed something, but when he had tilted his attention towards him in a silent question, Todoroki had just blinked at him long and slow. And maybe he should have expected this. From what he knows about Todoroki, he doesn't seem to have much experience with friends or normal social interactions, not something Izuku of all people could ever judge him for. Friendship by proximity clearly seems to be Todoroki's approach at acknowledging that they aren't merely acquaintances anymore. It's sort of endearing. A little sad maybe too. Regardless, it doesn't bother him. So he doesn't say anything about Todoroki's silent presence hovering near him when he talks to Hitoshi or watches the other students during their training. Eventually, he assumes they'll work their way up to the small talk zone, and Izuku certainly doesn't mind waiting and just being there while Todoroki figures himself out. Then Hitoshi. He's obviously the same towards Izuku. He doesn't brush Izuku off or pretend he isn't there now that he's in the hero course, not that he ever expected him to. His behavior towards Izuku isn't the issue. It's All Might. The two classes Izuku has observed since Hitoshi's transfer where All Might was the one teaching their heroics lesson that day. He couldn't help but notice the glances his friend would send towards the number one hero. Every time the man spoke, Hitoshi was either gazing at him with his unnervingly bored expression or outright glaring at him. Even worse, during the moments where All Might would talk to Hitoshi directly to offer his teaching advice after an exercise, Hitoshi would not say a single word in response, only nodding to at least show that he was listening. Izuku supposed it was better than Hitoshi biting back at him. He could be pretty vicious if he really wanted to. Izuku had asked him about it after that first class, and Hitoshi had turned to him looking completely incredulous, saying, "Are you serious? Did you expect me to forget what he said to you?" Honestly, yes he did. It was hardly a big deal to Izuku anymore. He rarely ever thought about their chance encounter. But Hitoshi wouldn't like that answer, so he sighed. "You don't need to let it get in the way of your heroics training though. It doesn't even bother me. I'm not saying you have to like the guy, but there's no reason to cause tension, Toshi." His friend scoffed and grumbled in response, but thankfully eased up, just a bit, by the next time Izuku observed their training. It wasn't that Izuku didn't appreciate Hitoshi's solidarity toward him, but it's that it really wasn't necessary. He was being honest about All Might's presence not bothering him. The first semester was already more than halfway over and he's grown used to being around the number one hero at this point. He still isn't sure if the man remembers who he is or not, but he also realized that the answer to that question isn't really relevant. It wouldn't change anything. All Might's answer to his question that day had been a little cruel. And based on Izuku's experience at the sports festival, inaccurate. If he could beat out some of the hero students, surely he could be one if he wanted. But the man doesn't seem like such a bad guy. Honestly, Izuku blames his own blinding hero worship for a decent portion of how hurt he had been that day. The man is human after all. He's allowed to be an idiot sometimes. He's certainly an alright teacher, all encouragement and smiles and plus ultra energy. Although, he is a bit clumsy and reckless based on Izuku's observations. He's been able to observe classes taught by both him and Aizawa, and the difference between the two is like night and day. All Might tends to encourage the students to jump headfirst into the exercises, while Aizawa takes a harsher, instructional approach. Both have their merits, but Izuku certainly approves more of Aizawa's style. That may be biased simply based on the differences in the way they interact with Izuku when he is present as well. All Might has never been anything less than polite to him while he observes, but mostly leaves him to his own devices during the lesson to focus on his students, which is valid. Izuku isn't there to help the teachers directly, but to take notes which he turns into netsu and adds to the student files to be accessed by teachers whenever it is deemed relevant. But Aizawa always makes sure to ask him questions or to share his observations, not always in front of the class, but sometimes in murmured conversations as they stand side by side watching the monitors. It's nice, and makes Izuku feel less like some fly on the wall. Regardless, today is an All Might and Aizawa day for training, a rare occurrence. And due to Aizawa's presence, Hitoshi is on his bestish behavior. The training exercise for the day essentially involves racing in groups of 5. Each student has to carry a training dummy meant to mimic the size and weight of a civilian as they race through an industrial-style obstacle course. Sabotaging other students is allowed, and each faux civilian is equipped with sensors that determine if any damage is done to the body and to what extent. The dilemma for the students to figure out is if it is worth it for them to attempt sabotaging their classmates or simply focus on crossing the finish line, as the first person to cross that line with their civilian not receiving any fatal injuries is the victor. Izuku can't help but recognize that certain students will have an obvious advantage in this exercise. Todoroki, for example, can use long-range attacks while staying mobile, meaning he won't have to stray from his path or slow down while attempting to thwart the others in his group. Ida will likely be successful too, so long as he uses his speed to focus on reaching the finish line and avoiding attacks rather than try attacking the others. It's also Ida's first day back in training since the Hosu attack, so Izuku just hopes this can be a good and encouraging first training back exercise for the hero student, who seemed more subdued since his return. Izuku stands at the front near the monitors, a few feet to the side of Aizawa, as he watches the first group. His eyes dart between the screens and where he is scribbling notes regarding how each student chooses to utilize their quirk and which strategy they take in his notebook. Hitoshi stands directly behind him, chin resting on his shoulder to watch his classmates' progress. The hums and whistles he lets out as a form of reaction whenever something particularly interesting happens reverberate against Izuku's shoulder blade, a pleasant and calming sensation. Todoroki, assigned to go in the second group, stands only a foot or two away on Izuku's other side, a silent presence as always. Izuku wishes him good luck as he leaves when the first group finishes. Siro won by default despite Katsuki crossing the line first, since the one time the training dummy slipped from his grasp as he shot through the air did enough damage to its head to disqualify him, and Todoroki nods politely back at him before exiting the viewing room. He does exactly as Izuku expects him to, utilizing long-distance attacks to throw off 2 of the other students while remaining fast and mobile by skating along his ice. Izuku can't help but smile when he notices that the teen is holding onto the civilian with his left side, and occasionally using that part of his quirk to heat both himself and protect the dummy from freezing over as he moves. It's not fire, hardly even visibly unless one pays attention to the occasional wisps of steam that rise from his skin, but it's something he feels proud of either way. Izuku is sure to congratulate him on his win and give him a bright smile when he returns, all without drawing much attention to the cautious use of his left side. It's not like he wants to make Todoroki uncomfortable by pointing it out. Things like this take baby steps. Hitoshi only extracts himself from his shoulder when it's his turn as part of the final group to head down to the training grounds. Better make sure you're watching me, Zuku, Hitoshi drawls, voice teasing as he stretches his arms above his shoulders and leans down to grab the bag he curiously brought with him to the viewing room, which he wouldn't tell Izuku about. I've got something new I want you to see. Izuku grins at him over his shoulder as he walks towards the door. Trying to get me excited now, he mocks back. Better be something pretty impressive. The grin on Hitoshi's face matches his own. One can only hope. And then he's out the door, leaving Izuku with an excited buzz of anticipation for whatever it is Hitoshi wants to show him. Aizawa shifts a bit closer on his side, and the support student lifts his gaze to see a knowing Cheshire smile on the man's face. You know what it is, don't you? Izuku grumbles with a slight pout. Aizawa only shrugs at him, which is enough of an answer on its own. Disgruntled, Izuku turns back to the monitors in time to see Hitoshi standing at his starting line with an object he almost doesn't recognize draped around his shoulders. Izuku leans closer to the screen, eyes widening as he realizes, is that? His question is cut off by the starting buzzer sounding out over the speaker. The support student can only gape as he watches his friend efficiently use the capture scarf to secure the civilian to his back before shooting out the other end to hook around the many pipes throughout the landscape and launch himself forward. When the hell did he learn that? Izuku practically shrieks, turning to cast Aizawa an accusing look. And he's far too focused and excited to notice when All Might, along with several of the students, begin to turn their focus towards Izuku and the homeroom teacher's conversation. Seriously, you taught him that, right? When have you been training him to use your capture weapon? Well, it's his now. Aizawa responds far too casually as he scratches his chin, clearly enjoying this. And since right before internships? Izuku turns back to the screen, letting his notebook fall onto the control table so that he can lean in closer and get a better look at the screens showing Hitoshi. He tries to grumble the words, but his excitement leaks into his tone without his control. Why wouldn't he tell me? This is so exciting. The teacher snorts, he wanted to surprise you by waiting until I approved him for using it in class. What a little language. Aizawa cuts him off, no heat behind the reprimand. We're in class. You didn't know I was going to swear, he grumbles back before giving the exercise his full focus once again. Looking closely, Hitoshi's version of Aizawa's support item appears to be a slightly darker color. It also wraps more around his torso and outer shoulders, allowing him to control its movement from his body center, rather than utilizing strictly his arms like Aizawa does. A smart alteration, considering their slightly different physiques. He can also tell that Hitoshi's movements are controlled, but still amateur in comparison to the hero. That's to be expected though, he would have barely been training with it for over a month. Really, Izuku's impressed. You're supposed to be paying attention to all the students, not just your friend, Aizawa comments idly, interrupting his observations. Don't you dare try to tell me that now, Izuku shoots back without taking his eyes off Hitoshi. This is special. I can't miss a thing. Brat, the man retorts, amusement at Izuku's enraptured interest poorly concealed. Izuku just rolls his eyes. You know I already have plenty of notes on the other students, eraser. Plus, this whole thing it recorded anyways. I'll just get their footage from Nedza later. Why do we even let you come here if you can just watch the recordings later? He complains, though the teen knows Aizawa also complains every time Izuku ends up observing Class 1B instead of his own, so he doesn't take it seriously. Because you like my company, he fires back easily. And keeping an eye on me so I stay out of trouble? Aizawa grumbles inaudibly, but doesn't deny it. The sound of muffled snickers causes Izuku to tilt his head back to look behind him, and he sees several students quickly avert their gaze at his attention. Weird, but he just shrugs it off and turns back around in time to see Hitoshi cross the finish line. He comes in first, closely followed by Sato, then Aoyama, Ojiro, and Hakigure not long after. Izuku lets out a subdued whoop at Hitoshi's success, which is matched with a subtle nod of approval from Todoroki, still standing at his side. Toshi! I can't believe you didn't tell me, he can't help but exclaim the moment his friend walks back through the door, heading in his direction. That was amazing, especially considering how little time you've had to train. You did such a good job when you used it to collapse the pipes and cut off the route behind you to block Sato. I mean, that was really clever. It's already obvious that you're developing your own style with it as well, which is super cool. So, he drawls as Izuku finishes his spiel. You like the new addition to your design for my costume? It's great, Izuku confirms immediately. With a capture weapon, you can really increase your versatility and ability to counter more ranged attacks, rather than just relying on hand-to-hand. Mei and I were already trying to think of something that would give you more offensive power, but does Mei know? Did you tell her? I'm sure she'd love to take a look at it and keep your little explosion-prone friend away from it, Aizawa cut in from behind them. Maijima told me about her, and we don't need her going around figuring out how to make the scarf sentient or spontaneously combust. She's not that bad, Izuku defends, despite knowing that she probably would try to trick the item out with something new, as he tilts his head towards Aizawa. You know, I'm sure she has ideas for upgrading your gear too. Especially those goggles. Nothing's wrong with my goggles, Aizawa defends flatly, nose scrunched at the idea of letting her take over any of his gear. Also, we need to wrap up the lesson, so if you would please, he motions for Izuku to step back towards the teachers so that they can give their final comments to the hero students with a raised brow, and Izuku quickly obliges. It only takes a few more minutes for Aizawa and All Might to finish giving their comments and conclusions of the exercise to the class, and Izuku quickly finds himself walking beside Hitoshi and Todoroki as they exit through the observation room doors. I really should be upset that you kept it a secret, Izuku grumbles playfully with an elbow to his friend's side. But it was a good surprise, Hitoshi defends, unbothered and confident. He concedes. I have a question. Todoroki's voice cutting into their conversation shocks both of them, as he rarely chooses to actually speak while he hovers near them, and they both turn to blink at the two-toned boy. Are you secretly Aizawa-sensei's child? What? Hitoshi stumbles in his step, and leans back to gape at Todoroki while Izuku can't help but snort, then giggle uncontrollably. When Todoroki doesn't seem like he's going to give any more context, he asks again, voice slightly strained and cheeks pink. Why would you even think that? Todoroki tilts his head to the side, expression telling them he thinks it should be obvious. He trains you separately, you use his capture weapon, he talks with both you and Midoriya more casually, and he very pointedly glances at Hitoshi's eye bags. You look alike. Oh my god, Izuku gasps, that's hilarious. Hitoshi smacks him on the back of the head for laughing, but Izuku hardly cares. No, it isn't, he grits out before turning back to Todoroki. He isn't my dad. I have two moms, and I know who my biological dad is. Todoroki blinks at him for a moment, then nods slowly. All right, is all he offers in response before fixing his gaze ahead of them once more, seemingly satisfied and done with the conversation. Hitoshi glances at Izuku for help, still in some state of shock over the unexpected topic of conversation, but all Izuku can do is shrug. He certainly hadn't expected that either, especially not from Todoroki. Anyway, Hitoshi coughs into his fist, finally recovering. I bet you'll have a lot more notes and theories to add to my profile now, Izuku. We can test out the ideas I'm sure you'll come up with after school tomorrow. Oh yeah, Izuku smiles, feeling excited all over again. I was so focused on watching you that I didn't even stop to. He cuts off abruptly, halting his steps, as he reaches for where he normally stores his notebook in his jumpsuit pocket only to find it missing. Hitoshi stops walking as well, and Izuku slaps his palm against his own forehead saying, Damn it, I put my notebook down so that I could focus on just watching you. I gotta go back and get it, you two can go on without me and I'll catch up to you in a bit. He's already turning to walk back as Hitoshi calls out, You sure? Izuku just waves his friend off over his shoulder, Yeah, don't worry about it. See you later. He makes quick work of walking back to the observation room, opening the door without knocking and hurriedly saying, Sorry All Might, Sensei, I left my notebook, as he heads to snatch it off of the monitor table where he left it. A loud cough catches his attention the moment he reaches his notebook, and he looks up just in time to see a light plume of smoke as a newly buffed up All Might coughs BLD into his handkerchief and Aizawa reaches up to pinch the bridge of his nose. "Ah, my boy. Did you?" The number one hero trails off, seemingly being unable to find his words. It takes a few moments for Izuku's brain to catch up, blinking and confused by the teacher's reaction before realizing. "Oh," he says casually, tucking his recovered notebook into his arm. "Don't worry about it, All Might. I already know." "Excuse me." All Might's smile is tight, nervous. Izuku's not impressed at his attempt to cover up the situation, but he supposes this answers his question. The man must not remember him, which he finds himself not feeling any particular way about. "Your skinny form," he states, direct and to the point, heading back towards the door as he absently waves his hand in the air dismissively. "I already know about it. Sludge villain incident, Quirkless kid, rooftop, remember. So don't worry about it." He's at the door now, hand pulling it open to step through. "Midoriya," Aizawa starts to call after him, probably wanting more information, but he'd rather leave that to All Might. While he was honest about not being bothered that the man doesn't remember him, it doesn't mean he wants to relive the details of the conversation either. "It's in the past. Hitoshi is waiting for me. Ask All Might if you're curious, Aizawa," he calls out right before the door shuts behind him. He takes to writing in his notebook as he walks, observations and ideas from the final group that he hadn't written down in favor of watching Hitoshi, as a means of putting the awkward confrontation that just occurred out of his mind. Right before he approaches the steps of the main building, he's being interrupted. "Young Midoriya," All Might's voice calls out behind him. He has the feeling that the man won't simply go away if he ignores him, so he stops and turns around to see the sunken, frail frame approach him with quick footsteps. "May I speak to you for a moment?" "I suppose so," Izuku sighs, shoulders slumped. Glancing around at the empty courtyard leading into the building, he adds, "Here, or somewhere else, all, sir," and barely catches his mistake to correct it in time, unsure what he should call the man before him. "Yagi is fine, my boy," he smiles, "but it looks different in this form. Less bright, but more natural and telling of his emotions. Let's find somewhere to sit, shall we?" There's a bench he already passed along the path, so they backtrack a bit. Most people are in their final class for the day, leaving the courtyards and hallways empty. For the hero students, that's back at homeroom assuming they've already changed out of their hero costumes. For the support students, they should be packing up the lab and giving Majima-sensei their progress reports for the day. Izuku tends to bounce between either of these, so he honestly doubts anyone will notice him missing unless they're looking for him specifically. Izuku makes sure to settle himself on the far side of the bench, body angled slightly toward the man and bringing one knee up to rest his chin on. He doesn't want to appear too tense or nervous. He knows that the more relaxed he comes off, the more relaxed the other person would be, and Yagi looks like he needs a little help relaxing based on the stiff edge of his shoulders and tight crease of his brow. Making someone else relaxed also makes them more likely to slip up and say more than they intended, but that's neither here nor there. "I haven't told anyone," Izuku says first when the silence stretches on a bit too long. "If that's what you're worried about, I'm not going to." "That's nice to know, young man," Yagi starts, clearly startled by his direct approach. "But that's not actually why I wanted to speak to you." He tilts his head, a silent question. Really, there isn't anything else he can think of that the man would need to talk to him about. He figured that if he got straight to the point, assuming that All Might was concerned about him telling other people, that this conversation could be over quickly. Apparently not. Actually, Yagi straightens, then dips his head in a small bow. "I wanted to apologize, my boy, for not recognizing you. Or I did but, well," he lifts his head, fidgeting in his seat uncomfortably, and lets out a breathy laugh. "I'd better start at the beginning, I think. When I first saw you again in Aizawa's classroom on the second day, I thought I recognized you, but couldn't place where. Later on I remembered meeting the green-haired, quirkless boy on the roof, so I pulled your student file just to be sure it was you before I said something and made an old fool out of myself." He laughs again, and it seems less forced this time. Izuku's own lips twitch upward half nervously, half genuinely amused over how awkward this version of All Might can be in person. It's certainly different from his hero persona. The thing is, your file has a quirk listed, which I only just found out from Aizawa is a recent manifestation actually from the very day we met, and your appearance has changed quite a bit. You're no longer the short-haired, skinny ball of nerves I met, that's for sure, and Izuku supposes that's fair. He looks different with his hair nearly reaching his shoulders and has put on a decent amount of muscle. So I had just assumed it couldn't have been you, and my old mind was playing tricks on me. Regardless though, I apologize if I made you feel like I'd forgotten you, especially as someone I trusted to keep such an important and dangerous secret of mine. Izuku takes the apology in, though he doesn't think it's necessary, and decides to say, "It's all right, really. I was curious about if you did remember me, but I wasn't really upset about it." "That's good. I was worried I'd offended you, and Aizawa certainly didn't seem happy with me when I left." "He's rather protective of you, my boy," the man laughs, entirely genuine for the first time during their conversation, and breaks off with a relieved sigh. "It's good to see you again though, and it seems you took my advice." The teen blanks for a moment, blinking as a confused furrow takes root in his brow. His advice? Izuku tries to remember what the man said beyond simply telling him that heroics weren't an option. Most of that conversation is pretty fuzzy for him actually. Try helping people in another way, be realistic. His mind draws up the memories like shifting blindly through mud. Oh right, he realizes that is how this must look. I actually wasn't thinking about you at all when I decided to apply for support instead." Izuku cringes at his wording, not meaning to come out quite so abrasive. "I mean, I don't know if you remember the second attack that day, when I ran in to try and help Katsuki. But it was being able to look at a situation, analyze it, and make decisions that will lead to the safest possible outcome. I learned that was what I wanted to do then. Saving people by either preventing the situation entirely, or by making sure everything goes smoothly so that less people get hurt. I think that makes me feel like I'm doing more good than punching some villain in the face ever would." Izuku meets Yagi's gaze, and sees that the man is smiling at him, soft and worn. With an uncharacteristic resolve settling into his spine, he continues. "I think you were wrong though, about someone quirkless not being able to be a hero. At the sports festival, I was able to beat quite a few of the hero students with just my support items, and I could have advanced farther if that had been my goal. It wasn't, but I could have. Maybe someone quirkless wouldn't make it in the top 50, or even the spotlight at all, but there's no reason they couldn't be a hero with the right weapons and support items and training." To Izuku's surprise, the man doesn't argue back, doesn't even frown. Instead he nods, chuckling quietly in a way that sounds solemn and heartbroken rather than cheerful. "I think you're right, young Midoriya. That was my own mistake, assuming every hero had to be powerful enough to face the villains I had. You'd think I would have enough experience to know better than that by now." There's a pause, where silence hangs and the breeze passes by. It's peaceful, content, rather than awkward like it had been when they first sat down. "You've got a good heart, my boy, and a tough backbone too." Yagi stands with a low grunt, the effort causing his joints to pop. "We should head back now, the final bell will ring soon. And I'm sure your friends will wonder where you've gone." "Right?" He agrees quietly and follows the man back into the building. Izuku has nothing more to say now. He's voiced his piece and he feels lighter for it. When he reaches the Class 1A door, Aizawa is waiting outside it. He sends Izuku a searching look, eyebrow raised, but he simply nods to let the man know everything is fine. And this time he means it. Izuku uses one hand to idly tap the end of his pencil against his chin and the other to gently slide the gray long-haired cat that has chosen to lay across his lap, as he stares at his computer through narrowed and tired eyes. The sound of the washing machine whirring down the hall and the clinking of dishes in the kitchen provide the only background noise to the otherwise quiet apartment. This is his second time doing laundry at Aizawa and Yamada-sensei's apartment rather than paying a few dollars to do it at the nearest laundromat. Ever since the man found out about Izuku's living situation, Aizawa seems intent on doing anything he can to help Izuku save money, first the UA meal card and then offering his own washer and dryer for free use after hearing Izuku complain once about running out of quarters mid-load, and won't take no for an answer. He supposes it isn't such a bad arrangement. Stopping by about once every week or two to do laundry works out well actually, especially since Mike and Aizawa seem alright with just leaving Izuku to his own devices while he waits in their living room. They don't push him into conversation or ask questions or make him feel like an intrusion to their regular routine by trying to entertain him. Plus, they have cats, 2 of them, BSTRD and Waste Bin, which is definitely a plus. Currently he's frustrated and desperately trying to get his brain to work. He had been poring over the final casework from the police on that kidnapping killer case involving the club workers that he'd been a part of over his internships. Due to everything happening with Hosu and Stain, investigations on this case had been stalled for a couple weeks, resulting in 2 more bodies and 3 more missing women. But they had finally found the guy responsible and arrested him last week. All the still missing women had been recovered from his place of business, in bad shape but alive, and given medical treatment before being allowed to go back to their regular lives. But, for Izuku, something just wasn't adding up. The guy's quirk was a simple perception-altering one. Something that wasn't strong enough to create illusions, but capable of altering a person's focus or awareness as long as he was touching them. The theory of the police was that he used it to disorient the victims so that he could take them without causing a scene. It was a valid theory, but it didn't explain how he was able to maintain control over 5 to 8 women at a time while forcing them to work for him. Drugging the women could explain it, but there wasn't evidence of that type of substance in their system from the blood work done at the hospital. None of the women reported a second perpetrator either, but most admitted that trying to recall the specifics of their confinement was difficult, almost painful. This was attributed to a trauma response, a seemingly valid conclusion. It just didn't sit right with Izuku though, and he really felt like they were missing something. For all his efforts though, he couldn't figure it out. There wasn't enough evidence, and he'd hit a dead end. So, in an effort to get the gears in his mind turning again, he moved on. Sometimes, taking a step back and working on a different case gave him time to breath and find a new focus. Even that wasn't working right now though. He tried to take a look at the files related to the League of Villains, something he wasn't necessarily supposed to have access to, but was hitting a dead end there as well. The only significant members are Shigaraki and Kurogiri, and the only 2 incidents are the attack on the USJ and releasing the Nomus in Hosu. Nothing about them makes sense. Their goals, their motivations, it isn't clear what they are even trying to do. Kurogiri seems to take orders from Shigaraki, but Shigaraki goes from acting like a child maniac throwing a tantrum to an actual villainous leader hellbent on some vendetta against All Might. But the attack on Hosu didn't even involve All Might. He can't make heads or tails of what they actually want to accomplish, and it's usually understanding a villain's goals that help predict and impede their next moves. So he's frustrated, pressing his palms into his eyes and snapping his laptop shut with an irritated huff. "Something the matter, kiddo?" Yamada asks lightly as he plops into one of the armchairs adjacent to the couch, one cup of tea being brought up to his lips and another being slid towards Izuku across the coffee table. Izuku leans over to take the cup with a nod of thanks, clinging to its warmth as he lets himself sink back into the couch and refocus on petting Waste Bin, who's still purring in his lap. Just frustrated, having trouble with some casework? He's not going to share details about any police files or what he's doing, but it's enough of an explanation. "You work too much," Yamada hums around his drink. "There's only so much one person can do." Izuku blinks at him, scrunching his nose up. And the man only chuckles at his reaction, continuing with, "Midoriya, what do you do for fun?" "Analysis is fun for me," and at the pointed look between him and the laptop he'd just slammed shut mere minutes ago, he adds, "Most of the time." "That's still work," Mike shakes his head. "What else do you do when you're not doing analysis?" The teen tilts his head, taking a sip of his tea as he tries to think. "Schoolwork. Or designing support items." Again, still work, just for school, he points out. "Do you have any hobbies?" "No." Izuku answers, confused at why that's important. "I mean, hobbies are something you enjoy, and I enjoy making support items and analyzing things. But I do them for work or school." The man is silent for a moment as he takes a long sip of his drink, a contemplative frown pulling at his lips. Midoriya, why do you think I started my own radio show? Now, he's really having a hard time understanding where this is going. Tapping his pointer finger against his cup, he answers feeling unsure, because you like music? Well, yes, Yamada laughs, light and airy. But if that was the only reason, I could just listen to music on my own time. I started my radio show because I needed something to do that was for me, not for work. I may get paid for it, but it's separate, a hobby that I can enjoy for myself. He pauses, giving the teen a small smile. It's important to have something to do that you can enjoy and makes you take a step back from the big things. Otherwise, you'll burn out. Izuku frowns, considering, and takes a moment to think about it. Aizawa doesn't have any hobbies, he says. He doesn't think he's ever seen the man do anything besides teach and work and drink coffee. The hero laughs, louder this time. He seems that way, doesn't he? He winks, tone both playful and proud. But actually should has got too. Obsessively taking care of the cats. And making it his mission to visit every single coffee place in the city. Those are two things he does for himself, because he enjoys them, that have nothing to do with work. So I should get a pet, or start consuming enough coffee to fuel an elephant, Izuku retorts with an amused grin. I didn't say you had to mimic Shoyuda, Yamada chuckles. Just find something for yourself, kiddo. It helps, I promise. The dryer beeps in the background, signaling that Izuku's laundry has just finished, but neither gets up right away. Instead, Izuku nods slowly and quietly offers, I'll think about it, to which Yamada smiles, warm and bright and comforting. That's all I ask. This may have been a very bad decision on Nezu's part, Izuku thinks. The Chimera couldn't have possibly thought that he could share this with Izuku without him abusing this opportunity and immediately sharing it with Mei. The tunnels running throughout UA's campus are extensive and provide so many opportunities for messing with people or simply avoiding them. Izuku kinda thinks that the principal showed him the tunnel's entrances for two reasons. 1. The rat likes to terrorize his teachers and already knew Izuku would tell Mei so that they could cause a little chaos. And 2, it's his version of a peace offering or a means of cheering Izuku up given the recent stress the whole abandonment homelessness guardianship situation has put on him. Either way, Izuku is having way too much fun right now to think about Nezu's reasoning much. Currently, Izuku and Mei are crawling their way through the tunnels during what is supposed to be their blueprint design and licensing PRD, trying to find their way to Class 1A. Aizawa should be teaching them hero ethics right now, which is a bonus considering what they are about to do. What does your watch say? Izuku asks as he cranes his neck back to look at his friend. The space is only large enough for Nezu to stand, so they mostly have to crawl through one at a time, but it is tall enough for them to sit comfortably without their heads hitting the top. Should we take a right or left? A right, Mei states after pulling up the 3D map of the school she downloaded onto her watch. Then down the next ramp and left, and we should be right above them. Fantastic, and they both grin at each other before continuing their exploration. Reaching their desired location, Izuku is pleased to see that the tunnel opens up into a wider space above the classroom. It covers nearly the extent of the ceiling above where the students sit, and gives them access to each of the individual ceiling panels. He counts the panels quietly to himself in an attempt to determine where each one will open, and he can faintly hear Aizawa's muffled voice through the tiles as the man gives his lecture. He signals for Mei to be quiet, since he has no idea how soundproof the tunnels are, as he moves to the spot that should open up right above Hitoshi. Mei and him settle on either side of the panel before Izuku gently, quietly lifts it up, opening it only a few inches so that they can peer inside to see. Hitoshi is sitting directly below them, head resting on his cheek. All the other students are facing the front of the classroom, either listening intently to the lesson or trying their best not to fall asleep. Aizawa stands at the front near the board, pointing things out that are displayed on the wall by the projector. No one seems to have noticed them. Silently, Izuku holds his hand out, and Mei immediately drops the grappling hook into his waiting palm. It takes little effort to secure the device to the ceiling, and they take their time sliding the ceiling panel open fully while trying to remain as silent as possible. They both take a quiet breath, and a faux serious nod is shared between the two support students before Izuku gets himself in position. In total, the whole thing probably only takes less than 5 seconds. Izuku lowers himself into the classroom as quickly as possible, wraps his legs around Hitoshi's sti and slaps his free hand over his friend's mouth to silence him, and presses the button that will retract the line of the grappling hook to pull them both back up into the ceiling. Hitoshi struggles the entire time, but Izuku's hold on him is tight and he doesn't release it until they are both securely in the tunnel and Mei has put the ceiling tile back in place. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Hitoshi whisper yells, but Mei and Izuku only respond in grins and giggles as they shove him back towards the direction they came from and away from the classroom. "Wasn't that fun?" Mei asks, excited and near hysterical once they've gotten a safe couple meters away. "Fun," Hitoshi grumbles, reluctantly allowing himself to be pushed along as Mei leads them and Izuku brings up the rear. "Udmen near gave me a heart attack. Aizawa's gonna be sad." "No he won't," Izuku assures confidently. "Or at least not at us. It's Nedzu's fault for showing us the tunnels anyway." "Very true. What are we expected to do? Not utilize this advantage for our own gain?" Mei points out with a cackle. Hitoshi only rolls his eyes in response. "Let's keep going," Izuku moves on with a nod. "I'm thinking we drop by the cafeteria and borrow some snacks from lunch rush." Accepting his fate, Hitoshi sighs. "Yeah, whatever. Lead the way, you little sheets." Shoyuta turns from the charts displaying the statistics connecting low-income areas and poverty rates to certain types of criminal activity just in time to see Shinsu's feet disappear and one of the ceiling tiles close after him. He blinks and lets a slow, controlled breath out from his nose. Sensei." It's Zero that's speaking, voice hesitant but amused, like he isn't sure how to react to what just happened. "I think Shinso just got kidnapped. Is he allowed to do that?" "That's Yaoyorozu," tone pitched high and disbelieving. "Was that Midoriya? And that pink-haired girl?" Ashido sounds about 2 seconds away from laughing hysterically. "This is unacceptable. I must insist that he return." Shoyuta raises his hand up, successfully silencing Ida and the rest of the class from their shocked and confused outbursts. He's really too tired for this. The fact that Nedzu must have given those absolute brats access to the tunnels is proof enough that his boss merely wants to torment him. There's no way he's giving the rat any joy by reacting to what just happened. "I don't care," he states, keeping his tone flat and bored. "If it has to do with those two, there's someone else's problem now. I'm not dealing with that. Shinso can make up for the lesson later." The class gapes at him, mouths hanging open and eyes wide at his response. He merely turns back to the board and suches to the next slide of his lecture. "Pay attention, we're moving on." Izuku trudges up the steps of his apartment complex, a stale, bitter stench permanently hanging in the air of the skinny stairwell for reasons he would prefer not to think too hard about, mentally creating a list in his head of all the things he needs to do tonight. His spending money is running low, but if he completes the profile that a new underground hero from a few prefectures over had requested of him a few days ago and sends it in, it should be enough compensation to last him for the next week or so. There's an English essay for Yamada-sensei's class that he still hasn't started. He hasn't taken the time to update Mirko's profile in his hero analysis journal to include the new moves she debuted during her last public fight. It's probably a good idea to clean the bathroom again too. He's only done that once since he moved in and it's getting a little gross. And he should really start making a decision regarding the whole guardianship and living situation thing. He's honestly been putting off even thinking about it at all. Nedzu has been gracious enough not to mention it the past few weeks, but he knows that can't last. He can tell by the look in the principal's eyes that he's getting impatient for Izuku to bring the topic up himself. Joke's on him, Izuku won't be doing that. But there's no way he'll be allowed to simply put this off forever, though that's what he feels like doing. Maybe he'll make some sort of pros and cons list. That doesn't sound so bad. He contemplates where to start with that idea as he exits the stairwell and steps into the hallway of the 3rd floor. It smells different, he notes absently, almost cleaner, crisper, and it makes the hairs on his arms prickle. Maybe there actually is a janitor that cleans the place, doubtful though. More likely one of the residents just took matters into their own hands. Stepping closer to his own door, he looks down to fish his keys out of the front pocket of his backpack. It's when he finally has his keys in hand, turning back to his door and ready to unlock it, that he stills. His body freezes so fast he doesn't dare to breathe. His door is already open, only cracked a few inches. But there's no way he would ever forget to lock it. In his 15 years of life, he has never forgotten to close and lock his front door, even as a child in his mother's apartment. Without making a sound, he backs away, keeping his eyes locked on that small crack until he reaches the door for the stairwell again. Then, he turns to run. The line only rings twice before being picked up. Izuku, Tsukachi's voice carries through the phone. Is everything? Detective, Izuku gasps as he tries to catch his breath, cutting him off both as a means of getting to the point and using the man's title to subtly let him know what kind of phone call this is. There's someone in my apartment. There's fumbling, followed by cursing, coming from the phone. It almost makes Izuku want to laugh if not for the way his heart is beating so fast and eyes darting around on high alert. What do you mean? The detective questions, panic almost concealed underneath his professional tone but not quite. Are you in the apartment? Are you safe? I'm safe, Izuku tells him, hearing a sigh over the phone, before adding. I'm standing in the convenience store on the corner. When I got home, the door was already open to my apartment, and I didn't leave it open, so I ran. Okay, his voice is soothing and calm, easing the teen's tension bit by bit the more he talks. Okay, good, stay there. I'm on my way. I'm sending some officers to your address, they'll check the place out. And I'll meet you at the convenience store. I can be there in less than 15 minutes, so I repeat, stay right there. I will, the teen agrees, voice shaky and quiet. Good, Tsukachi confirms before hanging up. Izuku does as he promised, idly pacing near the front of the store and trying to will his hands not to shake. Both him and the clerk behind the counter pay each other little mind. He doesn't know why he's so worked up. It's not like he was just threatened. His door was open, that's it. Most likely scenario is someone broke in to steal any valuables they could find. It's not like he's living in the safest area of town anyway. It would make sense. Most standard burglars aren't even violent, just desperate. He knows that. He's read the statistics and casework for those kinds of crimes. So it's endlessly frustrating that he can't calm his body down now. Is it because it's different when it's happening to him? But he's dealt with scarier stuff, like what happened at the USJ or in Hosu or all the late-night info gathering he sometimes does for the casework he sends in to the police. Is it because this was happening in his own home? His private space? Maybe, probably. But he still feels ridiculous, like he's overreacting. There was just this intense, sinking, foreboding feeling the moment he looked at that 4-inch crack in his open door, crawling across his skin and making his hairs stand on end. It felt suffocating, like something far worse than a burglar was responsible for this discrepancy. He feels like he's being ridiculous, reading too much into it. All of his racing thoughts, all of his dread, melt away the moment Tsukachi rushes through the doors of the small corner store. His next breath feels like the first full one he's taken in hours, even though the whole experience couldn't have lasted for more than 20 minutes. Hey kiddo. The man breathes out in relief the moment his eyes land on Izuku. He steps towards the teen, moving to bend down and squeeze his arm lightly, voice soft as he asks, "You all right?" Izuku nods, "Yeah, I'm all right." The smile he gives is shaky but genuine. Just got kind of freaked out. But now I feel like I might have overreacted. I didn't even see anyone. The door was just open, and I know that wasn't me, but what if the maintenance man or landlord just came over? I could have wasted everyone's time and, don't worry about that, Tsukachi interrupts before he can dissolve into a mess of excuses. You did everything exactly right, there's no point in taking chances. I'm glad you called. Understand me, kiddo. You did everything right. He can only nod along as he meets the detective's earnest gaze, and he earns one of the man's small smiles as a reward. One of the officers actually called me right before I got here, he continues, beginning to lead them out of the store with an arm around the teen's shoulders. Your apartment's cleared, but they want to know if you can take a look to see if anything has been moved, broken, or taken. Think you're up for that? Yeah, Izuku responds, much more at ease now. There wouldn't be much to take though, so if someone was after valuables, they picked the wrong apartment. He pauses, thinking. So no one was there when they walked in? Tsukachi shakes his head. No, but that's pretty standard. We have no idea how long has passed since the door was opened. Could have been hours ago, could have been 10 minutes before you arrived. Don't worry about that. He only hums his response, letting the detective lead the short walk across the street and back into his apartment building. There's one officer waiting outside the door when they arrive, simply nodding to them as he lets them pass through into the apartment. Two more officers stand inside, one writing something in his notepad and the other holding a camera in his hands. Izuku immediately notes the state of his room. He's not a tidy person by any means, but the way some papers have been pushed onto the floor, books falling more haphazardly, and clothes strewn across his futon let him know that someone was definitely in here who wasn't him. The one with the notepad speaks first, nodding at Tsukachi before turning to Izuku. This is your apartment, young man? Izuku nods. And you live here alone? Yes, he answers easily. My mom had to move somewhere else for work. It's a common explanation, one that works with little question. Tsukachi pinches his shoulder for the lie by omission, but Izuku doesn't react. The officer simply nods along. All right, there's no sign of forced entry, but there's plenty of quirks and tools that help people get through standard locks without causing damage these days. I sent an officer down to question the building manager on duty to make sure it wasn't one of them being careless, just in case. For now, feel free to take a look around and let one of us know if you notice anything strange. Try not to touch or move anything without telling us first. Actually, Izuku shifts, glancing between his room and the officer. I can already tell some stuff has been moved. I know I left my clothes shoved into the duffel bag when I left this morning, and my books and papers have definitely moved. He points to each place as he speaks, and the officer diligently starts writing more notes, only glancing back at Tsukachi once he's finished. The man's brows are creased with concern, staring at the messed up items like they'll tell him the answers to whatever questions are brewing in his head. All right, his gaze snaps back to the officer when he speaks. Thank you for telling me. Go ahead and take a look to see if anything's missing. Izuku does as asked, meandering around the small space of his apartment to peer at his own items without touching them. The papers and books are of little value or importance, mostly old-school assignments and things he's already read, and nothing seems to be missing. His clothes are a similar story, clearly rumbled and moved, but nothing taken. It's only when he gets to his kitchen that he pauses. Can I open this? He questions while tilting his head back to look at Tsukachi and the other officers, finger pointing to the drawer already open an inch or two on the far end of the counter. All three travel closer to him. Notepad detective takes a moment to see what he's pointing at before gesturing to camera detective, who mumbles a quiet one moment before snapping a picture of the drawer in its untouched ajar state. Then, Notepad detective steps closer to open it for him with a gloved hand. Inside is where he keeps all his mail, official documents like his BRH certificate, and miscellaneous photos or drawings from his childhood that he had wanted to keep. He stares down at the messy assortment of papers and photos, and Tsukachi wordlessly hands him a pair of disposable gloves to put on so that he can sort through it without potentially tampering with any evidence. It's easy to check for his important documents, and each one's accounted for. Same goes for the mail, as he keeps a mental count of how many letters he deems necessary to keep the physical copies of. Lastly, there's the photos. He almost doesn't even check, as he can't think of a single reason why some burglar would want any of those. Regardless, he scoops up the messy stack and begins to sort through them, placing each one on the counter as he goes. There's a couple pictures of him and his mom, when he was still young, maybe 4 or 5 years old, and smiling with her. One from when he was a bit older, he'd guess 8 years old, where she stands with him in front of an aquarium exhibit. Her smile isn't as big, but doesn't look forced either. If he remembers correctly, it was his birthday that day, and probably one of the last ones they ever celebrated. There's only a few others. One of his elementary graduation, one of a class trip to an amusement park. A tiny Katsuki is scowling up at the mascot dressed in a bunny costume, one that has him and Katsuki both sitting on their respective mothers' laps while he desperately tries to squirm out of Auntie's grip and Izuku sits content and laughing, and then, He pauses, frowns, and starts shifting through the mail and documents he already sorted through just in case he missed it somewhere hidden in the pages. What's wrong? Tsukachi asks from beside him. Izuku startles, so caught up in looking at the pictures that he forgot the man was right next to him, looking over his shoulder. I think one is missing. Or, I can't find it at least, he mumbles as he continues to search one more time to no avail. That's weird. It was just a picture of me and Katsuki when we were little, holding up All Might trading cards we won from one of those cheap prize machines. Tsukachi makes a questioning noise and Notepad officer absently jots the information down, though he seems disinterested in the reveal. Could you have put it somewhere else? I don't think so, Izuku answers with a tilt of his head as he meets the man's gaze, shrugging. It's possible though. I don't look at these that often, so I could have just misplaced it. The man nods along, crease in his brow not easing in the slightest. Nothing else is missing. Your notebooks. Electronics. He shakes his head. I keep my notebooks and laptop either with me, he points to the backpack slung around his shoulder. Or at school at all times. I don't leave anything important where I don't 100% know it's safe. It's, kinda a habit at this point. There's an amused upward tick of Tsukachi's lips at that, but the man's eyes look sad. He turns to the two officers, silently shooing them away with a subtle JRK of his head before turning his focus back on Izuku. How about we let these officers wrap up taking pictures and everything, and we pack you up a bag to stay somewhere else for a few nights? It could be nothing, but I'd feel better if we let them investigate as much as they can before you stay here alone again. My guest room is open, or I could take you to one of your friends' houses. Izuku chews his lip, considering. At least for tonight, it isn't a bad idea. He doesn't exactly feel like sleeping here anyways. He glances at the clock on the stove and cringes at the time. It's already nearing 10 o'clock. He wouldn't have a problem bothering Hitoshi or Mei, neither of them sleep this early, but he wouldn't want to show up on such short notice to bother their parents at this hour. He glances back to Tsukachi, expression apprehensive and voice hesitant. Is it alright if I stay with you? Just for tonight at least. It's already late and I don't want to accidentally bother my friend's parents. Not that I want to bother you either, but you're already here and, Izuku, Tsukachi cuts off gently. I wouldn't have offered if it wasn't perfectly alright with me. The room is yours if you want it. He turns back to the other officers just in time to hopefully miss the way Izuku's face flushed pink from embarrassment. Is it alright if we pack Midoriya here a bag to stay somewhere else for a bit? At the officer's confirmation, they get set on shoving whatever clothes and toiletries they can into his school bag, leaving behind the duffel just in case it becomes somehow relevant to their investigation. The walk out of his apartment and to Tsukachi's car is done in companionable silence. It's only after a few minutes of driving that the man speaks, casually asking, "What time do you leave for school in the morning?" Izuku hums, "From my apartment, around 7. Homeroom starts at 8:25, but I don't know how long it will take to get there from your house. I don't know where you live." I actually wouldn't be surprised if you did know where I lived, Tsukachi chuckled. Either way, you'll probably leave after I do, so I'll make sure to set out a key for you to take so you can lock up on your way out in the morning. For whatever reason, the idea of him having a key to the detective's apartment makes his brain blue screen, thoughts turning fuzzy. All he could do was nod absently in response. Naomasa honestly wonders if he'll ever get to the point where he can go 1 month, just 1 month, without Izuku giving him a near heart attack. Right now, he's feeling pretty doubtful. It's hard to pinpoint how, exactly, he got to this point. How Izuku went from being some anonymous analyst sending people information he definitely should not know to being a kid that can have Naomasa's stomach dropping to the floor the second he finds himself in any ounce of danger. Maybe it was the time the kid sat in his office asking him questions about his quirk and going on and on about its applications for nearly an hour straight. Maybe it was the first time Izuku had shown up hiding injuries he wouldn't explain. Maybe it was the first time he had heard the kid actually laugh, bright and loud and precious, all because Aizawa knocked over his coffee and, instead of cleaning it up and refilling it like a normal person, proceeded to drop everything he was holding and simply walk out the door. Maybe it was just something bound to happen the moment their dangerous analyst walked through his door and turned out to be a 14-year-old child. Maybe it doesn't matter. Because, well, he's already here now, unlocking his front door to usher Izuku inside so that he can at least know the kid is safe for the night. And honestly, he doesn't think he would have it any other way. Minus the whole, someone broke into Izuku's apartment, which he lives in by himself because his mother abandoned him, with unknown motives and seemingly only took a childhood photo, a detail he doesn't want to think too much about because it is quite frankly, really creepy. Yeah, he could do without that. Not to mention, seeing all those photos had been an experience of its own. Tiny Izuku, all chubby cheeks and smiles, next to a mother Naomasa has never met, who looks far too much like her son. The woman looks happy, he thinks, in most of those photos. And it's strange to imagine what could have possibly turned that soft, gentle-looking mother into one that would pack her bags and only leave a note for her 15-year-old boy. How anyone could have raised and cared for the bright, freckled boy in those pictures, and then turn their back on him years later. It makes no sense. It makes him furious. All right, kiddo, he starts while shrugging off his jacket to hang up before leading them past the entryway. On the right we've got my office, the second door is the bathroom, and the last one is the guest room, where you'll be staying. My room is on the other side near the kitchen. You're welcome to use the TV, and anything in the fridge is free reign. That's about it. You have a fish, is the first thing Izuku says once he's taken a moment to look around the main living space. The kid is slowly edging his way over to where there, in fact, is a fish tank sitting on his kitchen island. I would have never guessed that. You don't seem like the type. Well, you'd be right about that. He can't help but chuckle at the kid's genuine confusion. Sansa thought it would be a funny gift, gave it to me about 2 years back I think. Not much else I can do besides take care of it and wait until it eventually dies of old age or something. What kind of fish is it? Izuku asks as he cautiously peers into the tank, looking wary as if the tiny thing could somehow jump out and bite him. Naomasa tries his best not to laugh at that mental image. Hell if I know, he responds with a shrug. All I do is feed it and change the water filter when I need to. A contemplative hum is Izuku's response. He seems to hesitate for a moment before sliding his backpack off and placing it on one of the island stools, then pulls out his laptop. Naomasa watches as the kid leans closer to the tank, angling his phone to snap a picture, and proceeds to open up his laptop and begin typing. What are you doing? He can't help but ask, stepping close to peer over Izuku's shoulder. Finding out what kind of fish it is, Izuku explains absently, lightly chewing the bottom of his lip and completely focused on his new task. The way Izuku can completely latch on to certain thoughts or ideas has always been fascinating to Naomasa. It's like once a question he wants answered pops into his head, he can't let go of it until he gets answers. It's sort of endearing and definitely helpful for his chosen career path. But some part of it worries him too. The kid's curiosity seems endless, and Naomasa simply doesn't think he has the ability to let things go. Imagining where that could lead Izuku is frightening. Found it, Izuku announces after another minute or so. He leans forward a bit to read aloud, Panda Corridora, mostly nocturnal, bottom dweller, sensitive to water temperature and quality. There's a pause, and the kid leans back to turn his head and shoot Naomasa a sheet-eating grin that he definitely learned from Aizawa. Life expectancy, 10 years. In it, the man groans, running a hand down his face. I'm gonna kill Sansa. If that fish was young when he gave it to me, that means I've got 7 more years left. The detective lie detector plotting murder. Against his own co-workers. He gasps, trying to sound scandalized, but the mocking amusement is poorly hidden in Izuku's tone. Someone should really report this? Naomasa sends Izuku his most unimpressed look. Don't you need to go to bed? You have school tomorrow. Bedtime. Really, Tsukachi? Izuku laughs, light and cheerful. I think I'm past the point of needing to be shooed off to sleep and tucked in. He smirks, planting a hand on top of green curls to ruffle them harshly. I'll believe that when you stop emailing me in the middle of the DM in night. Izuku only shrugs, ducking out of the man's grasp with a playful smile, but still beginning to dutifully scoop up his items. What can I say? Time is valuable, detective. I can't control when my brain finds a break in a case or new detail to latch onto. My best work happens between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. You're too young to develop terrible sleeping habits like Aizawa. If I wasn't convinced that you were like that before we met you, I'd blame him for rubbing off on you. At least I haven't taken to falling asleep just about anywhere, Izuku comments as he heads towards the door of the guest room. Mumbling, more to himself than Naomasa, though I think Hitoshi is starting to get that habit from him. Good night, kiddo, Naomasa decides to call out as Izuku steps into the guest room. It feels a little strange saying that, something foreign twisting in the man's. Izuku hesitates for a moment, hand on the door, keeping it half closed. The detective watches him take a quiet breath in before rushing out. Thanks for letting me stay here, Tsukachi. I really appreciate it. Good night. Then closes the door so fast, Naomasa is surprised it doesn't slam shut. Anytime Izuku, he responds to the closed door, unsure if the kid will hear. Explain, Hitoshi demands the moment they exit the class to head towards the locker rooms so that the hero students can change for training. Izuku had texted him at nearly midnight to tell him someone had broken into his apartment earlier that night and that he was staying somewhere else. Obviously, Hitoshi responded demanding more details when he saw the message a mere 15 minutes later, but the little sheet had already fallen asleep and didn't say anything until the next morning, simply saying he would tell him more in person later. It had left Hitoshi feeling antsy and worried all day. He had thought he would get to ask Izuku about it at lunch, but the entire support course took their meal earlier in the day due to some guest lecturer coming in during their regular lunch PRD. Which also left Hitoshi to fend for himself among the rest of his hero classmates and their endless energy for social interaction, something he wasn't exactly happy with. He had to practically run from Mina and Kaminari in order to get some peace, and sneak away to sit with Todoroki in the corner. It's really not that big of a deal, Izuku sighed, following Hitoshi to the locker room rather than accompany the teachers like he normally would. When I got to my apartment, my door was already open, so I turned around and called Tsukachi from that convenience store on the corner. The police came, no one was there, and nothing was damaged, not even the lock. It was probably just some run-of-the-mill burglary, except I have literally nothing for them to steal. And I stayed the night in Tsukachi's guest room just in case. Hitoshi grunted, shouldering his way through the locker room door and setting down his costume case on the bench so that he could start changing. It wasn't the worst that could have happened, he supposed. People get robbed, especially in that area of town, without anyone getting hurt or something worse happening. Plus, it was good that Izuku decided to leave without checking his apartment for strangers first himself. He should be glad for that at least. How long are you staying with the detective? He asked after a few moments, the words partially muffled by his bodysuit as he roughly pulled it over his head. Izuku hummed absently, anxiously chewing his lip. Tsukachi said I should stay somewhere besides my apartment for at least a few days, just to give the officers time to investigate and make sure no one will come back a second time. But I wasn't sure if I should keep staying with him or switch to yours or May's house. I don't know. It's not uncomfortable staying at his place, and he offered, so I thought about staying there. I just don't want to bother him too much or, Izuku, Hitoshi cut in, sensing that this could easily turn into some self-deprecating ramble. You're obviously always able to come and stay at my place, my moms love you, but if he offered, he would be fine with you staying, I'm sure. Don't worry so much about it. The support student nodded, slow and unsure, and remained silent. Hitoshi decided to just give his friend a few moments to think without asking anything else, busying himself with strapping on his body armor and belt. It's not that he wouldn't be happy if Izuku chose to come and stay with him. Really, it's the opposite. He'd feel much better knowing Izuku was safe in his house, and spending more time with him would always be a plus. His moms wouldn't mind at all, though they might tease him about it since they're the only two people who know about his little, huge crush. But he also thinks this might be a good opportunity for Izuku to stay around an adult he seems to like and trust. With all Hitoshi knows about Izuku's guardianship situation and the options Nedza gave him, he thinks it's probably a good idea for Izuku to get some experience with a comfortable and safe change to his living situation. This could be like a test run or something. Hitoshi remembers what it was like for him changing foster homes before finally getting adopted, and he can only hope the process is significantly easier for Izuku than it was for him. He has a fish, Izuku eventually shares, a small grin settling on his face. "Wanna see a picture?" "Of course I do," Hitoshi responds immediately, leaning forward to look at Izuku's phone as he pulls up the picture. It's a little thing, all white and brown spots, floating near the bottom of the tank. He scrunches up his nose as he comments, "It's ugly." Izuku laughs. "I don't think a lot of people think fish are cute. But I don't think it's so bad looking. I think the little whisker things on its face are funny." "What are you looking at?" Todoroki joins the conversation as he steps toward them while zipping up his jumpsuit. There's the barely there hint of curiosity peeking through his flat tone, one of the stoic teen's slight changes Hitoshi has only recently been able to pick up on. "Tsukachi's fish," Izuku explains, angling his phone so that the other boy can see the picture clearly. Hitoshi thinks it's ugly. Todoroki blinks at the image for a moment. Tilting his head, he asks, "Who's Tsukachi?" "A detective at the police department," Hitoshi tells him, moving to set his foot on the bench so that he can finish lacing up his boots. "The one from the USJ," Todoroki muses quietly after a few moments of thinking. "So that's your dad's fish?" Hitoshi watches carefully as Izuku goes pale first, then immediately turns bright pink. The blush on those tan, freckled cheeks looks far too attractive to be fair. But he only allows himself to be distracted by that for a second before refocusing to carefully monitor Izuku's reactions. He's joked plenty of times about Aizawa or Tsukachi acting like his parents, but now that the whole guardianship issue is a thing, implying anything related to someone having custody of Izuku seems like delicate territory. "He's not my dad," Izuku immediately defends, voice coming out as a quiet shriek as to not disturb the other conversations happening around them. "Tsukachi definitely isn't my dad," he repeats quieter, voice steadier. Todoroki just tilts his head, eyebrows pinching together slightly. "His name was Detective Dad in your phone, was it not? How do you even still remember that?" Izuku huffs, exacerbated. "That's a joke." "A joke? He's not, whatever." He breaks off, placing his hands over his still blushing cheeks and pointedly not looking at either of them. Todoroki casts a confused look Hitoshi's way, to which he just shrugs, saying, "He isn't officially or biologically Izuku's dad. Just acts like it." The stoic teen only hums in response, and Hitoshi gets the impression that he's still very confused over Izuku's reaction, which is fair, considering that Todoroki doesn't really know much about what's going on with Izuku's life right now. He decides to give Izuku a moment to calm down from his embarrassment and turns to shove his case into his locker without trying to continue the conversation. The door to the locker room slams open while his back is turned, causing him to jump slightly. All conversations that had been filling the space as everyone got dressed immediately came to a halt. Well. A loud, annoying voice calls out. "If it isn't the prestigious Class 1A, all geared up and ready to go. I hope you're ready to get your buttes handed to you by the superior students of 1B. Already irritated by his mere presence, Hitoshi watches as Minoma, followed by the rest of the 1B boys, saunters into the locker room. And he's very unhappily reminded that they are doing joint training today. It would be a good challenge, and something he could find himself enjoying, if it weren't for the absolute butt of a blonde that they'll have to put up with the entire time. The guy doesn't know how to just be quiet. Hitoshi can understand resentment and spite easily. He practically lives it every DMN day. What he can't understand is wanting to be so loud about it. "Hiya, Midoriya." The excited call draws Hitoshi out of his angry stewing. It's Tetsu, or at least he thinks that's the guy's name, who's waving cheerfully from the back of the group, making their way to the benches to find a place to change. Utakin notes today. "Whatcha doing in here?" Before Izuku can even get the chance to open his mouth and answer, Minoma's talking again, clearly just having noticed the support student's presence. Excellent," he declares, quickly making his way over to Izuku and slinging a heavy arm around the smaller teen's shoulders to pull him into his side. "You'll be the perfect witness to 1B demolishing the worms of 1A. I'm sure that after today, our own little analyst here will be able to tell us who the more skilled class really is." Most of the locker room is paying attention to the spectacle at this point, many openly glaring at the blonde hero student. If looks could kill, Hitoshi is sure the one that Bakugo is sending Monoma's way would have caused the boy to implode right then and there. Hitoshi's eyes are locked on Izuku though, rather than the blonde. His friend looks stiff, uncomfortable, and clearly isn't amused by the arm holding him against the other teen. Something in Hitoshi's gut twists, angry and hot and biting. He hardly wastes a second before he's closing the two-step gap, grabbing Izuku by the arm, and yanking him out of the other teen's grasp. Izuku's back hits his knee with a quiet oof. Don't make him uncomfortable. Hitoshi keeps the growl at the back of his throat, forcing his voice to remain flat and even. He's not here to settle your one-sided psing contest. Monoma squawks, the sound coming out high-pitched and grating. Toshi, it's all right. Play nice, Izuku says to him quietly, tilting his head up to see Hitoshi's face. Turning back to the other students and Monoma, he smiles with one of his big, fake, easy ones. I'm sure everyone will do great. And I'm excited to see how everyone tackles the challenge of facing new quirks and fighting styles. So let's hurry up and get going. Izuku doesn't wait for any responses before he's reaching back to grab Hitoshi's wrist and hurriedly leading them out of the room. The moment they step through the door, that huge smile is gone. Good, Hitoshi thinks. He honestly hates that version of Izuku's smile, all wide and pretend and faux perfect. Izuku has far prettier smiles than that. You alright? He asks after a few moments of walking in silence. Don't let Monoma bother you, he's just in butt. No. I'm fine, Izuku huffs. He really doesn't bother me much usually. I mean, he can be annoying, especially since he's so loud. But his issue is with your class, not me, so it's not like he's rude to me. Well, it's stupid actually. It's just uncomfortable when he does shit like that. He's not trying to be weird or anything, I know that. I guess I just don't like when people I'm not friends with touch me. It's not stupid, Hitoshi replies immediately. If you're uncomfortable, then you're uncomfortable. You don't have to justify it. He pauses, scrunches his nose in distaste as he asks, does he do that a lot? A dismissive wave of Izuku's hand, the one not holding his wrist, which he has yet to let go of and leaves the skin beneath the grasp warm and fuzzy. No, not really. Only a few times. He mostly does that when he wants to get on my good side for something or wants something. I think it's his way of acting like we're friends, and it's not like I ever actually told him to stop. Usually I just shrug him off and he lets go. Hitoshi hums in consideration, subconsciously drifting to walk even closer to his friend's side. After only a few moments, the rest of their class begins to catch up to them as they near the training grounds where All Might, Aizawa-sensei, and Vlad King are waiting. Izuku doesn't let go of his wrist until Aizawa notices and casts a questioning look their way, to which the support student startles, as if he hadn't even realized he was still holding on to Hitoshi, and promptly lets go. Even as the warmth fades, turning the spot where they'd been touching far too cold for Hitoshi's liking, he doesn't drift any farther from Izuku's side. And when Monoma and his class finally arrive, it takes all of Hitoshi's willpower not to glare as he steps around to block Izuku from view. The training exercise consists of 2v2 battles between the classes. It was fairly straightforward. Each group gets dropped off at a different part of the city, finds the opposing team, then either incapacitates or restrains them. Hitoshi gets paired with Tokoyami and is going in the third group up against Tsunatori, the girl with the horns, and Shishida, the guy covered in hair who looked like a beast. It was a pretty good matchup, he thinks. They aren't necessarily quiet people, which works out for him, and Tokoyami's dark shadow offers his team a good amount of offensive power. When it's Hitoshi's turn to head into the mock city, he makes sure to lightly shove Izuku closer towards Aizawa-sensei's direction and mumbles a quiet, "Don't let anyone bother him" to Todoroki as he passes. For all that he still does not know about the ice and fire user, he can trust in the subtle nod the team gives him that he will follow through. Planning with Tokoyami as they are transported to their drop-off point is simple and to the point, something he appreciates about the other hero student. They easily agree that the best course of action for their skill set is staying as discreet as possible, sticking to the shadows and hopefully get the drop on their opponents rather than face them head-on. Stealth is a well-learned skill for both of them, and it plays out well against the two 1B students. With someone as big as Shishida and someone as bubbly as Tsunatori, It doesn't take too long to find them. Hitoshi watches them pass by from the rooftop as Tokoyami stays hidden within one of the alleyways below. Fortunately, the girl was already talking regularly, speaking plans and predictions and strategy excitedly to her teammate. All the practice Izuku had him do with his voice modifier paid off well now, as he quickly turned the dials to match her tone and cut in with a question as soon as their conversation lulled. The moment Shishida was under his quirk, Tokoyami was sending Dark Shadow out to snatch up Tsunatori faster than she could even register that anything was wrong. Tokoyami was careful to hold her far enough away from her teammate and block any attempts to snap the beast teen out of Hitoshi's hold using her horns. Hitoshi wasted no time in lowering himself back to ground level and securing Shishida in his capture scarf, and the match was quickly called in their favor only a few moments later. The moment the teachers are done giving their 2 cents and Hitoshi returns to Izuku's side, his friend is already talking, simultaneously scribbling in his notebook at a speed no mere human should be able to accomplish. That was a good use of your strengths and a strong strategy, Toshi. He's mumbling so fast that the hero student wouldn't be able to keep up if he wasn't so used to it. I was interested to see how you weighed the potential risks of deciding which target to go after. On one hand, gaining control over Tsunatori would have taken out their only long-range attacker, and she was the most likely to respond based on their personalities, but that would leave Shishida to deal with, although Dark Shadow is really strong and could probably restrain him easily if you led him into the more shaded alleyways. On the other hand, taking out Shishida removes the biggest offensive threat, despite the risk that Tsunatori could get a horn to hit him and break him out of your hold, which could potentially render your quirk obsolete for the rest of the fight unless they slipped up or didn't know how it works. I think you made the right choice though, given the pairing. If you think about it, and he continued like that for the next minute or so until the next match starts, turning his attention back to the other students and mumbling quietly to himself as he writes down their strategies and variables to be considered and potential outcomes. Hitoshi was almost surprised to see that Class 1B was able to keep up with his own class so well, not because he thought they would be weak, but because he was a daily witness to his own class's unyielding drive and power and improvement. He was immediately reminded that Izuku hadn't been only helping his own class grow for the entire semester, but 1B as well. It was clear from the way they used their quirks and strategized. By the time it was Monoma's turn, Class 1B was down by 1 round. He was paired with some kid Hitoshi didn't know the name of who was short and had blue-gray hair, up against Yamamo and Bakugu. Hitoshi honestly didn't know how it would go for his 2 classmates. Bakugu seemed adverse to proper communication with his teammates, save for a select few, and Yamamo wasn't assertive enough to control him despite her intelligence and knack for strategy. He was pleasantly surprised to see them pull off some sort of plan. Their strategy basically included Bakugu going on the offensive while Yamamo utilized the rooftops and used some sort of capture net gun to take aim at the 1B students. It worked well. Even with Monoma's borrowed quirks, Tetsu's hardening, some air solidifier, and twin impact, if Hitoshi understood Izuku's mumbling correctly, they were no match for Bakugu's raw power and Yamamo's well-practiced aim. The whole match lasted less than 5 minutes before the 1A students were declared the victors. Monoma sulked and pouted for only a few minutes once they got back before promptly reverting back to his loud and annoying chatter, something Hitoshi immediately tuned out. It was Todoroki's match that really caught Hitoshi off guard. The teen was paired with a Shido against some boy with a green mohawk and a girl with some kind of mushroom quirk. It was going fairly well until the air started to fill with spores, and Hitoshi thought that might be it if his classmates couldn't get some distance in order to regroup and form a new strategy. Then, Todoroki shocked everyone by promptly bursting into flames on his left side and using his fire to burn away all the airborne pathogens, along with the mushrooms releasing them. It didn't last long, and he didn't continue to use his fire offensively, but it was the most any of them had seen him use that part of his quirk. It was brilliant. Even a few seconds of witnessing those flames showed everyone watching the untapped power drumming under Todoroki's skin. That old, bitter part of Hitoshi wanted to be angry and frustrated just looking at it. Thinking, why does he get a quirk with 2 incredibly powerful and versatile functions and Hitoshi gets stuck as the villain? Why does he get by on half his power for this long while Hitoshi has to kick and scrape and crawl his way to even standing on the same arena? But Izuku's voice filters through, reminding him that all quirks have different strengths and uses. That doesn't make any single one entirely better than another, and your quirk is unique to you, and that means that you can do something with it that no one else can. Isn't that amazing? And the thoughts instantly grow quieter. Hitoshi can practically feel the excitement and joy radiating off of Izuku. His green eyes are wide and bright, practically sparkling, and he's mumbling so fast and so quietly that Hitoshi wouldn't be able to understand him if he tried. He's smiling so wide and bright and genuine that it's nearly blinding. There's pride in that look. Hitoshi knows there's something going on with Izuku and Todoroki in regards to the whole using his fire situation, but he's missing key pieces of information that would allow him to actually understand it. Whatever it is, it seems personal and not his business unless they want it to be. The moment Todoroki steps back into the observation area to join the rest of the class, Izuku is rushing towards him, with Hitoshi trailing behind at a much more relaxed pace. And Hitoshi swears he sees the smallest upward tick of Todoroki's lips and an almost expectant look in his eyes as he notices Izuku's excitement. "Todoroki, that was amazing," Izuku tells him, gently grabbing each of Todoroki's shoulders to shake him a little as he talks. His tone is laced with complete fascination and admiration. "It was such a smart and creative use of the non-offensive abilities of your fire. I really wasn't sure how you and Ishido would combat that type of airborne attack, but raising the temperature to burn away its effects was brilliant. You did a great job of controlling it too, though we still could work on that a bit more, but seriously, that was great." "Thank you," Todoroki tells him, face of stone but voice coming out with the barest hint of strain. There's emotion lying beneath it, one Hitoshi could not identify if he tried, but it's entirely genuine, causing Izuku to absolutely beam in response. So the son of the great number 2 hero finally decides to grace us with his fire. Minoma's mocking voice carries across the observation area, catching the attention of a decent third of the students standing around. Todoroki's face immediately closes off any hints of emotions that had been there, turning impassive and cold. All 3 boys turn to watch the blonde as he walks towards them, hands gesturing wildly as he continues to talk. "What class be providing that hard of a challenge for you? Did you think that just because you're from a hero family that you could really get by without going all out? Pathetic. You really are. You know what I think, Minoma?" Izuku's voice cuts through, tone as hard and unyielding as steel. His shoulders are squared back, standing straighter, but his big faux smile is in place, though it makes him look more intimidating than kind in this moment. "I think you should really worry about your own improvements before commenting on anyone else's. Don't forget who won their fight and who lost. Being so caught up in your own inferiority complex won't help anyone get better, and will only distract you from actually living up to all the praise you sing of yourself and your own class." A loud snort of laughter cuts through Izuku's spiel, and Hitoshi glances over to see that it came from Bakugo. The explosive teens group of friends is standing closest to the scene unfolding, giving them an easy opportunity to hear everything. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow in Bakugo's direction at the blonde's amused expression, to which he quickly morphs the look on his face into a scowl and turns away. "I also think that you have an incredible and versatile quirk, Minoma," Izuku continues, hardly missing a beat. His tone and smile soften, turning genuine and earnest. "You've worked hard to become so smart and adaptable. I've watched you learn how to wield new quirks you've never practiced with in seconds, just by observing those around you. That's impressive, and you should be proud of that. You've got a great competitive spirit, really. It's just important to know how to aim that to your advantage, rather than use it to sow discourse with people who will be your allies in the future when you all become pro-heroes." Minoma is staring at Izuku, eyes wide and cheeks flushed pink. It's a far cry from his haughty or angry looks. In fact, Hitoshi thinks it looks something closer to awe. Those around them are completely silent, watching and waiting to see how the proud teen will react. "All right," Minoma coughs into his fist, recovering much quicker than should be possible, even as the pink flush to his cheeks hasn't subsided quite yet. "Of course, no matter how lucky 1A got today, my class never lets wins or losses go to their head. We won't just stand by while the others get the spotlight. Next time, We'll steal the glory right out from under the great Class 1A. Izuku just smiles, seemingly not at all shocked by the blonde's declaration. I'm sure you will, and I look forward to it. An overwhelming mixture of pride and fondness spreads throughout Hitoshi's heart, its epicenter. Izuku always manages to surprise him with his moments of fierceness, demanding others to listen up and take note whenever he speaks with confidence. It even wrangles people as stubborn as the cold, stoic Todoroki and the loud, prideful Monoma. There's something entirely amazing about that, and Hitoshi can't help but feel lucky to be close enough to Izuku that he can bask in that brilliance and power. It's something wonderful, something extraordinary. And he'll cherish it as long as he's allowed. Irritation and spite and bitterness forgotten, all from one look at that appealing smile and those determined eyes. Izuku kind of feels like he's been transported back to the time before he got his apartment. He stayed 2 nights in Tsukachi's guest room now, and has immediately reverted back to staying long hours on campus to avoid heading back to the man's apartment. It wasn't that he was uncomfortable or feeling unwelcome, necessarily. Tsukachi gave no inclination that he minded Izuku's presence or that Izuku was getting in his way. Normally the detective didn't get back from work until fairly late in the evening anyways. Around 8 p.m. seemed typical for him based on Izuku's observations. Regardless, Izuku just felt scared. Maybe. He wasn't exactly sure that was the right word. But the thought of being in Tsukachi's home too much and the man beginning to think of him as a burden the longer he was around, just like his mother, just like everyone, made something cold and sharp twist in his tea. He didn't want to bother the man, or impede too much on his life. So the teen had gone back to staying on campus until it closed, then taking his time finding his way back to Tsukachi's apartment to prolong his absence. That's how he found himself now, busying himself with research on his laptop and writing theories in his notebook, alone in the UA library as the time neared 6, switching his online moniker for his website and commissions to include his chosen codename of Akuji had been awkward at first, but it seemed that other heroes and agencies seemed more comfortable having something to actually call him now, on the off chances they actually requested something or responded. Most requests still came from new heroes though, ones just starting out and needing all the extra help they could get as they established themselves. You're staying quite late again, Nedzu's voice startled Izuku out of his thoughts, dropping his pencil and whirling his head around to stare at the principal as he approached where Izuku was sitting. Yeah, Izuku stammered out after a moment. He did not miss the subtle implication that Nedzu was well aware of the teen's extended stays on campus grounds prior to the discovery of his home situation. Just getting some work done? Any reason you're doing it here as opposed to your own home? Nedzu asked, voice aiming for innocent curiosity, but Izuku spent enough time around the rat to know better than to believe it. I'm sure either Aizawa or Tsukachi already told you about the break-in and where I'm staying, Izuku responds easily, voice flat and unimpressed. Or you already have a ping on any police reports or official files that include my name. I am aware, Nedzu retorts, voice chipper, without giving any hint as to how he knows. That doesn't answer my question though. Izuku shrugs, fixing his gaze back on his notebook, and responds quietly, don't want to bother the detective more than I already am. He's been nice enough to let me stay while the police try to figure out what happened, so I don't need to burden him more by interrupting his life. There's a pause, and Izuku can feel Nedzu's calculating gaze on him even if he doesn't turn to look at the principal. Finally saying lightly, I'm sure that isn't the case, Midoriya. It's unlikely you're bothering him at all. The teen doesn't respond, only humming unconvincingly. Nedzu doesn't leave, instead choosing to climb up into the seat opposite of him and stand on top of it to face Izuku. I'm sure you know I was waiting for you to come to me with your decision regarding your guardianship, Nedzu says casually, though it makes Izuku's body freeze in place. He really doesn't want to talk about this, but he knows it was inevitable. But since it seems you won't be doing that, I feel that it is necessary for me to bring it up again on my own. You must make a decision, Midoriya. You know, Izuku starts, intent on completely ignoring what the principal just said. I've been thinking about the League of Villains. Their motives aren't entirely clear, but I think we're missing something important. Shigaraki is too young and emotionally triggered to gain this much influence on his own. Plus, The experimentation of the Nomus had to have been going on for nearly a decade to reach the level of development that they're at. That means there must be someone older, either alive and guiding him now or potentially recently deceased, that's been guiding him until recently. Also, the name League implies a desired group, but they currently only have 2 known members. Since the criminals at the USJ were clearly low-level and being used as sacrificial pawns, it's safe to assume they're looking for another type of criminal to classify as a real member. Possibly looking for recruits with more strength or experience, or maybe ones with a conviction that aligns more with their goals to inspire loyalty. We should be on the lookout for the possibility of new recruits to their forces. All of those are impressive observations, but I must say that you should be careful with involving yourself in any of the cases against the League of Villains for your own safety. Nedzu smiles, sharp and amused. Although I suggest that if you're going to attempt deflection, do try to be more subtle about it. I won't be letting this go so easily, young Midoriya. Izuku sighs, long and hard. I know, worth a shot though, and pauses, considering. With the mild panic of the break-in and the stress of staying at Tsukachi's, Izuku really, genuinely hasn't had that much time to consider his options. He knows which one he would prefer, but how he would go about it isn't something he knows how to do. It would be ideal to go into the temporary custody of an adult he's comfortable enough with, then file for emancipation and hopefully get approved by the courts after he turns 16. That way he can continue on without being anyone else's problem. No one's son, no one's burden. 2 or 3 more days, Izuku requests, meeting the principal's gaze. I'll make a decision, but I just need a few more days. I need to talk to some people, maybe ask Tsukachi's advice, I don't know. I need to talk to someone first. Nedzu stares at him another moment, thoughts indecipherable, before finally nodded. 3 days. If you do not come to me with a decision on the 3rd day before school ends, I will make one for you. Naomasa can admit his surprise when he walks into his apartment on the 4th day of Izuku staying with him to actually see the teen's shoes already placed at the front mat. It hadn't gone unnoticed to him that Izuku hadn't been coming back from school until late in the evening each day, after the man usually would return from work. He had decided not to mention it though, or even ask where Izuku was between the 4 to 5 hours that passed between school ending and him arriving back at the apartment. There was a delicate balance being maintained right now, considering that Izuku has essentially raised himself for years and not had any semblance of supervision for months, and the last thing Naomasa needs to do is ask too many questions and seem overbearing or restrictive on the kid's independence. That certainly wouldn't give Izuku the best experience to connect his potential guardianship to. So, rather than ask all the questions, he had to at least make sure Izuku was safe during his hours of absence. The detective had held his tongue. Today, though, it seems Izuku has arrived back before him. And he is even more surprised the moment he rounds the hall of the entryway and gets a look at the state of his kitchen. It's quite frankly a mess. Bowls and utensils scattered across the counter, flour and batter and eggs smeared over multiple surfaces, a faint burning smell coming from the oven. And then there's Izuku, standing in the middle of it all with food smeared over his cheek, white powder stuck in his hair, and a wide-eyed look flitting between the surrounding mess and the newly arrived Naomasa. They just stare at each other for a long moment, before the man carefully clears his throat and allows the amused upward curve of his lip to take root in order to show the teen he isn't upset. Are you cooking? Baking, sort of, Izuku corrects, looking sheepish as he brushes green curls away from his face, which only serves to get more food-related substances stuck in his unruly hair. Yamada-sensei said I should get a hobby. There's a pause, where the teen's gaze lingers over the mess on the counter between them. It's, not going so well. I can see that, Naomasa snorts, unable to hold back the sound at the chagrined look Izuku sports at being caught. Setting his briefcase down in one of the island stools, he moves closer to lean against one of the few clean areas left of his counter space. But there's a first time for everything, I suppose. What are you making? Izuku huffs, moving to start picking up bowls and utensils to pile into the sink. I was trying to make matcha Swiss rolls, he grumbles, contemplatively adding, it's a lot more different from regular cooking than I expected. I wouldn't know, never tried baking myself in all honesty. The statement is followed by comfortable silence as Naomasa watches the teen move around the small space to clean up the, in Naomasa's opinion, impressive mess that has somehow occurred from Izuku's attempt at baking. It's as the teen's back is turned that Naomasa watches his body freeze and go absolutely rigid before he spins around to look at the detective with wide, nervous eyes. I bought all the ingredients myself, he rushes out, unnecessarily. I stopped by the store after school to pick everything up. So I didn't waste any of your food, promise. But I probably should have asked first before using all your bowls and pans, shouldn't I have? Izuku, the man interrupts, as he often does when he sees Izuku begin to dissolve into nervous apologies and explanations, something that happens far too often than he would like. It's fine. You don't have to ask, and you could have used anything I already have here. Not that I have many. Ingredients for baking. Green eyes linger on him for a moment longer, reading his features, assessing, before the teen finally deflates in relief. He goes back to cleaning without saying another word, but there's a tightness to his shoulders that Naomasa does not miss. The man grabs the bowl and measuring cups closest to him, rounding the kitchen island to meet Izuku at the sink as he places the items in. Nudging the teen's shoulder, he offers a small smile. How about you clean and I dry? It'll take a while to do this all by yourself. It's an offer, one that goes beyond simply doing the dishes, something along the lines of easing the kid's remaining nerves, something more too. He receives a nod and quiet thanks as an answer before the water is turned on and they both set to work. Several minutes of scrubbing and wiping and rinsing and drying pass, and they are about halfway through the dishes before the silence is broken. Nedzu talked to me yesterday. Izuku starts, voice quiet and hesitant. About the guardianship thing. I have less than 2 days to make a decision. The abrupt topic change has Naomasa freezing, hand paused in the air where he had been reaching for the next dish to dry. He takes a quiet breath, completing the motion to pick up the bowl he'd been reaching for as he carefully decides what to say to that. Keeping his voice light and conversational as he hedges, have you decided? He watches Izuku frown slightly out of the corner of his eye. Did Nedzu tell you the options he gave me? He nods, yes he did, and is careful to leave his opinion on those options absent. He doesn't want to sway Izuku one way or the other, necessarily, though he does have his own thoughts on the matter. While he doesn't know exactly what Nedzu said to the kid, he can guess based on what he knows of the principle that the Chimera left explanations purposefully vague when he presented them to Izuku. Possibly in some conniving effort to steer the teen's decision one way or another purposefully, who knows though. Personally, Naomasa thinks that Izuku could use more than just some assigned guardian from the school, or otherwise, for mere legal purposes. Someone who is there to offer more than just legal decisions on his behalf, but emotional and mental guidance as well. Izuku's lived far too long without an adult to actually care about him in an official capacity, and continuing like that may only increase his mistrust in adults as people who can offer help when needed. Izuku starts, then quickly stops, chewing his lip anxiously and keeping his eyes locked on the soapy sink water as he contemplates what he wants to say. Naomasa waits patiently for the teen to find his words, and simply moves on to start drying the spoons and measuring cups. The third option doesn't sound so bad. Getting a temporary guardian and then being emancipated officially when I turn 16, that way things can just go back to the way they are. I won't cause too much trouble for anyone that way. And I'm good at taking care of myself anyways, or I am most of the time. The last part is tacked on quietly, with a wince, as he spares a glance at the remaining mess of ingredients smeared on the counter and the oven, which Naomasa assumes still holds the results of his baking attempt. Naomasa only offers a quiet hum in response to the teen's rambling, careful to keep all reactions neutral. Truthfully, he doesn't like this. He's glad Izuku decided to talk to him about it and share his thoughts, but the idea that the kid wants to pursue the emancipation option, something he personally thinks Nedzu never should have told Izuku about, leaves a sour taste in the man's mouth. Partially because it's foolish to get the kid so caught up on that possibility when there's not a guaranteed chance of the court approving such independence, and partially because he thinks being emancipated at 16 is the last thing Izuku needs. Finally, cautiously, Naomasa finds his words. You need to find an adult to sign as your temporary guardian for that option, correct? A subdued nod. I just don't know. Turning his head to glance over at the teen, Tsukachi can easily notice the slumped shoulders and shaking hands, still gripping the final mixing bowl despite having stopped actively washing anything over a minute ago. With a sigh, he reaches over to shut off the water, gently removing the item from Izuku's grip, and steering them over to the couch with a light hand on his shoulder. Angling to face the teen as they sit only a couple feet apart on the living room sofa, he tries to catch Izuku's gaze. Don't know who to ask, he completes the sentence for the kid, then continuing with an answer he has admittedly thought of before despite not choosing to voice it before now. Would you, since there's a possibility the emancipation process could take a few months, or not get approved, you would want someone you already know to sign as your guardian, right? Izuku ducks his head, twisting his fingers into the fabric of his t-shirt, voice soft and rushed as he answers. Why? I mean, I don't want to end up with a stranger. I wouldn't know what they, or if it was. He forces a shaky breath, trying to regain control over his half-finished sentences that Naomasa makes a point of trying not to complete in his own head. It's futile though, as the unsaid words ring loud and clear. Wouldn't know what they would do, or if it was safe. But I don't actually know that many adults, and Izuku petters off, expression unsure and lost. Maybe if I had to, I could still file for emancipation if I go into care with one of the family's Nedzu picks, but I don't know how likely that will be, and I won't know them so. Tsukachi decides to take pity on him, reaching a hand over to gently squeeze Izuku's knee. It's not something he had ever thought about doing, prior to discovering Izuku's living situation, but it was something he had tentatively given thought ever since bringing the issue up with Nedzu. He hadn't ever wanted to directly advocate for it, not wanting to pressure Izuku or put him in an uncomfortable position. But if any time seemed like the right moment to suggest this, it was probably now. Izuku, he starts, keeping his voice soft and reassuring. What do you think about me signing to be your legal guardian? That question seemed to shock the teen enough for him to W his head up and finally meet Naomasa's gaze, eyes wide and disbelieving. You would? I couldn't ask you to. I don't want to cause you more trouble or, hey, stop that, kiddo. Another firm squeeze to the teen's knee, and Naomasa has to swallow around his nerves in order to hide any of the panic he feels. He wanted Izuku to say yes, and part of him knew the teen's immediate reaction of denials had less to do with Naomasa himself, and more to do with the disbelief that an adult would even offer such a thing to him. But he couldn't help the quickened pace of his heart drumming inside of his teen, nervous that the kid would say no, say he doesn't trust Naomasa enough to feel safe around, say literally anything other than agreement. You don't have to if you don't want to. But you do have adults, myself and Aizawa, I'm sure, included, who would be willing to be responsible for you. I'm offering because I want to, alright. And God, he realizes in this moment how badly wants to. He's not exactly sure when he started to feel so strongly about it. Before, it had been mere passing thoughts, mere possibilities, but now that he's said it, it just feels right. Images of Izuku hunched over his computer sipping coffee far too late in the evening as he concentrates on some work or other in his own kitchen, of Izuku stumbling out of the guest room each morning with bleary eyes and messy hair as he mumbles an unintelligible good morning, of a tiny Izuku's bright and beaming smile from those childhood photos he caught a glimpse of, all filter through his mind at once. It's easy to want more of that, he thinks. Plus, he can admit that he's felt calmer the last few days, knowing that Izuku is sleeping somewhere he knows is safe rather than in some dingy, one-room apartment alone on the bad side of town. You would really do that for me? Izuku's quiet, desperate question interrupts Naomasa's thoughts, and the watery-eyed look of utter vulnerability plastered upon the kid's face has the man's heart breaking, just a little bit. He moves his hand up, lightly gripping the teen's shoulder instead so that he can rub his thumbs soothingly against his collar. Of course I would, kiddo. I said it the first night you came here, that room is yours anytime. Izuku gulps, watches him for a moment longer, and then turns away, gaze fixed on the floor. Naomasa lets the silence hang, regardless of his own panic related to the situation. He's not exactly sure what he's thinking. Obviously he cares about Izuku, and wouldn't mind having him around more. He's entirely willing to be a guardian for the teen. But realistically, he doesn't know one DMN thing about taking care of something else. He kills every plant he's brought into his home or office. The one fish he has was a GG gift, and he never even took the time to figure out what kind of fish it was, let alone name the DMN thing. And now he's offered his home and time to care for a traumatized teenager when he doesn't know the first thing about doing that. He'll have to do a lot of research, he thinks. Maybe it would have been a better idea to encourage Aizawa to have this conversation instead. Though he can't quite bring himself to regret it, not in the slightest. Because he wants the kid here. Plus, maybe he shouldn't be so worried. Even though he fully intends to try and convince Izuku out of the idea of getting emancipated, the kid's not wrong that he knows how to take care of himself, to a degree. It's not like he signed up to care for a toddler. So this should be alright. Hopefully. Maybe. After a few long minutes of silence, Naomasa watches the kid nod, finally speaking, alright. Alright, thank you. I'll let Nedsu know if you're really okay with it. I am, Naomasa answers immediately, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. There's a pause, where neither speaks, and Izuku's still looking down at the floor. From what the man can see, the teen's brow is pinched, not necessarily upset, but more contemplative than anything. He wonders what's going on in that head of his. Eventually, though, he has to break the silence, and bring up something he would really rather leave alone, but he can't. You know, the next step is getting your statement, kiddo. So that we can press charges and sever your mother's guardianship. Now, Izuku's frowning. Green eyes flicker up to meet Naomasa's before he rubs a hand over his face. Do we have to? I mean, if we just found her, could we try just asking her to sign over guardianship? I'm pretty sure she'd agree to that. And we wouldn't have to press charges. You don't want to press charges? It's just, Izuku trails off, takes a deep breath. She wasn't, it just doesn't feel right. She wasn't so bad. Before she left, I always had everything I needed. She never, it just doesn't feel right. The last part comes out meekly, like he's not quite sure how to word whatever he is feeling. Naomasa can't say he understands what Izuku's describing or reasoning within his head, but he knows when to push and when not to. First off, even if you had food and water and clothes, the way she treated you wasn't right. I need you to understand that, Izuku. And the small nod he receives will have to be good enough, for now. I'll have to talk to Nedzu, but we can try it your way first, if you really want. But if she doesn't sign, or puts up some kind of fight, you'll need to promise to do it our way. It's the only chance you have of not just going straight into the system. It's like a weight lifts off of Izuku's shoulders at those words, and the kid deflates, leaning back and sinking into the cushions. He turns to smile at the detective, soft and small and genuine. Thank you really. I mean it. Of course, I'm here to help, kiddo, and Naomasa doesn't resist the urge to reach out and ruffle those green curls. With a pointed look he continues, now, go take a DMN shower. You're a mess, there's food all in your hair and on your clothes. With a yelp and a reddening face, Izuku stands up. Displaying all the normal composure of an embarrassed teen, he sticks his tongue out, mumbling something that sounds like rude old man before nearly running towards the guest bathroom. Denki knows he can be a bit of an idiot sometimes, a little too excited, a little too distracted, a little too spacey. But, if there's one thing he can always bring himself to focus on, it's gossip, good juicy gossip. There's a reason he and Mina get along so well. And, yeah, maybe that's not exactly the most honorable trait for a hero to have. He thinks Ida would reprimand him for talking about things that aren't his business, but at the same time, that would be kinda hypocritical, wouldn't it? Ida makes what other people do his business all the time, jumping straight into lectures about proper behavior before people even get the chance to explain themselves. He's been a bit better since returning from his medical leave after their internships though, but Denki honestly doesn't want to think too hard on why that is. Plus, he would never spill secrets that actually seemed important, like someone's sexuality or gender or sensitive family problems. That wouldn't be very cool of him at all. But for all his usual inattentiveness, he does have a knack for noticing things. Or maybe he's just in the right places at the right time to get lucky, who knows. Today though, he feels like he saw something very interesting. Something he maybe wasn't supposed to see. He doesn't know what it means exactly, but he's sure Mina will have some ideas. So that's why he's walking a little faster this morning, taking the front steps of the UA primary building 2 at a time, and immediately dashing over to greet his friends the moment he spots them all gathered by the shoe lockers. Guys. He starts, urgent and excited as he skids to a stop next to Mina, who's just starting to put her shoes away. Shiro is leaning against the lockers next to her, and Kirishima seems to be holding a disgruntled Bakugo in place with an arm around the blonde's shoulder standing a few feet away. I just saw something. Bakugo responds first, clearly unamused. Congratulations, dipshit, you have eyes? And that comment earns a startled snort of laughter from the redhead by his side. But Denki easily ignores that, because Mina is the one he's really here to talk to. She notices the excited trill to his voice immediately, whirling around to face him with a devious gleam to her eyes. Well, are you going to share with us? Tell me. She's grabbed him by the shoulders now, frantically shaking him as he laughs in delight at the way her energy instantaneously matches his own. You guys remember that detective from the USJ? Trenchcoat guy. Everyone's attention is on him now, Shiro and Kirishima sporting confused frowns despite nodding along and Bakugo just scowling, like usual. Mina hasn't lost that hungry look for information, though he can tell she's feeling impatient. Yeah, dude, I remember, Shiro offers. Don't tell me there's been another attack. Kirishima practically whines, slumping some weight into Bakugo's side, who simply accepts it with one of his less irritated grunts. We remember. Mina practically shouts, now tell us why that's important. Well, he begins, drawing out the word for dramatic effect. I just so happened to see him dropping off Midoriya at the front gates. From his own car. And he handed Midoriya a packed lunch from the window. So what do you think that's about? Mina barely contains her shriek of excitement at some new mystery to theorize about. Oh my god, do you think he's in trouble? Or maybe he's involved in a case. Or what if he works for the police undercover? What if they're related? There's a growl growing in volume coming from Bakugo, but it's easily covered by Shiro snorting. Don't be ridiculous. What if it's nothing? You two will come up with the craziest explanations for anything. Denki shrugs, nonplussed. But why would a detective personally drop a student off at school in the morning if there wasn't something going on? Exactly. Mina immediately agrees, pointing an accusing finger at Shiro, who immediately holds his hands up in defeat. They have a point, Kirishima tentatively adds, casting a cautious look at Bakugo next to him. And Denki only just notices how red and angry the blonde's face is before he's ripping himself from the redhead's grasp to stomp angrily down the halls, small explosions popping from his hands as he goes. Kirishima immediately takes off to follow the angry teen. What the hell was that about? Shiro mutters, watching the two duck into another hallway further off. Denki merely shrugs. Who knows, Blasty is always angry about something. Very true, Mina dismisses with a nod, turning her attention back to Denki and the original subject at hand. Anyway, I think, what the F dash? Is the primary thought running through Katsuki's mind after the sheet dunce face said this morning. He's been thinking a lot recently. Unfortunately about Deku, though if anyone asked he would deny it. At first, it was just nagging questions filtering through his head about what had changed about the shitty nerd and when, following what happened at the sports festival. But then he started paying more attention. For all that Bakugo was in terms of temper and general tolerance for other people, no one ever denied that he was smart. Of course he was, can't be the #1 hero without some brains. So he paid attention, and noticed even more weird shit going on with Deku. Weird shit that he didn't have answers to, like how Eyebags and him had been closer recently and been having whispered conversations away from prying ears, or how Purple Effer looked so damn concerned every time he looked at Deku when the nerd focused on something else, or how even Aizawa-sensei seemed to be paying careful attention to the nerd and talked to him so differently than he did the rest of the students. Plus, he'd been in the hallway around the corner. He wasn't eavesdropping, just getting a permission slip signed for after-school Quirk training. That's it. That day a few weeks ago when Aizawa-sensei gave Deku some shitty after-school meal card to make sure he ate dinner or some bullshit. Which is weird because why the hell would Deku need that sheet when his stupid mother probably makes him dinner all the time? It didn't make sense, and something weird as F was definitely going on with Deku. It's not that he cared, because he most certainly didn't. He's just bothered by not knowing sheet. If there's one thing he absolutely hates, it's being confused. It's obvious that this would bother him, he thinks. He's known the shitty nerd all his DMN life. So of course he's going to notice when Deku starts changing and acting weird and getting more attention or whatever. Of course he's going to notice when he starts acting more confident, or showing up looking FING exhausted for weeks like he did at the beginning of the year, or starts scarfing down meals in the cafeteria like it's the only decent one he'll get for weeks, or gets himself involved in shit Katsuki can't explain. Like this morning, being dropped off by a detective. What the F did he do now? Did he get himself in trouble again by not knowing how to mind his own DMN business like when they were kids? Did it have to do with Andy? Now that he thinks about it, the old hag hasn't mentioned her in a while. So maybe it does have to do with her. But damn it, what about her? He doesn't know, and it's grating on his nerves like crazy. At least he can be thankful that shitty hair didn't bother him too much this morning when he very tactfully, mind you, left the stupid gossip chatter of the other idiots. If there's one thing that shitty hair's good at, it's knowing when to leave him the F alone before he seriously blows up. Right now though, the DMN idiot is following along at Katsuki's heels as they exit the bathroom he'd attempted to retreat to after the bell rang for lunch. Even if shitty hair knew when not to push, the guy would rarely leave him alone for things. There was always this carefully masked concern in Hair for Brain's eyes whenever Katsuki was in a particularly bad mood, even if the idiot tried to cover it by that shark-toothed smile, and Katsuki hated that. He didn't need people to be FING concerned about him, though he supposed if anyone he could tolerate it from Kirishima. And by tolerate he means not launching an explosion right at the guy's skull, though he is tempted right now. Would you back off, fuckhead? He grit out, jamming an elbow into the redhead's side where he was walking practically on top of the blonde. I don't need you all up in my space. Chill the F out. Sorry dude, sorry. Kirishima responds, laughing as he holds his hands up in surrender and continues walking at a more acceptable distance away from the blonde. Look, man, I know you don't want to talk about it, Katsuki growls low in his throat, and Kirishima is quick to continue, and that's fine. Really. It's just, something's bothering you, right? You can always talk to me if you want. Katsuki doesn't respond, but he doesn't blow the guy up either, so he should be glad. The blonde simply grumbles under his breath as he shoulders open the door to the cafeteria and begins stomping his way over to their group of idiots' usual seat. Except, he shouldn't have left them alone, because now they've gone and done something really stupid. Sitting at their table looking uncomfortable as shit are Deku and Ibags. Katsuki almost wants to snort, imagining how Deku must have been a stuttering and apologetic mess while trying to ward off Mina's and Kaminari's attempts to get him to sit with them, probably to probe for answers, to no avail, because those two are pushy and energetic and FANG impossible. Katsuki would know. Deku is looking at him wide-eyed and slightly sweaty, gross, and Katsuki is just about to turn around to go find a better place to sit when Mina stops him. Blasty. You made it, she announces, getting up to grab him by the arm and practically yank him into his seat at the end of the table, ignoring his angry shout of, "Don't effing touch me, Pinky," and then pushing Kirishima to sit as well. Be nice. We finally got these two to sit with us, and you're gonna scare them off. The current arrangement has Katsuki sitting at the end, with Kirishima, followed by Mina and Denki, on his left, and Ibags, followed by Deku and Zero, on his right. Really, he should just get up and FNG leave. He doesn't want to deal with whatever stupid shit these idiots are up to, but at the same time, maybe he'll finally get some answers. Before he can come to a full decision, a snort of laughter interrupts his thoughts. Katsuki whs his head up to glare at Deku, who's holding a hand over his mouth as he leans into Ibag's side and tries to hold in his laughter. Something FNG funny, Deku? The freckled teen shakes his head, but his smile doesn't disappear, removing his hand from where it covered his mouth to wave it dismissively. No. It's just another snort. I don't think scaring me off works too well for you, considering it didn't work for, what? 10 years of our childhood. The idiots burst out into fits of laughter, while Ibags simply raises a brow as he glances between them. Katsuki sneers. Well, maybe if you had a FNG brain. Do you have any fun stories from when he was a kid? Raccoon Eyes interrupts, leaning forward across the table into Deku's space. With the attention of the others focused on him, the nerd goes back to looking nervous again. I don't really think, learn how to form a FNG sentence, shitty nerd. Katsuki bites out, annoyed. How can the dumbass go from calling him out to stammering within the same minute? Stupid, weak, irritating. Why don't you learn how to process more than 2 emotions? Deku grumbles back, just loud enough to be heard. The F did you say? His attempt to rise from his seat is blocked by Kirishima throwing a hardened arm across his Yo, let's just settle down, man. Shitty hair laughs, awkward and apologetic. Yeah, chill out. Kaminari pouts from the other end of the table. We're trying to get to know Midoriya, and it took forever to get him to sit with us. Don't ruin it by arguing the whole time, dude. Katsuki kindly elects not to point out that FANG Deku was arguing with him back, even though it would be a fair complaint. Seriously, Mido, Mina jumps in, and Katsuki watches Deku startle at the sudden nickname while Ibag's eye twitches. You're always with our class taking your notes or whatever, but we hardly know anything about you cause you only ever really talk to Shinso and the teachers? And Todoroki now. Shiro cuts in, leaning his head on his elbow as he peers sideways at Deku, who's taken to shoving bites of food in his mouth just to have something to do. How'd you even get that guy to talk? He hardly responds to any of us. So cold, Pikachu tacks on with a grimace. Deku swallows, and spares a glance towards Ibags with some expression Katsuki can't figure out the meaning of. I don't really, he's not so hard to talk to. Mostly I just talk at him, and sometimes he responds. But he approaches you on his own, Mina points out. Something must have happened for him to even consider sticking so close to you. Deku goes rigid for a barely noticeable moment, but Katsuki catches it easily. And Ibags is the one to respond for the nerd. That's just part of Zuku's natural charm. To that, Katsuki snorts, "Effin' ya right?" and receives a kick in the shin from shitty hair under the table and a glare from Ibags. I can see that, Kaminari responds, ignoring the ruckus from the other end of the table, as he leans forward with his chin in his hand, batting his dumb eyelashes at Deku like an idiot. And Deku, also like an idiot, only tilts his head to the side and blinks back dumbly in response. What? The question comes out quietly, more to himself than the rest of the table. Then he shakes his head and answers, no, I just helped him with his costume and stuff, kinda. Must have been some help to make him want to follow you around like a stone-faced puppy, Shiro snickers. Mina sighs, I guess that makes sense. You've really gotta have some crazy smart ideas to have him act so differently around you though. We already knew he was super smart though, Kaminari groans. I want to learn something new about Midoriya. I don't think there's anything that interesting. Demon right there isn't? Katsuki cuts in over Deku's protest. Irritated green eyes meet red for only a moment before they're looking away again, ignoring him. Mina perks up, leaning forward slightly. Oh really? How about why you were seen getting dropped off by the detective this morning? Is there something scandalous going on? Secretly a bad boy, Mido? Well shit. Katsuki really hadn't expected for them to go with the direct approach. Usually they wouldn't do that with someone they hardly know. He watches Deku go absolutely still, no fidgeting, maybe not even breathing. Hey, Ibags starts, a flash of anger in his expression before he's interrupted by Deku's nervous, forced laughter. Oh, that's nothing. Really, he tries to state, unconvincingly, and scratches at the nape of his neck. Yeah right, Katsuki snarls. It's effing and irritating, the way he dodges questions. If you're gonna lie, at least be FING good about it. Probably got in FING trouble again, like when we were kids and you couldn't mind your own DMN business? Green eyes land on him, cold and sharp in a way he isn't used to. Katsuki, Deku tries to warn, but it only makes the blonde angrier. He isn't used to this, isn't used to Deku having secrets he doesn't know and getting attention he can't explain and standing up for himself. Don't bullshit me, Katsuki bites back. You used to always cause anti-trouble by, shut the hell up, Ibags tries to cut him off, a hand landing HRD on the table between them. Stay out of this You, Katsuki, Deku's voice is raised, and cuts through the two's bickering with a tone that is hard and unyielding. But when Katsuki looks over to him, he's smiling, wide and fake and rigid, and his eyes are cold and hard and hurt. The table is silent. Let's have a talk. He doesn't even get the chance to say anything before Deku rounds the table behind Ibags, who's sitting rigid and wide-eyed as he watches, and is being forcibly pulled out of his chair by a firm grip on his forearm. They've already made it halfway across the cafeteria before Katsuki processes the fact that he's being pulled along by the nerd, looking like some stumbling idiot trying to match his pace, and promptly yanks his arm from Deku's firm grip. The F is your problem, he complains, though continues to follow the support student towards the door. Think you can just tell me where to save it for the hallway, Katsuki? Deku cuts him off, barely sparing a glance backwards. We're not doing this here. Grumbling and swearing under his breath, he decides to comply. Only because he's got questions he wants answered, and if the shitty nerd is going to pull him aside to talk, whatever the F that means, he can just use the opportunity to figure out what the hell is going on. After pushing through the doors, they turn down 2 hallways before Deku's spinning around to face him, arms crossed over his IT and an almost glare fixed on his stupid face. Katsuki watches as the nerd closes his eyes and takes a forcibly deep breath before starting. Look, I honestly don't care about what you think of me or if you hate me, and at Katsuki's immediate sneer, the nerd holds up a hand to stop him. But it is exhausting to hear your tantrums. I won't be sitting with your friends again, it wasn't even my choice this time, so, you didn't want me around for years anyways, so I need you to just pretend like I'm not there if I bother you so much. Ignore me. Ignore you? Katsuki scoffs, angrily pointing a finger at the nerd as he continues. How am I supposed to ignore you when you're always involved in shit you shouldn't be, just like how you had to come to my school and join in on my classes with your dumbass notebooks? And it's FING annoying as shit because you are all the extras FANG talk about. I couldn't ignore you if I tried. It's not your school, you know what? Fine. He throws his arms up in mock defeat, a half-hysterical laugh emerging from his throat, and it sounds so terribly wrong. Fine. I'm sorry your friends hijacked my lunch to force me to sit with them. I'm sorry you feel like I'm somehow bothering you by doing the work Nedza gave me, but don't act like you really think I do all that because I'm trying to bother you. Actually, you are the last thing on my mind right now. So I don't understand what you want from me. Some DMN answers would be FING nice. He barks, throwing his gaze to the side for a moment before returning to meet confused green eyes. Something's going on with you, Deku. Don't try and deny it. I don't know what you're talking about, Deku replies immediately, though it's forced and rigid and a FING lie. Don't know, dash. Katsuki snarls, steps into his space to look down at him, yelling right in his face. You show up to school looking like the walking FNG dead for weeks, Aizawa's running around giving you meal cards and talking like your friends or some shit. You get dropped off this morning by a detective. Should I keep FING going? You act like you're subtle but you're really FING not, shithead. Whatever you've got going on probably has Auntie up in a fit like when we were kids. And if I have to hear some shit about her crying from the old hag because you don't know how to, F-dash. The words are spit out, angry, and Katsuki is simultaneously cut off by a harsh shove to his teach, stumbling back only about a foot from the action. He goes to retaliate but stops when he gets a good look at the nerd. His hands are trembling, gaze fixed on the space between them, breaths coming in quick and fast. There's similarities to be drawn from the frail, sniffling boy Katsuki knew from his childhood, but those are thrown aside by the anger, the bitterness, that the child version of the teen before him never had. Mom's not here, Katsuki, he starts, voice low and more even than he'd expected. A strained, short laugh comes out, and he finally looks up to meet Katsuki's gaze. There's no humor in those eyes. So I doubt you'll be hearing anything about me from her. If you do though, let me know, would you? 'Cause I haven't seen her in months. Katsuki opens his mouth, some strange aborted sound escaping, but even if he had something to say, which he can't think of one DMN thing to reply with, Deku doesn't give him the chance. Words coming out rushed as he continues, she left, That's your answer. I got a note and an empty apartment, and she got to finally be rid of an useless Deku. Is that what you want to hear? Tsukachi dropped me off this morning because I'm staying at his apartment, since the one I live in and pay for alone was FENG broken into. Aizawa gave me the meal card so that I could have dinner without having to work and pay for it myself. I came to school tired because I was FENG homeless and didn't have a place to sleep. A lot's happened that you don't know shit about, Katsuki. And that's because you don't have a right to know it anymore. Izuku cuts himself off, a frustrated noise seeping out as he looks away and runs a shaking hand through his hair. Katsuki feels like he should say something, he wants to say something, to scream or yell or ask more questions or even just blow something the F up. But his whole body feels still, and the words are getting trapped in his throat. He can only watch as Izuku takes a long breath, deflates, and begins walking past him back down the hallway. The words come out more tired and less angry than anything else during their conversation, a wetness to his tone that probably means he's close to FNG crying. You don't have any business knowing about me, Katsuki. And I've got it handled anyway. So just leave it alone. And the leave me alone goes unsaid, but perfectly FNG clear. Katsuki says nothing, doesn't even turn to watch the nerd walk away. And he doesn't return to the lunchroom either. He's left feeling sick, like bile is trapped on his tongue and vitriol rolling in his throat. Feeling confused and frustrated and angry, and there's emotions there that he doesn't want to identify, doesn't know if he could, even if he wanted to. Anger and frustration and pride, he's familiar with. But this is not any of those. It goes beyond that, and God, he effing hates it. It's late when Naomasa knocks on the guest room door, nearing midnight. Izuku had been there when he got home earlier, though the man could tell something was wrong. The teen looked tired and weary, easily distracted. Naomasa wasn't sure if something had happened, or if it was merely the result of whatever talk with Nedzu the kid had that day. Maybe it was an accumulation of things, but all he knows is that when he asked if something was wrong, Izuku did not want to share. So he left it alone, and easily transitioned to giving the kid updates on the case related to his apartment's break-in. There wasn't much to say about that though. Nothing was found, and they can't prove anything was taken. The security cameras were far too old and mostly covered the elevators and lobby, so they didn't get anything solid off of those. Really, it just looks like a standard robbery where the perpetrator realized there was nothing to steal and just left. And none of the officers stationed to watch the apartment have noticed anything suspicious. They both agreed that was probably a good thing. It was a normal evening after that, for the most part. Comfortable silence, eating dinner, and then each retreating to their respective areas to do work, paperwork for Naomasa, and schoolwork for Izuku. The problem was that when Naomasa left his office to turn in for the night, he immediately noticed the lack of red high tops sitting on the mat by the door. So he's really not too surprised that his knock receives no answer, but he tries again anyway. When met with more silence, he sighs, and opens the door just a bit, so that he can be sure. As expected, Izuku's room is empty. Or, sort of. His backpack is still leaning against his bed frame, notebook and laptop left closed on his desk, but no Izuku in sight. He reaches for his phone, ready to text or call the teen, at least to make sure he's alright. But there's already a message waiting for him from Izuku. Simply reading, went out. Be back later, and no other explanation. Not that he really expected one, he supposes. It's not like Izuku is used to an adult keeping tabs on him, and Naomasa should probably be grateful he got that text at all. The man doesn't know what the teen could possibly be doing out this late on a Thursday, but he can certainly guess. Asking the right questions to the right people, and being in the right places to make a few key observations. That's what the kid said when asked how he gathered information for his casework. And, while it isn't great, at least Izuku hasn't gotten himself into any trouble while doing that yet. Naomasa will count his blessings when they are few and far between. But there's no DMing way he's going to bed while the kid is out God knows where in the middle of the night, so he settles himself down to wait on the couch. It's as he is flipping through the channels to find something to watch while he passes the time, that he remembers the notebooks and laptop, waiting and out in the open, one room over. Another thing the kid said draws itself from his memory. I don't leave anything important where I don't 100% know it's safe. He thinks the small smile that grows on his face and the pride welling in his eyes is justified. Safe. Izuku believes that room is safe. And well, that feels like an accomplishment all on its own. Izuku kept his head ducked low, hood up, and paced fast as he walks towards his destination for the night. He tried to keep his mind occupied as he went, by thoughts like who would be there to talk to, what questions he needs to ask, and who he should request to keep an eye out for the information he's after, and aiming his mental focus away from all the other things he didn't want to think about. Things like Tsukachi offering to sign as his guardian. Nice. Yeah, nice of him to offer, but it doesn't necessarily alleviate any of his worries. Instead, it feels like his anxiety is simply switching from one subject to the next. Now, rather than uncertainty over who would be responsible for him and what would happen to him, he's plagued with concerns that he'll somehow mess this up. Tsukachi could get tired of him, or start acting differently once he's officially burdened by taking on responsibility for Izuku, or be upset by any of Izuku's learned habits. What if the detective gets angry with him? What if Izuku breaks some rule he doesn't know about? Does Tsukachi want a real kid? A son? Wouldn't Izuku just get in the way of that? He doesn't know if he knows what it really means to be a good son, certainly not if his mother had anything to say about it. Oh shit, what if Tsukachi realizes his mom was right all along? That being around someone like Izuku is pointless, useless, burdensome, out of dash. Then he had to have the whole conversation with Nezu, going over paperwork and guardianship transfer processes and legality. And if that wasn't enough, their talk made him realize one big, horrible fact. In order to do things his way, and just ask Inko to sever guardianship herself, someone, probably Tsukachi, has to go actually talk to her. What will she say? Will she tell him about how horrible he is? How useless and irritating and stupid? He hates the idea of someone who doesn't currently think he's a waste of space talking to her, hearing what she has to say. Especially without him being there to at least know whatever she'll tell them. And god damn it, there was the conversation with Katsuki earlier to think about too. Really, he regrets that. Izuku blames being already high-strung from the other issues for acting the way he did. Not that Katsuki didn't deserve a little bit of yelling at, but shit, he really hadn't wanted anyone else to know about what was going on. Mei and Hitoshi were enough, thank you very much. But instead of just keeping quiet and ignoring Katsuki like he had been for months now, Izuku just had to let it get to him and work him up. Stupid. All he's done is give the other teen more ammunition for thinking he's as weak and worthless and discardable as he already knows he is. At least he highly doubts the blonde will go around telling his friends, or anyone else for that matter. He's never really been the type for spilling secrets. All of these concerns are mixing up inside his head into one raging ball of anxiety. The kind that makes his hands shake and leg twitch, the kind that makes every muscle feel tight and painful under his skin. The kind that feels like tiny nails have mixed into his bloodstream, scratching and clinking and digging, as they scrape a path through his body. He tried to distract himself with school and casework at the desk in Tsukachi's guest room. Really, he tried. But he's hitting dead ends with that too, and it only makes the feeling worse, more noticeable. He needs to feel productive, useful, active. So that's how he finds himself now, doing something he's hardly done since school started. He walks, unnoticed and unobtrusive, through the alleys of the red light district, hoping that one of the ladies he has contact with will have something, anything, for him to work with in terms of new information. Sure enough, like a breath of fresh air and the feeling of easy familiarity, Yuka is already waiting for him by the back door of Moonlight. She greets him with a crushing hug, practically singing, "Hey, it's been a while, I missed ya. Come on in, and we'll see who's off stage right now to talk." It's exactly the distraction he needed. Asking the 5 available women, most who he's met before, questions like, has anyone been around talking about recruiting for a group? Have you been hearing the names Tamura Shigaraki or Kurojairi? Is anyone coming in to brag about a growing villain group? Are there any new names you've been hearing that stand out to you? And so on. The answers he gets aren't anything groundbreaking, but still more than he'd expected. He gets a couple names. Some sleazeball named Gyrant who likes to talk a lot and seems like some kind of middleman, a lizard-quirked guy calling himself Spinner, The name Magna being thrown around a few times though she hasn't been seen. Rumors are she is a frequenter of the pubs, rather than the club life. Some quirks being discussed too, though who they belong to or if they are more hypothetical desires of the recruiter isn't clear. Mentions of a cremation quirk, one that is hot enough to turn people to ash in minutes. A duplication quirk, and a quirk that relies on BLD. Megumi retelling how she overheard the Jiren guy asking some back alley supplier if he had proper containment for BLD vials made them both shiver, just a bit. It's nothing entirely solid, but it still leads he didn't have before. That, at least, makes him feel like he was actually able to accomplish something good with his day. So he leaves the club with another hug from Yuka, and a picture of Miku's 6-month-old baby tucked into his wallet, with the request that they all stay safe, and tell him if they hear anything else that could be important. Though he does warn them to stay out of that group's business as much as they can. He doesn't need any of them risking their necks for him or this case, after all. As he makes the trek back to Tsukachi's apartment, time nearing 2 in the morning, he feels lighter and more purposeful than he did before. The previous anxiety is still there, drumming like a grating energy under his skin, but he finally has somewhere to direct that energy. As long as he can focus on literally anything else, even if that means shoving his head into the proverbial sand, read. Casework he has no official business in handling, then he can shove all the other thoughts down and push through to the next day. It's the art of distraction and avoidance. Really, and something he's been comfortable relying on for years. If it worked before, it can work now as well. Izuku hears, rather than sees, Hitoshi slump forward onto his desk, head thumping onto the wood surface as he lets out a loud groan. Faintly, the sound of a few papers shifting off the desk to fall onto his friend's bedroom floor reaches Izuku's ears from where he lays on his back across Hitoshi's bed, feet propped up on the wall and head hanging upside down over the edge. Don't tell me you've given up studying already, Hitoshi, he laughs, not fully turning his attention from the hero news he's been scrolling through on his phone. Exams are in less than 2 weeks, and getting Hitoshi to actually sit down and study for any consistent amount of time has been like pulling teeth. Currently, it has been tasked to Izuku to actually come over to his friend's house in an attempt to monitor his studying so that Hitoshi doesn't pull an all-nighter the day before exams trying to just cram all the information into his brain in one day. Brain doesn't work, comes the muffled reply from where Izuku can imagine his face pressed into one of the textbooks. I just saw you down 2 coffees, liar. Quit being stubborn, Izuku retorts. There's the sound of shifting clothes, and then Hitoshi's face appears right above his, albeit upside down. He's so close and his appearance was so sudden that Izuku startles, and drops his phone he'd been holding above his head right onto his face. Hitoshi only blinks at him, not reacting to the phone now clattering to the floor. Why aren't you studying? Must I suffer alone? Izuku scoffs, rubbing his sore forehead. I do study. Regularly. But the only subject I struggle with is English, and I'm going to just ask Yamada-sensei to help me with that. That sounds like cheating to me, Hitoshi hums, mocking. It isn't. He sticks his tongue out, continuing casually, it's just like having a tutor. Except my tutor just so happens to be my teacher and I know where he lives. Hitoshi hums, disbelieving, and Izuku watches as his friend's grin grows into something mischievous. The hero student takes a step back, spreading his stance. What are you doing? Izuku asks with suspicion, something like apprehension coiling in his gut. Without warning, Hitoshi takes a step forward and jumps onto his bed. Half his weight lands right on Izuku's stomach, forcing the air out of his lungs. A startled oof, coming out as his body reflexively curls inward. What the hell, Ihol? Izuku retaliates once he can take in a full breath again. He reaches an arm out, grasping blindly at a pillow before swing down HRD on Hitoshi's head. His friend merely laughs, tearing the pillow from Izuku's grasp and flinging it across the room to prevent it from being utilized as a weapon again. Izuku slumps back into his previous position of laying sideways across the bed, head hanging over the edge in defeat, and Hitoshi takes it as his signal to use the shorter teen's stomach as his own pillow. Don't get too comfortable, Izuku tells him, humor evident in his tone. You still have to make it through at least 2 subjects before I leave. If I never make it through, then I guess you can never leave. It's said to be teasing, challenging, but something about Hitoshi's tone makes Izuku's stomach feel weird, some sensation locked between anxious and giddy. It's not something he knows how to define, so he elects to ignore it for now. I don't think Tsukachi would appreciate my eternal disappearance, he retorts, willing his voice to stay even. Hitoshi groans, and his head digs deeper into Izuku's abdomen, strands of stray hair tickling the skin exposed where his shirt has ridden up slightly. That somersault feeling is back, stronger this time. Fine. Just a short break. Promise. He hums his assent. There's a moment of hesitation, but Izuku's hand falls victim to his initial instinct, and he finds his fingers absently slipping into purple locks. From his position, Izuku cannot see Hitoshi or read the features on his face, but he can feel the way his friend stills for just a moment before he relaxes further, sinking deeper against his side. That's all the encouragement Izuku needs to continue the light ministrations, scarred hands carting through surprisingly soft wisps of purple hair. Silence carries for less than a minute before Hitoshi speaks up again, tone only slightly hesitant. So, Tsukachi. He'll be your new guardian. Izuku sighs quietly. Yeah. I mean, he offered so, Hitoshi hums, and Izuku can feel the reverberations through his abdomen. Are you just going to keep staying at his place then? How soon until it's official? Izuku starts, then pauses, words catching in his throat, hands stilling in Hitoshi's hair. Talking about this always wells up some unintentional waves of panic for him, thinking about things that will change, what still needs to be done, how he should feel versus the emotions that actually rage in his own mind. The pause only lasts 2 breaths before he wills himself to continue, speaking the words to the ceiling in a hushed voice. I'll probably spend some nights back at my apartment until it's official. The investigation for the break-in has been ruled a standard attempted robbery, so there's nothing to worry about with that. He resumes the absent strokes in his friend's hair. The sensation is oddly soothing. Nedzu and Tsukachi suggested I keep staying at the detective's apartment every now and then though, to start moving my stuff over and get more used to it. So I guess I'll just change it up every once in a while. And they said it'll be 2-ish weeks until it's official, assuming everything goes to plan. Izuku can feel Hitoshi nod against his stomach, the movement of his hair tickling Izuku's wrist. That doesn't sound so bad. You can ease into it. I guess, he responds absently, mind starting to drift a bit, less focused. As if sensing Izuku's strife, Hitoshi rolls over, splaying his arms across Izuku's ST and resting his chin on them in order to see the shorter teen's face. And Izuku tilts his own head up to meet his friend's eyes in response. The proximity almost startles him, as they are mere inches away from each other, green meeting lilac. His cheeks feel warm. You'll be fine. The detective likes you, I can tell, Hitoshi tells him, emphasizing it with a poke to Izuku's forehead. Then, with a grin spreading across his face, he moves on. Now, if I'm ever going to accomplish meeting your studying goals for me, I think you owe it to your best friend to tutor him a bit. I'm thinking we start with math, 'cause I have no idea what I'm doing there. Izuku huffs, averting his eyes first, then promptly and abruptly shifts his weight to slide further off the bed. The result is sending them both to the floor, Hitoshi flipping over Izuku's head and landing HRD on his back, while Izuku lands in a crouch. Peering over his shoulder at a glaring Hitoshi, Izuku grins. If you can complete 2 worksheets without my help or nagging to focus, then I'll tutor you. Hitoshi shoots out a leg to kick him in the side, but the hit is weak from his current sprawled position. Effo, he grumbles, climbing to his feet. Fine, I'll do the DMN worksheets. So, Izuku starts, drawing out the word as he spares a glance towards the man standing next to him. It's the last physical training heroics class before exams, and the students are busy doing reenactments of the same battle trial they'd done for their first lesson at the beginning of the semester. This time with different teams and far more experience. Do you know the reason why Yamada-sensei was sending me weird looks during English class earlier today? Weird looks? Aizawa questioned back, though Izuku could tell by the tone of his voice and the way he refused to let his eyes stray from the monitors that the man knew exactly what he was talking about. Izuku squinted his eyes in suspicion. Yes. I kept catching him staring. And he looked like someone kicked his puppy right in front of him. That demon over-emotional idiot, the teacher huffed, barely audible, before continuing louder. Don't worry about it, kid. He's fine. Doesn't seem fine, the teen retorted, pausing for a moment. Was it something I did? No, came the immediate response, gruff and bordering on panic in that barely there way that all of Aizawa's emotions came through. He's just being a sore loser. You didn't do anything. Izuku scrunched up his nose, confused. A sore loser about what? It obviously has something to do with me, since he kept looking at me. Like I said, don't worry about it. It's mostly the rat's fault anyways. Aizawa flicked his gaze over to the teens for a moment, a teasing smirk forming on his face. You won't get any more answers from me, kid. Just accept that there's some things you won't get the answers to. But we'll see about that, he grumbled to himself, and received a light whack to the back of his head in response. Rubbing the spot in his hair, he turned his glare towards the unimpressed man beside him, and most certainly was not pouting. Learn to curb that curiosity, brat, Aizawa said, teasing grin not fading. And learn to leave some detective work for the adults. 15-year-olds shouldn't be wandering in the middle of the night getting involved in dangerous cases. Izuku squawked, cheeks turning pink in embarrassment. Tsukachi ratted on me, he asked, incredulous and disbelieving. He obviously knew that the detective noticed he'd left late at night, but to think he'd go so far as to tell Aizawa? He wasn't even doing anything that bad really. And certainly not anything illegal. He was just asking some people he knew questions about some very dangerous people in a moderately dangerous part of town. Perfectly normal if you ask him. Someone's gotta make sure you don't get yourself hurt. Aizawa scratched his cheek, sparring another glance his way. As if reading his mind, he tacked on, it's not typical teenage behavior to go hunting down information in the middle of the night. Analysis work is one thing, but creating information networks is something else. People have gained dangerous enemies for less. Izuku crossed his arms, looking away. It's not like I meet with anyone dangerous or show my face. It's fine. And it's the easiest way to help. The man hummed, and a few beats of silence passed as they watched the next group of students take their places on the training field. Just be careful. And it'd be smart to at least let someone know where you're going. He didn't respond, not really sure what to say. It's not like he needed someone looking after him. He'd never even had a close call before when going out to gather information, besides that time where he lost his footing on a fire escape and fell into a dumpster, but that was his own fault. And it's not exactly that he's upset by Aizawa's reprimand. It's kinda nice actually that he and Tsukachi show they care in these types of ways. His mind wanders back to a few nights ago, when Izuku had returned back to Tsukachi's apartment from the same nightly excursion that Aizawa was bringing up now to find the detective passed out sitting up on the couch. Clearly, the man had tried waiting up for him, and part of Izuku genuinely felt bad that he'd caused the man any stress. But also, he never asked Tsukachi to do such a thing, even if it was nice of him. At the same time though, having an adult pay such close attention to what he's doing or if he's safe is new, foreign. Part of him feels restrained by it, like the more he allows it to happen, the less control he will have over his own decisions and actions. As if sensing his turmoil, Aizawa sighs beside him, and Izuku feels a warm hand settle on the top of his head. The man ruffles his curls once, bending down slightly to meet the teen's eyes as he says, "You're fine, Izuku. No one's forcing you to stop anything. You're a smart kid, we just want you to use that big brain to worry about yourself for once. Got it?" Izuku blinks, once, twice. A warm feeling settling in his ichi quietly he offers, "Yeah, I got it. Private message. Tsukachi Naomesa from Izuku, you ratted on me to Aizawa from Detective Dad, no comment. From Detective Dad, how do you feel about Italian takeout for dinner? From Izuku, fine, I don't want anything with too much cheese though from Detective Dad. Are you lactose intolerant? From Izuku, what? And oh from Izuku, even if I was, I am not so weak as to let a mere allergy dictate my life from Izuku. I'm just not in the mood for something that heavy from Detective Dad. We're getting you allergy tested. Clearly I can't trust you from Izuku. I resent that from Detective Dad. Be resentful then. Outrageous. Blasphemous. Izuku punctuated each word with a point of his chopsticks at an amused Tsukachi, sitting a few feet away from him on the couch as they ate. "I can't believe you would think such a thing." The man merely shrugged as he swallowed a bite of his ravioli. "I figured you would like him most, since he was popular without having a quirk." Plenty of pre-Quirk era superheroes didn't have quirks. Izuku cried in outrage, stabbing his chopsticks into the Italian pork and vegetable sauté that the man had gotten him. Iron Man, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Daredevil? Well, sort of, the list goes on. Batman certainly wouldn't be my favorite. Tsukachi had brought back some old copies of pre-Quirk era superhero movies that a coworker had lent him, along with the takeout for dinner. They had started with the first Captain America movie, but the impromptu movie marathon had been derailed when Batman had been pulled from the pile and the detective had dared to imply that he would be a favorite of Izuku's. Truly, a ridiculous thought in Izuku's opinion. "I don't have as extensive knowledge of pre-Quirk movies as you seem to, so I only know who like two of those people are," Tsukachi points out. "What's so bad about Batman?" Izuku huffs, and shoves another bite of pork into his mouth before replying. "There's nothing bad about him, per se. It's just his motivations, they're a little hard to relate to. He's just a guy whose parents died when he was little and left him with a shit ton of money, and then he decided that it was somehow his job to run around talking about justice and beating up petty criminals. Really, he's more focused on vengeance and taking down bad guys than actually helping people. I mean, most of those petty criminals are in that situation because they're poor, and Batman decides to beat the shit out of them rather than use his ridiculous amount of wealth to actually fix any of the problems." Tsukachi hums, considering the teen's response. Today he would just be considered an overzealous, self-righteous vigilante. "Yeah, most of the pre-Quirk heroes would be," Izuku nods. "I mean today we expect heroes to be trained and licensed and make choices to protect the everyday peace. Their priority should be saving people and protecting the general good. But most pre-Quirk heroes had some other motivation that outweighs the concept of just helping people, whether that be an arch-nemesis or revenge or some tragic backstory. Most of them wouldn't live up to the ideals we hold for heroes now. Not to say that all pro-heroes live up to those ideals either, but they at least pretend like they do because that's what people expect of them." The man snorted. "I can't argue against that. Though I'd watch who you say that to, for the sake of your future career." The final point being emphasized with a light kick to Izuku's leg. A roll of his eyes. "It's a bit too late for that, Tsukachi, with the website and all. I'll just have to be too good at my job to turn away, even if some of the pros decide to hold a grudge over some very valid criticism." Shifting through the movie options again, Tsukachi makes a contemplative noise. "So, which superhero do you think would hold up to today's heroic ideals?" Izuku takes a moment to think, mulling through the options over a few bites of food. Spider-Man would come the closest, probably. Why? I mean, think about it. He's just a normal kid who gains superpowers by total accident, not through his own shady experiments or greed or birthright. And he doesn't necessarily have this grand tragic backstory as motivation when he starts being Spider-Man. He decides to use his powers to help other people and fight crime simply because he can now. Even with the longing to beat the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he isn't aiming to be the best or take on villains necessarily. He just goes out to prevent crime and protect people out of genuine care for bettering his community. I think that's one of the purest motivations there is out of a lot of the pre-Quirk superheroes. "He takes down petty criminals too," Tsukachi counters with a grin. "People who are in that position because they're poor, just like Batman?" "Yeah," Izuku agrees easily, waving a hand in the air dismissively. "But Spider-Man doesn't have the means or resources to fix that issue with society. He's just a normal kid with no access to money or influence. Batman isn't like that. So it's not the same." Tsukachi nods, looking pleased with the answer. And Izuku is suddenly hit with a half-painful, half-content realization. Izuku has never had an adult indulge him in a conversation like this and actually listen to what he had to say. Sure, Aizawa and Tsukachi listened to him when he talked, but they mostly talked about analysis or casework or school, things that were necessary and expected, not topics that were pointless or just for fun. Even his mother would rarely listen when he was a child. She would sit there and let him talk, but he could always tell she wasn't actually paying attention to anything he was saying. So this was This was new. Something both sorrowful and gratified spread through his ear, though the warmth far outweighed the bitter coldness that tried to eat at him. The growing appreciation and comfort he was feeling in this moment felt dangerous, like breaking down walls that had stood strong and steady for years. He really wanted to enjoy this though, and part of him felt stupid for thinking such a small thing held any sort of significance for him. But as he recalled the difference he felt between this moment and every other time a much younger version of himself had tried to gain this same attention from adults, a familiar burn began growing behind his eyes. He turned his gaze down to his food, hoping to hide any evidence of the emotions he was currently feeling. And he was only interrupted from his conflicting turmoil when Tsukachi spoke again. "Ah, here they are." Tsukachi starts, and Izuku looks over at the television to see all the available Spider-Man movies up on display. "You're the expert. Which one should we watch?" "Spider-Man: Homecoming," Izuku answers quietly, voice coming out hoarser than he had hoped. "I like Tom Holland's portrayal of the character. Plus, Iron Man is in it." Tsukachi's gaze flickers over to him, but if the man notices the drastic change in Izuku's emotional state, he does not ask about it. Izuku is grateful for that, because explaining why his throat suddenly feels tight and eyes burn with unshed tears would be far too embarrassing and pathetic. Instead, he just smiles and clicks play, offering his own quiet response of, "Alright. Sounds good, kiddo." Hitoshi feels relief flood through his body as the final confirmation that he'd passed his exam, both academic and physical, is announced. Aizawa goes on to explain how even those who didn't pass will be attending the summer camp anyways, but he hardly listens, too filled with pride and contentment and reassurance in his own skill and hard work to focus on anything other than the fact that he passed. Not only that, but placed well in the middle of the placement charts for his class standing. He was not behind, not scrambling to catch up with his classmates that were able to get into the hero course on their first try. He was doing better than some of them. There was still room for improvement, sure, and he was positive that Aizawa would never let him forget that fact. But he had no reason to sulk, no reason to fear disappointing the people who had believed in him and worked hard to support him up until this point. Not in this moment at least. When the practical exam had been announced and he was told he would be paired with Yaoyorozu to fight Aizawa, he had felt like the only way he could be in a worse position was if he'd been pitted against All Might himself. Aizawa may have trained him not to rely too heavily on his quirk, but the man already knew all of his moves and tricks. There would be no way to surprise the man. If he'd been pitted against any of the other teachers who'd never seen him fight before, Hitoshi would have been far more confident in his chances of success. It was only Yaoyorozu's sudden, yet hesitant, display of leadership and planning that pulled him out of his bitter and defeated self-pity over the matchup. It was her planning that led to their success, not that his efforts did not play a significant role, but he is smart enough and self-aware enough to admit that the result would not have been the same if she did not step up in that moment. Maybe that was Aizawa's intent all along. Force her to establish herself as a leader and make Hitoshi see that he could still succeed even when someone knew all his tricks and acknowledge that his own worst enemy could be himself sometimes, when the self-doubt creeps in and the negativity and bitterness and whispered words of "you'll never be a hero" try to consume him, deciding his failure before he has even begun to try. Regardless, he passed. And that simple fact leaves him feeling light and proud and more awake than he usually feels. He is only pulled out of his state of self-reflection when Aizawa finally dismisses the class, and everyone around him bursts into loud chatter and movement. "What about you, Shinso?" The question pulls his attention away from packing up his things, and he can only turn to blink at Mina in response because he wasn't paying attention to the conversation and has no idea what the hell she's asking about. "What?" he asks, letting his bored expression flicker to the other people around him. Most of the class are still in the room, but it is Mina, Kaminari, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu who have turned their attention towards him expectantly. "We were thinking about taking a class trip to the mall." Uraraka gracefully fills him in, clearly excited. "A lot of us have things we need to get for the training camp, so we thought we'd all go together." Hitoshi hums to himself thoughtfully, taking a moment to look down at the paper Aizawa had handed out. "Yeah," he starts dully. "It looks like I'll need to pick up a few things too." "Great." Mina cheers. "You have to come then. We'll all have more fun if we can go together." Yeah, dude, Kaminari joins in, giving him 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. And you should invite Mito to come too. He's practically part of the class anyways, so it only makes sense to invite him. Plus I'm pretty sure he's been avoiding us, Mina pouts. Uraraka's expression morphs into one of confusion beside her. Hitoshi stares at Kaminari and Mina before him, face entirely neutral and voice flat. I would too if you ambushed me by asking invasive questions about things that aren't your business. The 2 in question wince slightly, and at least have the decency to look apologetic. Hitoshi hadn't forgotten their little stunt at the lunch table, along with the mess that followed it. While he knows that they couldn't have possibly understood the type of landmine their curiosity stepped on, he still wasn't keen on excusing their behavior. Asking about the detective dropping Izuku off at school, especially in front of Bakugo, had essentially put an end to their lunch the moment Izuku left the table, explosive boy in tow. Neither Izuku or Bakugo returned to the cafeteria after they left, and Hitoshi had been too concerned and angry to stay, so he'd packed up both of their lunches and left to go find his friend. Needless to say, they didn't have lunch together again, and Izuku had been putting distance between himself and their little group without being too obvious. From what Hitoshi could tell, the distance was less out of anger than it was the longing to avoid further questioning, but he wasn't going to tell Mina or Kaminari that. Uraraka laughs nervously beside them, clearly unsure and confused about whatever situation they're talking about, but also attempting to smooth any issues over as she offers, well, I think it'd be nice to invite him anyway. Mina and Kaminari could at least apologize, and he could spend time with the rest of the class too. Hitoshi didn't really have to consider the idea for long. Even if he was upset with Mina and Kaminari, it wasn't actually going to stop him from asking Izuku to tag along. If he had to suffer through social interaction during a mall trip, then he'd definitely be subjecting Izuku to the same experience. And, well, he might be developing a secondary motive as well. With Izuku's guardianship issue coming to a close, it felt like a safe time to start allowing himself to freak out about his crush on his best friend again. He wouldn't ask Izuku to join as a date. There was no way he would make their first date, if Izuku would even agree to a date, a group activity, but it could be a good opportunity to test the waters. Maybe he could use this as a chance to gauge Izuku's reactions and see if his friend could even possibly think of Hitoshi like that too. He sighed, feigning reluctance easily. All right, I'll invite him. And all 3 lit up at his acceptance. This is gonna be so much fun. Uraraka cheered, pumping a fist in the air which Yaoyorozu had to lean away from to avoid getting accidentally punched. Izuku grinned down at his class ranking with pride. Second place overall was pretty good in his opinion. He placed behind Doi Chihiro, a boy in his class that he's only spoken to a handful of times, who scored higher than him by only a couple points on the general education exams. Mei placed in third, with the highest score in the support practical exam, along with receiving extra credit for creating the best handicap for the teachers to use in the hero course practical, but had significantly lower scores in the general education tests. His own score of the practical portion of the support exams was a bit skewed in comparison to his classmates. While he did still have to turn in a completed and functional support item, along with a description of its functions, detailed instructions on how to use it, and all the proper paperwork for patenting and manufacturing that would be necessary to release the item on the market, his real exam was the lengthy analysis he turned in to Nedzu, a MSTR document that contained 10 pages of analysis for each first-year hero student that captured their quirk's basic functions, potential for growth and strengthening exercises, strengths, weaknesses, fighting styles, personalities, strategies for best potential uses and team-ups, suggestions for support items, lists of suggested mentors based on which pro-heroes would best suit each student based on a variety of factors, and an analysis of their growth from the beginning of the semester. Until now. It was a lengthy document, nearly 400 pages of work, but it was also something he'd been working on gradually for the past few months. So really, the majority of the work was just compiling and organizing all the various data and observations to hand over to Nedzu. Regardless, he was satisfied with the work he'd turned into the principal and was looking forward to the next steps Nedzu brought up during their meeting. When school resumed after break, Nedzu would be setting up raid simulations with the hero students that Izuku would actually get to participate in, rather than merely observe. That was exciting. He didn't necessarily mind standing on the sidelines to take his notes, but he had a feeling that being involved in the students' success more directly would be so much better. Right now, though, he found himself watching over Mei in amusement as their class packed up for summer break and the girl was successfully attempting to slip some of her smaller, incomplete projects into her bag to take home with her. Technically, taking any support items or equipment off of school property without the proper permission slips was against the rules, but if she could pull it off without Majima-sensei noticing, Izuku sure as hell wasn't going to say anything. "Is he watching?" Mei whispered to him, hand hovering over a pair of fuel-efficient jet boosters she was working on condensing to make her jetpack design more compact. Izuku tilted his head back casually, scanning the room for their teacher. "No, he's talking to Daichi about his makeup classes," he responds just as quietly. By the time he turns back around, the jet boosters are nowhere in sight. "Okay, I'm ready now, Izuku-kun." Mei cheers as she heaves a clearly heavier than normal backpack over her shoulder. And Izuku makes sure to carefully place himself between Majima's line of sight and his friend to block any notice of the overstuffed bag while they exit the classroom. Once safely out the door, Izuku let Mei chatter on about which items she was able to snag and what she wanted to do with them and how much time she predicted each project to take. Sometimes, it was nice just listening to her talk without having to add anything of his own to the conversation. It was no secret that Izuku could talk plenty when he wanted to, but his favorite thing about Mei was that, in some ways, she was just like him. And he could easily take the back seat around her to allow someone else to fill the silence. Hitoshi easily slid into place next to them when they met at the doors of the building, and Izuku tilted his head to the taller teen expectantly, the silent question asked without needing to utter a word. "I passed," Hitoshi answered, a proud grin forming on his face. "Placed 9th overall." "That's great," Izuku told him earnestly, with Mei quickly echoing the sentiment. "I knew you'd do well. You've earned that." The hero student hummed along as the trio made their way towards the gates of the school, grins softening to something like a real smile. Izuku let the subject hang at that. He didn't need to ask Hitoshi a bunch of questions about the details of his exam, not yet anyway. Letting his friend simply bask in his well-earned success seemed like the right thing to do. So Mei went back to filling the silence by talking about her design and inspiration for the weighted handicaps the teachers wore until she had to split off from the two boys shortly after crossing through the gate, home for her being in the opposite direction. It takes less than 30 seconds for Izuku to notice the shift in Hitoshi. His contentment over the success of his exam fading away into something anxious, nervous. But Izuku won't ask first. They've got a few more minutes until they have to part ways, so he'll wait for Hitoshi to speak whatever is on his mind without prompting. His patience is rewarded before the minute is even up. Hitoshi glances at him from the side, forcibly making his posture relaxed, though it doesn't fool Izuku. "What are you doing Saturday?" Izuku merely tilts his head to catch his friend's gaze, pretending that he hadn't been watching him carefully out of the corner of his eye the entire time. "Saturday? Nothing that I know of." His friend hums, pauses another moment, and Izuku still can't figure out what about this topic is making his friend so anxious. Finally, he asks, "Wanna be my +1 to a group shopping trip? The whole class is going to buy stuff for the summer training camp." A bit of warmth spreads through Izuku's tea at the wording, something he stubbornly decides to name fondness, though he knows that doesn't fit quite right. Is it supposed to just be a class thing? "I don't want to intrude or something." Hitoshi shakes his head, playfully knocking his shoulder against Izuku's. "No, they wanted me to invite you," he assures. "But I would have asked you to come even if they didn't. If I have to deal with them outside of school, then you do too." Izuku grins, playful and teasing as he checks his hip against the taller teens. "Is our friendship only forged through mutual suffering? You wound me. This feels like betrayal somehow." An arm settles around Izuku's shoulders, drawing him in so that Hitoshi can dig his knuckles into green curls while Izuku flails half-heartedly. "Don't be so f***ing dramatic. I just want you to be there, idiot, with me." Suddenly, Izuku's cheeks feel hot, and he no longer wants to escape the headlock if only for the purpose of being able to hide his face like this. His cheeks must be pink, he knows that much, even if he doesn't want to answer the question of why. Meeker than he would like, Izuku is able to get out. Yeah, I'll go. I could probably get a few things myself, anyways. As he lays on the futon in his small and desolate apartment, Izuku is forced to wonder if the space around him felt just as cold and lonely when he first moved in. He doesn't think it did, and that thought terrifies him a little bit. When he first moved in, all he can remember feeling is pride and contentment and a little twinge of bitterness. Maybe loneliness was in there somewhere, but it wasn't large enough to feel, not consuming as he felt it now, a hungry force that eats and eats and eats. He still feels pride in his small home now. Of course he does, considering that it is his and his alone and he earned it. But there's something else there too, lingering in the emptiness. Something he can only name as loneliness. It is silent here, except for the fact that it isn't, because there are cars he can hear passing by and drunkards he can hear yelling in the alley below and neighbors he can hear fighting 2 floors above, but those are all the sounds of strangers, beings detached from himself, and that silence has never been something that bothered him before. Somehow, without his consent, he has grown used to the little noises and subtle companionship that living with Tsukachi has offered. He has grown hungry for the presence of someone besides himself within his living space. And it is truly a dreaded feeling, to no longer feel whole when by oneself. Because while he knows he will be moving in with the man soon, and those small comforts will be returned to him, he also knows he cannot keep things that way. He cannot allow himself to become reliant on anyone else again. Izuku has a plan, one he would desperately like to stick to, where he exits this guardianship arrangement as a pseudo-adult. No one responsible for him responsible for no one. So it hits him now, lying awake during the night in his own apartment as he tries to utilize what little time left he has with this place, that he has become susceptible to dependency. He does not like the realization, does not know how to fix it. He fears and dreads and ponders this new and terrible loneliness, thoughts only accompanied by the echoing quiet and the background noise of strangers who he will never know and who will never know him. The weight feels crushing. He finds no answers. All he knows is that it was never this bad before. When he still craved a closer connection with his own mother, sometime before the age of 10, he thinks, the feeling of want did not lay heavy upon him as it did now. When he found friendship within Hitoshi, and then later Mei, the selfish longing for more was not as consuming in the moments he was by himself again. Even when he was homeless, with hardly more than a single duffel bag to his name and a one-time offer from a practical stranger to provide safety and warmth and protection for a mere night, he did not awake feeling any sense of loss by being alone again. Gaze locked on the cracked and water-damaged ceiling of his studio apartment, he feels that want and more and loss deeper than he ever has before. Or maybe he always did feel it, but having it subconsciously soothed for nearly 2 weeks by living with Tsukachi has made him more aware than ever now that he is no longer there. But then, what will become of him when he eventually has to be alone again? When he once again becomes the only one responsible for his remaining life and well-being? Will he be able to push that loneliness away again? Bury it so deep it hardly reaches his surface? God, he hopes so. But he doesn't know. So, he lays awake and dreads. The mall is far more crowded than Izuku expected it to be, and he finds himself immensely grateful that he had been able to get better sleep the last 2 nights than he had on his first one back at his apartment. It hadn't actually taken much effort to convince Tsukachi that he should be allowed to spend at least some of his time before the guardianship papers are officially signed back at his own place, though he suspects that was largely due to the man not wishing to overstep and boundaries by demanding that Izuku stay. The first night had been, well, not great, but he'd been able to pull himself together over the past 2 days, strung the pieces back together tight and brittle and aching, desperate to gain some semblance of his previously unwavering independence. Today should hopefully provide him with some well-needed distraction. Sheet, he curses under his breath when yet another person bumps roughly into his shoulder as he and Hitoshi try to make their way through the crowds of shoppers to Class 1's meeting place. Here, Izuku hears Hitoshi offer quietly and feels the taller teen's hand slip into his to pull him closer before he actually gets a chance to process the offer. Hitoshi's hand is warm in his, and keeps the two successfully tethered together as they continue walking. Something in Izuku's heart lifts and flutters, which he thinks is stupid because it's not like they've never held onto each other's hands before. There's something different this time though, but Izuku chooses to only acknowledge the feeling of tension draining from his shoulders at the contact as he offers a mumbled, "Thanks, Toshi." Neither teen lets go when they finally make their way to the waiting hero students, most already there and waiting. Izuku watches beside his friend, amused and a bit embarrassed, as Ida attempts to loudly wrangle all 19 teens in attendance into some form of order. It doesn't exactly go well, but Izuku can appreciate seeing the engine Quirk teen being so lively again. Even though Ida had returned to classes nearly a month ago, the boy had seemed a bit more subdued in nature at times, which is fair but still concerning. Today seems like one of his better days. He's so worried about us causing a scene if we travel as a big group, but I think he's the one causing the biggest scene right now. Hitoshi leans down to whisper beside his ear, breath tickling the hair there that Izuku hadn't been able to tame back into his half ponytail. The sensation sends a small shiver down his spine. Izuku snorts quietly, leaning back to nudge Hitoshi's side as a form of admonishment despite seeing several people around them looking disgruntled by the class president's shouting and exuberant gestures. "Don't be rude, Toshi. I think this is his version of fun, in some weird Ida-esque way," he says only loud enough for them to hear. It only takes another minute or two for groups to begin forming, people either choosing to stick with friends or other classmates that are after the same items on their shopping list. Izuku and Hitoshi, obviously, stay together. "We'll see you two when we meet in the cafeteria for lunch," Mina calls to them, friendly but slightly nervous, as she passes. "If you want to sit with us again, we'd really like to make up for last time." Kaminari is nodding fervently beside her, and Izuku instinctively smiles at them to offer reassurance. "Okay, that's fine. We'll see you at lunch." "You don't have to sit with them again if you don't want to," Hitoshi tells him once the others are out of earshot. "There will be plenty of other places to sit." Izuku sighs, beginning to walk in an aimless direction through the mall, Hitoshi's hand still held securely in his own. "I know, but I'm really not upset with them. I don't want them thinking I am. It's not like they could have known." Hitoshi hums, easily taking the lead to steer them in whatever direction the taller boy needs to go. "Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they didn't cause a mess by prying." "I wasn't that." His statement is cut off but the chime of his phone, and Izuku pulls out the device to quickly scan the message sent by Tsukachi. The grip he has on Hitoshi's hand tightens marginally against his will. "What is it?" Hitoshi asks, perceptive as ever. "They tracked down my mom's new address." The tone he uses is aiming for casual, but Izuku knows it misses the mark. "Someone will have to visit her soon, within a few days to a week probably. So that'll be it then," his friend responds easily, clearly trying to not make a big deal out of the news. "Tsukachi will officially be your guardian soon, and it'll all be taken care of?" "I guess so," Izuku says back, voice feeling a little distant to his own ears as he slips his phone back into his pocket. He's not sure if he's ready for this. Thoughts and worries about having a new guardian, even one he knows, and all the things his mother could tell whoever goes to speak with her, and officially losing his own apartment all fight for precedence in his mind. Every muscle in his body suddenly feels tense, and his stomach rolls. He feels tight, trapped, teetering on the edge of something. "You'll be all right, Zuku." Hitoshi squeezes his hand, something meant to be reassuring but not quite feeling like enough. "Honestly, it's all working out better than I thought it would when I first talked to Aizawa about it. The detective will take care of all the legal sheet, so don't worry that big brain of yours too much. It'll be fine." Izuku's brain halts, catching on his friend's words. His hand slips out of Hitoshi's. Slowly, tone low and even, he asks, "You did what?" Hitoshi falters. "I brought it up with Aizawa during training. That he should check up on you." He forces himself to take a breath, trying unsuccessfully to calm his beating heart. "So all this is happening? Them coming over to my house, me having to figure out this guardianship bullshit, when I was just fine on my own. It's happening because you asked them to. I mean, it all worked out, didn't it?" Hitoshi seems nervous, eyes darting between looking at Izuku and the path ahead. "Worked out? Seriously?" He stops walking entirely, fully turning to look at his friend. His body feels hot and itchy and sensitive, eyes stinging and throat tight. Everything about this, telling them, trusting them, has been terrifying for me. It didn't work out. Not while. Why would you do that? What did you expect me to do? The taller teen questions back, incredulous. I was worried. You were acting so strange and I wasn't sure if you were safe and you wouldn't tell me anything. You didn't even try asking me first? His accusation isn't loud enough to draw attention from the bustling crowds. Not shouting, but it's a near thing. Every thought in his head feels too loud, too panicked. He doesn't know how to sort through everything he's thinking and feeling, all spilling out before he even knows what words are clawing their way from his throat. Yes, I did. You always dodge the question. Me dodging questions isn't the same as you sitting me down and asking me directly before you go yapping to the Aizawa. Izuku lifts his hand to point his finger toward Hitoshi, irritation building. You hinted and prodded at topics but never actually asked me and you know that. If you had you'd what? Be honest. A scoff. It took a pro hero and detective practically knocking down your door to start getting answers out of you. That's different. Is it? Yes, how? How is that different? Arms thrown in the air, frustration rising to match Izuku's. Why would I think that me trying to force you into a direct conversation would have ended up any differently? Because you're supposed to be different, Hitoshi. His voice crumbles, shaky and quiet and desperate. You're supposed to be my best friend. And if you asked, I wouldn't have been happy about it. It wouldn't have been easy, but if it was you, I would have trusted you. Hitoshi's breath hitches, voice coming out strangled. Izuku, no, it's already effed up. He can't hear excuses or apologies right now, too hurt and afraid and frustrated to accept them, beginning to turn his body away from the other teen. That doesn't matter now. It's not effed up. He can hear the plea in Hitoshi's voice, but in this moment it sounds condescending rather than earnest. You like Tsukachi. I thought you trusted him and Aizawa. I don't understand. He's rounding back on his friend in an instant, tone hard and bitter. They're adults, Hitoshi. That's something you should understand. It's scarier because I trust them. Because every other adult has turned out the same for me, so what are the chances I put myself in the position for them to hurt me too? You can't go around just assuming that every adult, and that only serves to flame the fires of Izuku's frustration higher, mind ringing out hypocrite, hypocrite, hypocrite. How many homes did you go through before you found your mom's? How many adults? Don't do that. There's a warning in his voice. One Izuku can't think clearly enough to obey. That's not fair. Isn't it? Izuku crosses his arms over his tea, defensive. Aren't I asking you to understand the same FNG thing that you went through? Or does it suddenly not matter when it's someone else who's scared and would rather be left to protect themselves? You? Or maybe you think it's different because you don't think I'm strong enough to take care of myself? Tone becoming more bitter, biting. He knows he's pushing, lashing out, but he just can't stop. Too many emotions swirling in his head, needing something to get them out. That's it, Ichim. Weak, pathetic Deku. Stop. Hitoshi's eyes are locked on the floor now. I'm asking you, do you really care less about understanding now that it's me? Do you think you suddenly know better? Hitoshi grounds out, gaze not lifting from the floor as he turns to walk away. The words carry over his shoulder as the distance grows between them. Cool Udaman head, I can't do this right now. And Izuku feels himself deflating with every step he watches Hitoshi take away from him. That burning in his eyes turns to tears that escape past his lashes, frustration transforming into something like defeat, or maybe regret. His eye hurts, his head is pounding, and his whole body just feels so tired. The breaths he takes are hiccuped into his lungs, not quiet sobbing, but not controlled. He's angry, sort of. Frustrated, definitely. But scared, mostly. Hitoshi. Well, he hadn't done anything too wrong, and Izuku knows that. He does. Really, it's entirely possible that if Hitoshi didn't tell Aizawa that he should check on Izuku's home life that the man would have done it anyways eventually. But knowing that and being able to process it right now are two different things. Because the truth is that Izuku has been feeling overwhelmed and bordering on the realm of unstable for days, weeks maybe, if he counts all the way back to the night Aizawa and Tsukachi first knocked on his apartment door and found out the truth. He's always been so good at keeping a careful lid on the feelings he did not want others to see, did not want to even feel himself. But always forgets that there's always a breaking point, always a time where it overflows and the lid goes flying off. His friend just so happened to be in the disaster area when it did. Hitoshi and him have never fought before, not once. And even though Izuku can acknowledge that not all of his emotions were truly directed at Hitoshi in this moment, some certainly were. He felt justified in that at least. Out of all people, he really thought Hitoshi would understand wanting to deal with living situation issues without external help, given both their pasts. He had thought Hitoshi would always come to him first, and try to force some answers from him before handing the responsibility over to people who could just use such weaknesses to cause further harm. Yeah, maybe Aizawa and Tsukachi weren't like that. Maybe. But there was always a chance, always a risk. Hitoshi, of all people, should know that. But he did it anyway, which now has left Izuku in a position of unknowns and changes and turmoil for weeks. It hurts. And his thoughts cut off as he is forced to halt his slow retreat away from the scene of the fight by a presence appearing too close behind him. He hardly has time to tilt his head before a heavy arm places itself firmly on his shoulder, and every muscle in Izuku's body locks up. Red eyes meet green. What's that? The voice is teasing, each word sounding like it tumbled through gravel before exiting the man's throat. A lover's quarrel right in the middle of the mall. Shigaraki, Izuku acknowledges on instinct, and no sooner does the word exit his mouth before he feels a rough hand wrap around his throat. The four-fingered grip is tight and unrelenting. Ah, are those tears? He coos, mocking, and ignores the frozen shock of the teen in his hold. A rough thumb swipes across Izuku's cheek. He feels nauseous. Izuku tries to take a breath, but it stutters in his lungs. He needs to think. Why, of all times, is this happening now? Why is this happening at all? Shigaraki hasn't killed him yet, at least, so he feels relatively safe asking, what do you want? How about we find a seat? And when Izuku fails to fall into step alongside the villain, heels digging into the ground, the grip on his neck only tightens further and yanks him forward to knock against Shigaraki's side. I'd really think about cooperating, brat. Unless you want to die. I wonder how many poor civilians I could dust after you before someone showed up to stop me. Doing his best to breath through the squeeze of fingers pressing painfully into his neck, Izuku stumbled forward obediently, letting Shigaraki lead them off to the side of the corridor towards an empty bench. He needed to think, push back all the other thoughts and fears running through his mind, and focus on the one absolutely major threat right before him. He needed to assess his options here. Start with what he knows. Shigaraki has a 5-point disintegration quirk, a powerful and fast-acting one. There's far too many available hostages around them. Izuku isn't dead yet, so the man must want something, though he has no clue what that might be. Shigaraki is wearing normal civilian clothes, so the chances of this being a planned attack are minimal. He's not trying to lead Izuku out of the building, which lowers the chances of this being a kidnapping. But if this isn't a kidnapping or murder, then what the hell is this? Now, with what he knows, what can he do? Any movement would surely lead to losing his throat, and therefore death. Using his quirk doesn't exactly require movement, but he's never tried using it on a timer he can't see before, and turning his head enough to face Shigaraki directly might be a bad idea. Even if he could see the countdown, would it even work? When he used it on Stain, Izuku at least had distance between himself and the man. Stain was still able to move through the pain at first, so what's to say Shigaraki wouldn't be able to as well? Plus, even if that wasn't an issue, the sudden pain of having his timer drained would probably just result in Shigaraki flexing or clenching his hands as a reflex anyways, which still ends with Izuku dead. Okay, so no quirk. What did that leave though? Talking, he supposes. Izuku is good at talking. Sort of. Maybe. You really pisses me off. Shigaraki starts without needing to be prompted as soon as they are seated on the bench, which Izuku will take as a small mercy. The hand on his neck has loosened marginally, to less painful measures, but the weight of the arm around him and the rough feeling of the villain's skin on his own makes him feel itchy and gross. He stays silent for now. A lot of things pisses me off, and I hate it, the villain continues, A scratching noise of nails meeting skin reaching Izuku's ears between the words. But you and that stain freak are the worst right now. Too many NPCs stealing my spotlight. I don't need side character cameos to complete my mission, but everyone's paying more attention to weak but randos rather than the boss character. It's effing stupid. I'm the one who attacked the USJ. I'm the one who sent the Nomus to Hosu. But all the stupid media talks about is Stain, replaying that stupid video of him ranting about honor in the hospital. People think he's all that when he was the one that was weak and got turned in by some nobody whose name never even got released. Izuku has to bite his tongue, some frantic part of him wanting to laugh at this moment over the topic of Stain's capture, considering he and the hero killer himself are the only two who seem to know what actually happened. Another part of Izuku wants to be sick at the memory. But he pushes both reactions away because they aren't useful right now. He needs to concentrate. What? Izuku swallows around the word, mouth dry and words shaky. Slowly, he dares to tilt his head just enough to catch sight of the side of Shigaraki's face. What does that have to do with me? Wild red eyes snap to meet his, feral anger trapped beneath what Izuku thinks might be something resembling confusion. You're the same, the villain hisses, grip tightening. The media won't stop talking about Stain, and Sensei won't stop talking about you. I don't understand why. It makes no sense. It's like I haven't done anything. Even though I was the one who told Sensei about you and questioned what kind of stats you had, he told me exploring your character background was a waste of time. But now all he talks about is you and all the media talks about is Stain, and I hate it. I want to know why. Why isn't anyone paying attention to what I do? Izuku could barely breathe, for reasons beyond the crushing grip that has only grown tighter around his throat as Shigaraki ranted on. Okay, focus. 1. Shigaraki has a sensei, someone guiding him. That's one theory confirmed. 2. That sensei is interested in Izuku, but he has no idea why. Not good. 3. Shigaraki is just as childish as ever, like a brat throwing a tantrum when they don't get enough attention. 4. Oh, Izuku was asked a question. He should probably answer that. Stain. Izuku coughs on the word, air choked from his throat by the hold on his neck. The villain's grip loosens in response, just enough to get a full breath through and speak. You asked why the media pays attention to Stain. It's because they understand him. Even if they don't like him, he had clear goals and morals that he stuck to. People can respect that on some level. He makes what he stands for clear, but I have no idea what you stand for, Shigaraki. I wonder, do you even know what you stand for? He pauses, and watches as red eyes search green for something, though Izuku has no idea what the man could be looking for. Shigaraki's scratching at his own neck hasn't ceased, and Izuku really wants to reach out to stop it, if only for the sake of not having to hear that awful noise anymore. As for me, Izuku continues quietly, gently. I have no idea why your sensei would be interested in me. I can't give you any answers there. Shigaraki grunts, and the scratching grows more fervent. He didn't seem to like that response. I don't get it. You're just some side quest mystery character. Not a hero student, not a threat, not anything but a nuisance, and this is something that Izuku feels he has heard far too many times before. But Sensei wants to know about you. Something about analytical stats that are off the charts and experiment quests, and your quirk is weird or some shit. I don't know why it's so important now. There's plenty of NPCs that can do what some brat like you does. The grip on Izuku's neck has tightened again, and he's aiming most of his focus on drawing in wheezing breaths without moving too much. His vision has turned slightly blurry as it flickers through the crowd, though he's not sure what he's searching for. One of his hands reaches up to clutch at the hand, trapping him more instinctually than consciously. The tightness does not ease. But you know what I want, Izuku? The voice is close to his ear, hot breath against the side of his face where he has bowed inward on himself as he coughs through what little air he can suck into his lungs. You asked what I stood for, Shigaraki snarls, somehow gleeful and irritated at once. I want to kill the things I hate. I want to kill you. God, why couldn't Hitoshi just keep his own mouth shut? That's never been an issue for him, of all people, before, but of course he would F it up by opening his big fat mouth today. This was supposed to be a good, fun day. A pseudo-date. He had a plan. Get his own supplies for camp, take Izuku to the stationery store and see if he would actually let Hitoshi buy him something, join everyone else for lunch, go get ice cream together afterwards, and hopefully slip in some flirting here and there. But now, none of that was happening. Instead, he accidentally told Izuku that he was part of the reason that the adults found out about him living alone, got in their first ever fight, and then stormed off. He can't even decide if he is more angry at Izuku or himself right now. Izuku is, obviously, being a little FING idiot right now. Out of anything that could have happened, Hitoshi feels like his friend got a pretty sweet deal by getting to have a choice in where he ended up. Plus, Izuku liked Tsukachi, that much was obvious, and the same clearly went for the detective. Hitoshi only met the guy about 2 times, but from what he's heard, the man would drop just about anything if Izuku was in danger. And Izuku had no right to bring up his past foster homes like that. Shit just wasn't okay to do. It wasn't fair of him to just lash out like that because he's mad that Hitoshi was trying to help him. He knows exactly how Izuku is feeling, and that makes it hard to stay angry at all. He knows because he remembers what it felt like every time he changed homes. Even when he finally met his moms, and they proved they were kind and safe and loving, Hitoshi still lashed out at them. He pushed all their buttons and tested all their boundaries just to find their breaking point until he eventually had to give up and accept that they really wanted him. Izuku was just doing his own version of that right now. Of course he was scared even though Tsukachi seems genuinely good. Of course it wouldn't be magically okay once the papers were finally signed and he had a guardian. But Hitoshi, of all goddamn people, had told Izuku to his face that it would be, that he should feel like it is. He'd completely undermined all the normal, defensive feelings that Izuku would have about this situation. And he left Izuku alone after his best friend just had a near mental breakdown. He's an idiot. That's the thought that has him whirling back around to find Izuku again. Forget the DM date. He just needs to fix this. Remind Izuku that he does understand why he's scared and that he's sorry he let himself forget what it's like to finally feel like someone might be safe just to have them pull the rug out from under you. He reaches the last spot they saw each other in record time, but it's not. Like he was expecting Izuku to still be just standing there. Rooted in the middle of the corridor, he takes his time to look around, searching out the color green among the many moving heads of the crowd. Finally, he spots those unmistakable curls, on a bench a meter or so further down and against the wall. It isn't until he's taken a few steps closer that he notices the other figure, arm curled strangely around Izuku as the teen sits bent forward and gasping. Something about this isn't right, he realizes immediately, and every hair on his neck feels like it stands on end. Izuku? He questions tentatively, trying to appear relaxed even though he really FANG isn't right now. But he doesn't know what's going on, and he knows well enough to tread carefully. Who's this? Green eyes snap up to meet his, and the message pleaded to him by that watery gaze is clear. Danger. Stay back. But in the half-second after, that arm is lifting from his friend's shoulder, held up placatingly. Izuku is in a deep breath like it's the first one he's taken in ages, coughing and hacking immediately after. My bad, the stranger states with false cheer, voice shredded and scratchy. Didn't realize you were here with a friend. I'll just see you later, Izuku. And maybe Hitoshi should try harder to stop the stranger, or at least figure out who he is, but his focus is only on hearing Izuku's labored breathing. He watches for hardly a second as the blue-haired man slips back into the crowd of people before he rushes to his friend's side, sliding to his knees next to where he is doubled over and gasping. Who the F was that, he questions, unable to tame the panic in his voice as he places a careful hand on Izuku's shoulder. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? Izuku lifts his head up, and Hitoshi can now clearly glimpse the deep red marks around his friend's neck. His BLD runs cold, and now he feels like the one who can't breathe. Shigaraki, Izuku rasps out. That was Shigaraki. Then, the shorter teen turns away to start rooting through his pockets for his phone. It takes a moment too long for the name to click in Hitoshi's head, but when it does he's whirling around to scan the area behind him, just to make sure the monster is really gone. He whispers out. Damn it, Izuku, I'm so sorry. I left you alone and this is my fault. He's cut off by a fist punching weakly into his shoulder, forcing his attention back to the wheezing teen in front of him. Shut up, Izuku grits out with no bite behind the words. You need to call Aizawa and text the rest of your class. I'll call Tsukachi. That does sound like what he should be doing. He feels like an idiot to be the one panicking when he isn't the person that just had a murderous villain's hand around their throat. Instead, it's Izuku who is keeping the level head and fixing things. All Hitoshi can do is nod and pull out his own phone to do as instructed. All right, I'm done, the paramedic states as she removes her fingers from where they were gently placed against his aching throat. The injury is just some standard, but intense, bruising. It will probably look worse than it actually is for a few days. All I can recommend is using some cold compresses, limiting your speaking, painkillers, and rest. Izuku nods along easily, head feeling fuzzy as the exhaustion starts to set in. He had insisted on giving his statement before being looked over, and didn't relent until Aizawa and Tsukachi begrudgingly agreed. It had seemed far more important to him to inform Tsukachi about Shigaraki's unexpected arrival and the conversation that followed, though he will privately, in his own mind, admit that he may have downplayed the announcement of Sensei's interest in him. Izuku made sure to mention it, simply for the sake of being honest, but did his best to skirt over that detail. He may have done a poor job of it though, based on how pale Tsukachi had become when Izuku gave his statement. By now, the entire mall has been cleared of everyone except himself, Aizawa, Tsukachi, Hitoshi, and the other officers and first responders that are scouring the scene for any sign of the League. He doesn't need to be transported to the hospital. Aizawa questions gruffly. The woman shakes her head, entirely patient and unaffected by the hero's curt tone. Not necessarily. My Quirk has a high rate of accuracy in diagnosing injuries. Unless you would like him to be taken for further screening, which is really unnecessary, or try requesting a healing session with someone from the hospital staff, there's nothing more that can be done for these types of injuries within the realm of practical medicine. Aizawa nods once, accepting. He has access to Recovery Girl as a UA student, so a healer won't be necessary. As the woman takes her dismissal without another word, Izuku moves to stand from the bench he has now spent the last hour in. Exhaustion weighs heavy on him, and he sways in his step for a moment before feeling Hitoshi's careful hand steady him by the elbow. Irritation from earlier simultaneously fueled and dampened by how tired he is, he stubbornly takes another step forward away from the other teen's grasp. Hitoshi does not reach for him again. I'm glad you're okay, Tsukachi says for what must be the 100th time since he arrived at the mall. You did a good job of remaining calm. That probably saved your life, along with the lives of many civilians. Izuku can't find the energy to respond to the detective's encouraging sentiment. Merely mumbling, "I'm tired. I want to go home." Aizawa snorts quietly into his capture scarf, almost inaudibly grumbling, "Me and you both, kid." Tsukachi seems to hesitate for a moment before reaching out to grip Izuku's bicep lightly, giving it a soft squeeze. "Let's get you out of here then. But I don't think it's a good idea for you to go back to your apartment tonight. You need to stay somewhere else. Even if this wasn't a premeditated attack, it's better to be careful." Izuku can see Hitoshi stepping closer to his side, but does not turn to look. Hitoshi's voice is quieter and softer than it usually is as he offers, "Izuku, you can? I'll stay with Mei," he announces before Hitoshi can finish, keeping his voice firm and steady despite his aching throat. He only feels slightly guilty at the way he sees Hitoshi's mouth snap shut and gaze fall to the floor out of the corner of his eye. Aizawa's calculating gaze is flickering between the two teens, eyes narrowed with suspicion, but Izuku ignores that the best he can. Tsukachi looks apprehensive too as his eyes briefly flicker to meet Aizawa's before returning his attention to Izuku. "Are you sure?" I'm going to Mei's. I'll be just as safe there," Izuku repeats, as firmly as he can with his voice cracking around the last few words. It's not exactly that he's still mad at Hitoshi. He isn't. Most of their fight was him just lashing out anyways, and he's rational enough to acknowledge that. But he is still a little hurt and definitely too tired and irritated by everything that this day turned out to be to deal with a heavy conversation between him and his best friend right now, so he's definitely not going to stay at Hitoshi's house. And Tsukachi would just keep fretting over him like he has been ever since he got here. Izuku can't deal with that right now. Mei is the one person he can count on to ask roughly 2 questions about what happened that will most likely be, "Are you okay?" and "Do I need to send drones after anyone?" before gracefully leaving him the F alone about it. And that's exactly what he needs right now. To not think about the sinking feeling of Hitoshi walking away, or the bitterness of having a friend go behind your back, or the stupidity of lashing out, or a hand around his throat, or hot breath in his ear, or choking, he just wants to lie down. With one last searching look into the teen's face, Tsukachi relents. He sighs. "Alright, but you have to let me give you an C or T there. I'll drive you to grab some things and then drop you off at your friend's house." "I'll take Shinso home," Aizawa says as he steps up to Hitoshi's side, resting a hand upon the teen's shoulder. Izuku has no doubt the man will be probing for answers to whatever questions he has over their unusually distant behavior. Hitoshi says nothing in response. "Good, thank you," Tsukachi offers a bit awkwardly when it becomes clear that neither teen will be speaking further, both too caught up in their own heads. And the 4 make their way back out of the mall before parting, each man steering a teen in an opposite direction towards separate cars and separate locations without another word spoken. "You shouldn't be talking too much until Recovery Girl heals you," Shoyuta states, blunt and to the point. "So I'll talk and you listen." They're on their way to UA. Izuku settled in the passenger seat while Aizawa drives. The attack, if one could even call it that, at the mall only happened yesterday. But someone had to get Izuku to the school so that the bruising could be healed, and with Tsukachi busy combing over mall security footage, Shoyuta was more than willing to take up the task. There was no way he was letting Izuku travel anywhere by himself with the knowledge that Shigaraki and his sensei, whoever the hell that was interested in him. Beyond that, Aizawa had another reason for wanting to be the one picking Izuku up. "First of all, I want to say that I'm proud of you for the way you handled the Shigaraki situation yesterday," he states, tone even and adamant. He is proud, even though he hates that it happened at all. Receiving the call from Shinso that Izuku had been alone with a villain, attacked in a public place where he should have been safe and enjoying some normal time with kids his age, had been terrifying, to say the least. "It never should have happened and I'm sorry it did. But you did good." From the corner of his eye, he can see the way Izuku's nose scrunches up, mouth parting like he wants to say something before stops, swallows, and decides to just nod instead. Shoyuta can imagine the words unsaid, most likely Izuku denying his apology or something similar. Saying it wasn't Shuta's fault or that it was alright, which it really wasn't. Secondly, Shoyuta continues, mentally debating if he is really going to involve himself in teenage relationships, something he never previously would have done with any of his students. He's not usually good at the whole emotional thing anyways, but this is Izuku and Shinso, and he knows how kids like them struggle with how to navigate personal relationships, mostly because he was a kid like them once. He sighs, "Something happened between you and Shinso at the mall, correct?" He'd be a fool not to notice the way Izuku's eyes snapped to him, full of emotion somewhere near panic and betrayal. "Odd, but noted. He wouldn't tell me what happened when I drove him home yesterday," Shoyuta grunted, more than a little dissatisfied by his lack of information. Izuku seems relieved by the admission though, another thing to carefully note. "But I'm not an idiot. You'd barely look at each other." Izuku shrinks in his seat, shoulders hunched and looking more than a little guilty. His fingers move to pick at his nail beds, irritating the skin there. And Shoyuta takes a moment to reach over and pull his hands apart without taking his eyes off the road. "Don't do that. You'll end up with hangnails," he admonishes quietly. "Look kid, I don't know what happened, and you can tell me if you want, but I can say that whatever it is, it's not worth it." He pauses as he pulls into the staff entrance for the school, waiting to speak until he can park the car and turn to fully face the teen sitting in his passenger seat. The kid is looking down at his lap, avoiding meeting Shuta's eyes. He reaches over to plop a hand down onto green curls, gently turning Izuku's head to face him. "I don't know what happened. I don't know who's in the wrong or who needs to apologize. If anyone needs to apologize in the first place, Shoyuta tells him, soft but stern. But you and Shinso are good friends, and you care a lot about each other, I can tell. That's what's important. Even if you're mad, or don't think you need to be sorry about whatever happened, just take some time to figure out how you feel and make sure to talk to him. The best thing you can do for the people you care about is be honest with them. Communicate. Got it, kid? Izuku nods, eyes water and movements shaky. Okay, he rasps, wincing slightly as he speaks. I was mad at Teach Toshi for something he did. I never try to be mad at anyone, but it's so hard sometimes, and I was so angry. But I said some pretty mean things too, and I'm scared. What if he's mad or doesn't wanna talk? Or what if... Stop, Shoyuta interrupts, maybe a little too harshly based on the way Izuku's mouth immediately snapped shut. But the kid's voice was breaking and tearing over the words, trying to speak with a damaged throat like that, and he didn't want Izuku to hurt himself further. He was crying too, silent tears streaming down Freckles' cheeks, so the man carefully pulls the teen's head forward to rest against his shoulder. The embrace is a bit awkward and stiff, and the car's console is digging into his rib cage slightly. You're gonna hurt your throat. You can tell me all about it after you get healed, if you want. But I don't think you have to worry about him not wanting to talk to you. Just figure out what you want to say and give it your best try. And you're allowed to be angry sometimes, Izuku. You don't have to force yourself not to be when you are. The nod he feels against his shoulder is weak, but there, so he'll take that as a win. Shoyuta waits until Izuku's shoulders stop shaking, and his breaths even out, as he runs a firm hand through tangled green curls. All right, kid, he grunts. Let's get inside and get Chio to heal you. I don't want to keep her waiting. Izuku pulls back easily, eyes slightly red but not looking too upset anymore. As they move to exit the car, he swears he sees him shiver and hears a mumbled "scary" from the teen. A sentiment he can easily agree with, having been subject to her worried griping and cane enough times in his career. The hums and whirs of the machinery in Mei's shed make familiar and comforting background noise while Izuku works. Right now, he's working on compile all the information and rumors he's been able to gather surrounding the League and their activity. He does his best to sort the information into known facts, theories, potential quirks to watch out for, and whatever names he's been able to gather from the ladies at the clubs in order to make a comprehensive and careful list that he can share with Nezu, hopefully within the next few days. It's not perfect, but it's workable. He's been staying with Mei for 4 days now. The first 2 were spent mostly in idle companionship, taking her chatter and assisting her work in the at-home lab in the shed as a desperately welcome distraction so that he didn't have to think about, well, everything. For the first 2 days, he distracted himself by playing the role of a mindless assistant to her work, getting her tools, helping her code programs, cleaning up messes, basically anything that she asked for help with or that he didn't need to expend brain power on while he took the time to just process. It's been good staying with Mei, just like he'd thought it would be. She doesn't let his own energy dampen hers, and moves around him and his silent bouts with ease. It was simple and easy to get caught up in the actions of helping her and building support items. The dime-sized trackers that she was trying to build and potentially make into tiny robots that could move and latch onto things was particularly interesting, and he found himself helping her figure out how to find a strong enough and malleable enough material to use as the exoskeleton for the design for hours before they'd eventually been forced to take a break by her dad. Eventually, though, after taking some time to just think and distract himself and get those haunting marks that Shigaraki left around his neck healed, he found himself wanting to focus on his own work instead. So he was currently sitting cross-legged on top of one of the workbenches doing analysis with his laptop perched in his lap, while Mei worked loudly at another table only a few feet away. So, what's the estimate on how long you'll keep moping? Mei's question cuts through their near 2 hours of companionable silence, startling Izuku enough to almost let his laptop slip from his grip. What? He questions back stubbornly. I'm not moping, Mei. She rolls her eyes, swing the tool in her hand back and forth dismissively. We've spent just about every minute together for 4 days, Izuku-an. Don't act like I wouldn't notice. And don't act like it's just about that crusty hand beach either. Izuku wouldn't be able to hold back the loud snort of laughter at hearing the nickname if he tried. You and Hito aren't talking for some stupid reason, and I know you're moping about it. He groans, slumping back against the wall. Look, we've never fought before. And it's not like he's texting me either. How do I even, start talking to him? Sending a text feels rude and not serious enough, but I can't just do it over a call either. Just go to his house. She tells him easily. It wouldn't be the first time you showed up unannounced. Hell, you showed up here unannounced after literally being attacked and just let yourself right in. Sorry about that, he winced apologetically, remembering the look of shock and confusion on Mr. Hatsum's face when he found Izuku pouring water in his kitchen with dark bruising around his throat and red-rimmed eyes. The man had almost rushed him to the hospital right then and there before Izuku could even explain himself. Don't worry about it, she shrugs easily. Not like I mind, and Dad was just a little shocked. You can stay here whenever you want. But you should get your sheet sorted out with Hito. I'm sick of getting his sad edgy boy texts every hour of the day. It's distracting me from my babies. He's texting you? Yes, she exclaims, throwing her hands up in the air. But I'm not telling you what he says, that'd be rude. It's not my job to be the middleman for either of your special feelings or whatever. Izuku sputters, special feelings. While we don't. Save it, she tells him with a roll of her eyes. Just talk to him, figure it out yourself, and come help me hold this bolt in place so I can replace the wiring in this sensor. He laughs, setting aside his laptop as he slips down from his seat to help her. Yeah, I'll figure it out. The door is unassuming, a pale yellow color that matches every other door in the complex, free of blemishes or personalization. It's so normal that Naomasa can't help but feel like the foreboding feeling in his is out of place and unwarranted. But then he remembers the reason he is here, and his jaw clenches slightly in anticipation. This is Izuku Midoriya's front door. The apartment is average, but much nicer than the one her son was forced to live in while left to support himself. Something about that makes the bitter taste in Naomasa's mouth grow stronger, more biting. He can't help but think that maybe he really shouldn't have been the officer to do this job, too involved, emotionally invested, too tempted to punch a civilian right in the... He could have sent Sansa, someone he really does trust well enough to get the task done. But no, it doesn't feel right if it's not him. He needs to see her, talk to her. He needs to know who the hell she is and why the hell she would do it and what the hell she'll say to try and justify herself. He just needs to know. Maybe some part of him feels like he owes it to Izuku to handle this personally too. Are you going to knock? The woman next to him, a notary and legal necessity to verify any forms signed during this visit, asks. She seems nice, he thinks, or at least professionally polite. He releases a breath, realizing that he's been just staring at the door for a minute too long. Sorry about that, he mumbles at the same moment that his fist hits the door to knock. The door opens only a few moments later, and Naomasa feels grateful that he's already seen photos of the woman. Otherwise he'd be shocked by her likeness to Izuku. Her and her son have the same soft roundness to their cheeks, the same oval green eyes, the same dark green hair. Besides Izuku's freckles, curls, and tan skin, they'd look like carbon copies. She wears a soft pink cardigan over a white shirt and plain skirt, and her eyes look tired, distant. Hello, the woman, Izuku Midoriya, says softly, confusion laced in her tone. How can I help you? He clears his throat, forces professionalism to the forefront of his demeanor. I'm Detective Tsukachi with the Muzutafu Police Department, he says as he shows her his ID. And this is Mia Akito with the government notary offices. We have something important to speak to you about. Her brow pinches slightly, in the same way Izuku's does when he concentrates, and she eyes them both for a moment before nodding. Right? Okay, why don't you come on in? I'll pour some tea. Thank you, Akito says gently before Tsukachi can deny the offer. He'd rather get this done quickly, and has no longing to oblige to niceties. It'd be rude to say so now though, so he bites his tongue as they are led to sit at the small wooden dining table between the kitchen and living room. The apartment is nice, small, and orderly. Everything about it seems plain but well kept. What can I help you with? Ms. Midoriya asks as she sets down their drinks before taking a seat. Every move she makes is slow, delicate. Akito picks up her cup to drink, but Naomasa leaves his untouched. "We're here in regards to your son, Izuku Midoriya," he says, getting straight to the point, and takes some small satisfaction in the way her eyes widen slightly. "The condition of his current living situation has come to our attention, and we're here to resolve the issue of his guardianship." Whatever he expected her to respond with, whatever he thought her reaction would be, it was not the slight softening of her eyes or the plaintive tone of her voice as she asks, "He's alive?" The eyebrows furrow, put off by that response. "Yes, he is," he says hesitantly, to which she gives a single nod. Part of him wants to ask why she would even question that, but he's not here to ask questions. He's here to get the papers signed. "We're here, by his request, to ask that you sign over your parental rights of him willingly so that he can be placed under new guardianship, rather than file a case against you for abandonment. It would be in your best." "All right," she interrupts, voice still soft and distant. She doesn't look eager, nor hostile, just absently accepting. He'd really expected some type of fight, or at least denial. She gives him neither of those. "I'll sign." "Great," Akito chimes in while Naomasa takes a moment to just blink, reaching into her bag to pull out the paperwork. "We'll keep this simple. Just fill out everything in these forms, and I'll stamp my verifying approval as the witness. After that, I'll get the paperwork processed, and Izuku Midoriya will be placed into the legal custody of the government." Ms. Midoriya nods absently, taking the pen handed to her as she begins reading over the paperwork. It seems too easy, Naomasa thinks. He wouldn't ever say that he's a man who knows everything, but he's seen plenty of abandonment cases in his career. The way the woman reacts, it's not typical. He's not sure what to make of it, really. Not sure if he should just be glad that it's progressing smoothly or angry that she doesn't even seem to be thinking much about the current situation. She hardly even reacted to the statement that she could be charged with abandonment. Everything about her demeanor seems tired and resigned, yet gentle. She slides the papers over once she's finished, and Akito scoops them up easily to slide back into her bag. "There is the issue of his biological fraternal guardian," Akito mentions as she closes her bag. "While his prolonged absence gives him little legal claim, it would be ideal to have both biological parents officially sign over their guardianship rights. So far, attempted contact with Hisashi Midoriya has been unsuccessful. Have you had any recent contact with Izuku's father, Ms. Midoriya?" The woman across from them blinks. "Hisashi," she repeats distantly, almost like she's having trouble recalling the name at all. Ms. Midoriya shakes her head. "No, Izuku's father left quite a long time ago. Before he was even 5, I think. Maybe earlier." Naomasa frowns. Nothing she said is a lie, he knows that, but the hesitance and confusion that laces her reply is odd. According to their records, the man left the country over 10 years ago. Which is a long time, but not long enough for a grown woman to struggle remembering. "Do you remember when he left, Ms. Midoriya? Or maybe the name of the company he works for?" He watches as her eyebrows furrow, hand coming up to bite at already chipped nails. A strange habit, he thinks, as everything else about her is soft and put together, but her nails are torn and blunt, chewed ragged. "I know she pauses, frowning slightly down at her cup. "It was so long ago. Hisashi left for work. I don't think, he didn't mention the name. I don't remember. Izuku was still really little, I know that. But," she shakes her head, as if to try to get her thoughts in order. "I'm sorry, no. I haven't heard from him since he left. I forgot, it's just been so long." It's strange, the way her words halt and stutter like she's trying to recall something before being stopped. Sometimes struggling with memories is common in PTSD victims, but there's nothing in any police or medical files that would imply an event that drastic occurring in the Midoriya household. He would have found evidence of that in the initial background checks. "That's fine, Ms. Midoriya," Akito says diplomatically. "Like I said, his absence is enough to force a severance of guardianship." The woman nods, confusion clearing from her face as they steer away from the topic. Akito takes a final sip of her tea before she stands, bag slung over her shoulder. "That's all I need from you, ma'am. Thank you for your time and cooperation." Naomasa begins to stand before he hesitates. There's something he wants to ask, wants to know. It isn't necessary, but he feels like it's important. I'd actually like to ask Ms. Midoriya a few more questions, he tells Akito before turning his attention back to the mother still seated at the table. If that's all right with her? The green-haired woman stares at him a moment, expression lax and docile, before nodding. I have time. Akito shrugs, uninterested. I'm going to leave first then. I'd like to get these filed before the office closes for the day. Naomasa nods his agreement, preferring to ask this question between just him and Izuku's mother anyway. He waits until the door closes behind Akito before he speaks, keeping his voice firm and gaze locked on the woman in front of him. I don't mean to be insensitive, he tells her calmly, forcibly keeping the edge out of his voice. But for my own purposes, I'd like to know why. Why pack up all your things and leave your 15-year-old son on his own? Do you have a son, detective? She asks instead of answering directly, voice sounding oddly wistful. For a moment, his mind flashes images of Izuku. A son, she said, and he automatically wants to answer yes. It surprises him, but he shakes the thought away fast enough that his pause isn't noticeable. No, he answers honestly. She hums for a moment, eyes fixed absently on some spot on the wall. It's not the reaction he expected. In fact, nothing about her had been what he'd expected. Normally, a parent who would abandon their child acted a certain way, victimize themselves or villainize their children, pride or anger or hatred. This is something else, something like mourning, detachment, loss. Do you know what people say to the mother of a quirkless child? She does not wait for him to answer before continuing. They pity you sometimes, or sometimes they just hate you. For giving Bardage to something seen as worthless. They'll say, you should give him up and try again so that you can have a better child. I'm sorry, that's so horrible, you must be so sad that he won't be able to do anything when he grows up, or, I would hate to have to raise such a challenged child. They'll say I'm sorry for your loss, like you don't have a living, breathing child standing right next to you. She smiles, but it looks empty. Naomasa feels like he's going to be sick. His hands are shaking, and he hates that he can't turn off the part of his brain ringing true, true, true. At first, she continues, still in the same faraway tone. You'll be angry. I was angry. That they could say those kinds of things about me or my child, like he isn't still a person anymore. Like he can't still laugh and talk and read and learn like all the other kids. But it gets worse, you know. It all starts to pile up. Inko sips her tea, cracked nails tapping against the handle. I can't count the number of pamphlets I got related to raising a quirkless child. Most of them were titled something along the lines of How to Cope with Parenting a Quirkless. I always thought cope was the wrong word to use at first, but then I would read them. Almost every single one had a section on death rates for quirkless people. Suicide, hate crimes, trafficking, medical malpractice. She says the words casually, like reciting a script long since memorized. I wanted to think that we wouldn't be like that I could stop him from ever being one of those numbers on a stupid little pamphlet. But then the bullying started, and I had to watch him come home hurt and bleeding more often than not. Izuku. He wouldn't say anything about it or who did it, and nobody else was doing anything about it. The worse it got, the more it felt like it was a lost cause. Even if I kept loving him, no matter what anyone tells you, one person really can't do much. For the first time since she started talking, she looks at him, green eyes locked on brown ones. The gaze feels empty, forlorn. Naomasa feels rooted like a statue in his seat, unable to breath and unable to move. Her next words turn his blood cold. At some point, you realize you're raising a dead person. Her tone holds weight in spite of its airiness, and he feels bile rise up his throat. Not literally, but to everyone else. With the statistics what they are, with what everyone tells you, well, you start mourning your child while they're still eating at your dinner table. And that boy, she sighs, eyes traveling back down to her cup. He never stopped wanting to be a hero. His chances in the world were low enough already without him trying to get himself killed, chasing something like that. He never got it. And no matter what I said, he wouldn't give up to try for something safer. Maybe if he did, it would have been easier. But he was hell-bent on killing himself in a world that already wants him dead. So for me, it was a matter of accepting my losses. Raising a child that you'll watch die before you do, she shakes her head gently, voice heavy. I'm not strong enough to do that. I couldn't do that anymore. Then she smiles at him, all fragile and cracked and worn. If he makes it, I'll be happy for him. True, I will. But I can't be there to watch it anymore. It was driving me frantic to the point of lashing out, trying to keep him locked up in our apartment just to keep him safe. He's too stubborn for that though. He couldn't stay still, and I couldn't stand by and watch. Naomasa nods, but it feels shaky and distant. He has to force his words from his lungs as he speaks, tone far softer than he hoped for. Thank you for answering, he says as he stands. Have a good day. She hardly reacts, eyes following his movement distantly. Everything in his body feels raw, brittle. After hearing what she had to say, he almost wishes he'd never asked. He'd prepared himself for hatred, for lies and slander spit about the teen he's come to see as his own. He was not prepared for whatever heartache this was, and it left him feeling unsteady on his own feet and stranded in his own mind. He's made it to the door, one hand twisting the knob, before she says anything. Is he going somewhere safe? The question is quiet, almost whispered. He forces a breath in through his nose, opening the door and stepping out before he chokes out a simple, yes, he is, and lets the door close behind his reply. The time that passes between leaving her door and collapsing down to sit on the curb of the residential parking lot of the building passes in a blur. The next thing he knows, he's sitting on the cement ledge, elbows on his knees and head in his hands. He blinks down at his shoes once, and thinks about all the ways in which the story of a mother and son can go wrong, all the ways the world f's perfectly normal people up, all the excuses which aren't excuses that people have to do terrible things. He blinks again, and wonders what he should feel, if it be sadness or anger or pity. He blinks a third time, and he realizes there's tears darkening the pavement between his feet. It stings. Izuku, dear, it's good to see you, Hitoshi's mother, Mrs. Mai, greets the moment she opens the door. Are you here to see Hitoshi? He nods meekly, shifting nervously on his feet. Why, I needed to talk to him about something. Come on in, hun, she says with an easy smile as she waves him inside. Hitoshi should be up in his room, so you're welcome to head up by yourself. He seemed a bit out of it the last few days, hopefully you can knock some sense into him. A wave of guilt rolled through his tea as he nodded. All right. Thank you. He made his way upstairs easily, already very familiar with Hitoshi's home, but found himself hesitating outside of his friend's closed door. Maybe he really should have texted before he just showed up? Just to let him know he was coming rather than surprise him. What if Hitoshi didn't even want to talk to him right now? Izuku waited to visit until he had his thoughts and feelings in order, but what if Hitoshi needed more time? It'd be selfish just to expect him to be ready at the same time Izuku was. But now he's here anyways, and standing outside his door and turning around would look stupid, and he knocked. Ma, I already. Hitoshi cuts himself off when he fully opens the door, completely still as he realizes that Izuku is the one on the other side. He looks mostly fine, Izuku thinks, though the bags under his eyes look a little darker. He's glad his friend doesn't look too upset, but they end up just staring at each other, frozen in place, for several long moments. Hi. Izuku offers meekly, just to break the silence. I came to talk. No sooner had the words left his mouth before there's a hand gripping his shirt, and he's being pulled forward into a tight hug by his friend. The grip is firm, strong, and desperate as Hitoshi tucks his face against the side of Izuku's head and lets out a long, shaky breath. Wait, Toshi. What? Izuku flails, confused by the sudden gesture and not really sure if he should just hug back or squirm away. Stop. We need to talk first, idiot. I have things I want to say. Hitoshi freezes, before quickly letting go and taking a step back. Right? Sorry, he responds quietly. There's a blush crawling up the taller teen's cheeks, but Izuku just huffs and straightens out his shirt. I spent a long time coming up with what I wanted to say, Izuku grumbles, fighting to keep the stubborn grin off his face. He's not successful. You're ruining it. Hitoshi's grin is hesitant at best, but there's still a sliver of amusement there. I also have some things I want to say. But you should go first. I'm listening. Izuku takes a deep breath and feels his earlier nerves settle back into his stomach. It feels embarrassing to stand across from his friend and look him in the eyes as he speaks, so he shows us a spot to the side to stare at instead. I wanted to apologize. For some of the things I said. I went too far, so I'm sorry. He pauses, then straightens up to stand taller, speaking more evenly as he continues, but I'm not apologizing for being upset. I'm allowed to be angry about you going to Aizawa before you went to me, about my own business. Right? Hitoshi says immediately, nodding along. I'm sorry. About that. I was just worried and wanted to help. But I didn't think about how I would feel if someone did that to me, especially back when I was in care. I should have at least talked to you first. Even if I just wanted to help, I should have asked you. I'm sorry. Izuku smiles, bright and easy. He knew walking in that it wouldn't be hard to forgive his friend. It's Hitoshi, after all. Izuku can only confidently say that he's ever had 3, maybe 4 if he counts Todoroki, friends in his entire life, but Hitoshi has always been the most special. You're forgiven, he says with a decisive nod. You too, Hitoshi mumbles a bit awkwardly, hand coming up to scratch behind his neck. So, we're good, right? Izuku starts, then stops. Next time, you have to promise to talk to me first. Please. I don't want to worry that I can't trust you. With secrets. Or whatever. Right? Of course, Hitoshi responds immediately. I'll talk to you first. From now on. Promise. Izuku sighs in relief, tensions and nerves draining from his body. Then yeah, we're good. Hitoshi practically sags at Izuku's acceptance, and the shorter teen only then realizes how rigid he'd been standing the entire time. The smile they give each other is small but real. For a first fight, Izuku thinks this went pretty well. He'll have to thank Aizawa and Mei for helping him. Do you want to stay for dinner? Ma's making fish and grilled vegetables. Yes, Izuku says, maybe too eagerly, causing Hitoshi to blink in shock for a moment. He blushes as he tries to explain, Mr. Hatsum isn't. He's not actually a very good cook. Not that I'm complaining. Just your mom's food is a lot better. Hitoshi barks a laugh, and something about it soothes any leftover anxiety in Izuku's. They'll be okay, he's sure of it. Now that everyone is here, I'll dive into the first order of business. Nedzu chirps happily from behind his desk. Izuku, Aizawa, Tsukachi, and the principal are all gathered in his office, despite the school technically being on break. Both Izuku and Tsukachi have chosen to sit in the large armchairs stationed in front of the rat's desk, while Aizawa's taken his position of being slumped on the couch against the wall. The man hardly looks like he's paying attention with his eyes closed like that, but Izuku can tell from the twitch of his eyebrow that he's listening. Midoriya, Tsukachi's visit with your mother 2 days ago was successful, the principal states lightly, not acknowledging the way Izuku tenses in his seat. Since she signed over her parental rights, you are now officially within the care of the government. The social worker I had assigned to your case has agreed to expedite the process of approving Tsukachi's guardianship, pending a home check and interview, and agreed to allow you to continue staying with friends until the papers are processed, rather than go into a temporary emergency placement. We expect this process to take 3 to 5 days at the most. The teen only nods along, not trusting his voice to give off the same casual nonchalance as he's fighting to keep plastered on his face. He's not upset that it will be official soon, necessarily. Actually, he feels a lot better about the whole thing than he did last week at the mall, but he's definitely still nervous about it. He's even more anxious over the talk with his mother that he kinda really wants to ask questions about, even though he isn't sure if he really wants to know the answers. Half of him is desperate to know what she said to Tsukachi, and the other half hopes he never has to know. Regardless, he keeps his mouth shut. I actually had a few questions for you, Izuku, based on a topic that came up during my talk with Ms. Midoriya. Tsukachi chimes in, and grimaces slightly at the way Izuku's panicked eyes immediately snap over to meet his. It's not anything bad, he placates gently, though it did little to quell Izuku's nerves. To verify your lack of available biological guardian figures, we had to ask her about the whereabouts and involvement of your father. Izuku blinks, all nerves replaced by immediate confusion. He, honestly, hasn't thought about his dad in a long, long time, usually forgetting about the man's existence entirely. Maybe that's a little weird. Usually people would wonder about their dads when they're absent, wouldn't they? But Izuku's never really questioned his existence or lack thereof, he's just not there. My dad, he questions back, head tilted to the side. Tsukachi nods, slow and thoughtful, and Izuku can practically feel the calculated gazes of both him and Nezu trained on his face. Yes. Even though there's little risk of him showing up to try to take guardianship due to his absence, it was precautionary to question her about him. As far as we know, Hisashi Midoriya hasn't been in the country since he left to work in America over 10 years ago, but any attempts at tracking down contact information for him have come up empty. He's not a concern in relation to your guardianship, but Ms. Midoriya seemed to have trouble recalling some details about him. So I wanted to ask if you remembered anything about your father. It was a long time ago, Izuku states immediately and without thinking, almost as if on impulse. He blinks, shaking his head slightly to regain control of his thoughts. The teen tries to think back to a time where he assumes his father must have been there, or at least visited, but feels his mind coming up entirely blank. Any faint memory of that early on in his childhood just feels fuzzy and dark. He had to have been younger than 5, so it can't be that weird that he can't remember anything. I don't really know, he continues sheepishly, reaching up to tug at one of his curls tickling his shoulder. I was really young, I think. It's hard to remember. People always said that I got my freckles from him and my curls, but I don't really remember what he looked like or anything. I don't even think we had any pictures. He trails off, contemplative frown tugging down on his face. There should be pictures, right? Even just one. But maybe if Mom didn't want to remember, she would have gotten rid of them. That'd make sense. He sighs, disappointed for the first time by his lack of knowledge about his own dad. He had a fire-breathing quirk, I think. I remember Mom telling me that when I still thought I'd get mine, sorry, he shrugged. I don't really know much either, I guess. Tsukachi shakes his head lightly, hand coming down to pat Izuku's knee. Don't worry about it, kiddo. You would have been pretty little, just thought I'd ask. It's meant to be said casually, Izuku knows, but there's something tense around the man's posture and something sharp in the principal's gaze that he does not like. Moving on, Nezu chirps, recapturing the attention of the room. There's also the matter of the League of Villains' recent activity, namely his interaction with young Midoriya and the summer camp. Izuku winces, subconsciously reaching a hand up to rub at the side of his neck. While we originally intended on having you join the students for their training, I feel that it's in everyone's best interest that you stay behind, the principal announces. Due to the League's apparent interest in both the first-year hero students and you, it seems best to separate two potential targets, rather than group them together, regardless of the precautions being taken regarding the camp's location. This is to best ensure everyone's safety. Since Midoriya here is staying undocumented, with trusted individuals, it's unlikely any potential attackers would be able to predict his location and take advantage of that. Your notes will still be used to further the students' progress in their training, but unfortunately you won't be able to provide assistance in person for that week. The teen nods along easily. Even though it would have been nice to go to camp with everyone, Nezu's reasoning makes sense. If the League did decide to attack, and they were interested in both hero students and him, then it'd be foolish to put everyone in one place. Plus, the location for the camp is a set area, much easier to track down, despite its confidentiality, than keeping tabs on Izuku's daily whereabouts. I understand, Izuku tells them with a nod before angling his head over to speak to Aizawa, who has remained silent so far. Just let me know if you have any questions about the notes I took, Aizawa. The man nods, I will. You just need to stay safe while we're gone. Izuku grins, sharp and playful. I can try, but I don't know if anyone's safe within a mile radius of Mei's personal workshop. She's so small, Izuku murmurs in obvious disbelief. The weight in his arms feels both heavy and far too light. He's never been around many children in his life, aside from when he was one himself, and even then they mostly avoided him. Izuku has never experienced holding or caring for a younger sibling or cousin, And it wasn't like he had any friends growing up to even interact with their younger siblings. Staring down at the gurgling infant in his arms, he's filled with some emotion halfway between awe and dread. She's just so small. Vulnerable. There's nothing of the world that she knows yet, not hate or fear or anguish. It's amazing. It's terrifying. Me too. That's what he was told her name is. She shares the light pink hair of her mother, and Izuku thinks he can see Miku's signature expression in the slight pinch of the baby's brow. The eyes are different, most likely from the unknown father that supplied half her genes, but Izuku has a feeling she won't grow up missing some mystery man, just like he doesn't. Or maybe he just hopes that will be the truth. It'd be easier for her that way. Yuka barks a laugh. You should have seen her when she just popped out. 4-month-olds got nothing on how tiny real infants are. The mental image of holding a human being even tinier than the one in his arms makes him feel lightheaded, and he has to shake the sensation away. Don't say that. You're gonna make me faint, he mumbles back while having to turn his face so Michi can't shove her grubby little fingers up his nose. Watch out, kid. She'll aim fair grab bin at anything on your face. Nearly tore Nadia's earrings right out last time. Mika laughs, accent heavy in the way that many who grew up in the slums are. Grip of a wrestler, that one. Took me nearly the whole day just to push her out. Izuku opens his mouth to respond, say something about how it's good that she's strong and healthy, but is promptly cut off by a much louder gurgle followed by a hiccup. The next thing he knows, there's a wet spot on his shirt near the collar and happy giggling coming from the baby in his arms. There's puke on him. Great. It doesn't smell as bad as real vomit from someone older, but it's still unpleasant. Kinda like stale formula and morning breath. Yuka's laughing again, even louder this time, and Izuku sends her his best impression of a glare that he can manage while she takes enjoyment in his misfortune. Don't gimme that look, Isu. She tells him as she gets up to ruffle his hair, something he can't do anything about while both arms are preoccupied holding a baby that is far too happy after just dispelling fluids onto him. I'll get you a towel and be right back. She leaves the small back room of the club that they're in laughing. There's no music or sounds of patrons to bother them here since it's the middle of the day, but there is always a bit of a weird feeling he gets with being in a place like this during daylight hours. Kinda like the eerie feeling of being in a grocery store at midnight or in school when it's empty late in the evening. Mika moves closer from where she'd been sitting on the opposite end of the couch, thin arms reaching out to grab her daughter as Izuku hands her over eagerly. He watches as her eyes soften, small worry lines around her brow easing slightly. She tucks Michi against her teeth, bouncing her and humming lightly in a soothing gesture that even causes Izuku to relax more. She's cute. I think you'll be a good mom, Izuku tells her after a moment of quiet, mostly because it feels like the right thing to say. The woman, young woman, really she's only 20 years old, which is hardly 5 years older than him, laughs lightly at his remark, and he hears a bit of sorrow buried in the sound. Honestly, she starts with a sigh, I think I might just be being a lil selfish. She laughs again, more real this time, when Izuku scrunches his nose and frowns at her in confusion. Continuing, come on, think about it, kid. Life round here, it ain't pleasant. You know that. She might have better chances in the system, but I chose to keep her with me. Having a mom who can barely hold her own head above water. What kind of life is that? You love her, Izuku says, rather than asks, after taking a moment to think about what Mika said. Course I do, she responds immediately, gaze fixed down at her daughter. How could I not? And if she ends up, like us, with a quirk people don't like or none at all. Or gay or trans or anything, you'll be there with her anyways, you'll understand. Mika frowns, though the look is thoughtful rather than disapproving. The nod she gives in response is determined and adamant, no hint of hesitation. He hesitates, unsure of how much he should say. It's not a situation he'll ever be able to truly understand from her position. He'll never be a young woman from the slums, single and with a baby they love but can't know if they have the means to care for. He's lucky, in many ways, that his life still allotted him the many opportunities he did have, despite all the ones he didn't. But he thinks that after having a mother who, well, he thinks he knows enough to say this. I think that's enough then. I mean, obviously there's more to it, stuff to worry about. But, I don't think you can ever know for sure what'll happen later, you know. Thomas. Sometimes just knowing you have someone who loves you that much, it's enough. That's what means the most. She smiles. It's small and wobbly and crooked, but it makes Izuku's tea warm up regardless. Some wise brat you are, Miku says with a fondness that feels tangible in the moment. She'll grow up with people who love, alright. I'll make sure of that. And when she's old enough, you're gonna teach her to speak all pretty and proper like you do, so folks'll respect her more. Izuku shakes his head, smiling wide. Think you'll want me around that long? You kidding? Miku laughs, her typically cheery mood returning. After a year of random visits, showing up whenever you please, you better start coming around regularly, understand? Michi's gotta learn some smarts from someone, and you're the only one around to teach her. He hums in mock consideration, as if he'd ever deny lending his help when someone asks it of him. I guess I can agree to that, as long as we keep the number of times I end up with puke on me below 5. Miku snorts, mumbling something he thinks is, that sounds to me like a challenge, at the same time that Yuka sweeps back into the room with a damp washcloth. Yuka laughs as he wipes himself clean, or as clean as he can, chatting and teasing with Miku in a way that is familiar and warm. He hardly pays attention to what they say, too caught up in his own drifting thoughts. His tea feels warm. People want him around. Miku wants him around to help with her daughter. Logically, truthfully, already knows that some people actually do like and care for him. He knows that Mei and Hitoshi chose to be friends with him. He knows that Aizawa and Tsukachi, and even Nedzu, have all made efforts to show they care for him. He knows. But it all may be settling in as fact for the first time in this moment. People want him around and it feels so warm. He looks over at the baby to see her dozing, and allows his gaze to flicker up to the yellow, shining string of numbers above her head. 72:107:12:09. Good, he thinks. Right now, she has a long life ahead of her. And as long as he's allowed, he'll do his part to make sure it is a good one. There's not much he can do at 15, almost 16 years old. He can't change their situation or give Miku a different job or make the world a loving place. But he can work hard to help heroes put villains away. He can try to make the world safer. He can be there to help teach her, if that's what Miku wants. It doesn't feel like enough though. Looking at her, seeing how small and precious and oblivious she is, he can't help but feel like he wants to do more. Saving people, protecting them, that's always been the only thing that Izuku wanted to do. Now he knows that there's many ways to do that. Maybe he can find other ways to help besides checking in and eventually teaching her when she's old enough to learn. Babies cost a lot of money, don't they? Things like diapers and formula and clothes. He thinks he remembers Inko complaining about the costs of those kinds of things. And, well, while Izuku is living with Tsukachi, the money he makes won't have to go to food or rent. He could probably keep working the same as he always has and just give it all to Miku instead. There's some savings in his bank account too. She certainly needs it more than he does. If he's not paying for food or rent, there's nothing else he really needs money for. The small amount of clothes he owns has been working out for him so far, and he doesn't care to spend money on fun items like games or movies. It just makes sense to him to give it to her instead. For now though, he doesn't mention it, because he doesn't know if she'll just accept his money like that. He'll think of something though, and if some extra cash could help alleviate some burden for her, he's happy to hand it over. After all, helping people is the only thing he's ever wanted to do. To Nedzu, Principal at U Staff. Calm CC, Eraserhead. Heroic Step at U Staff. Calm, December Tsukachi at Musida Stepped. Calm from Akuji at Being Realistic. Calm Subject, LOV Analysis, Possible Recruits Attachments, 1 file. PDF, 49 kilobytes. Nedzu, attached is the final analysis document regarding all information gathered regarding potential allies to the League of Villains. Sections are divided into confirmed members/rumored associates, potential quirks to watch out for, unconfirmed, and additional notes, including supplies that they may or may not have access to via black market trades. Note: all information is tentative and based on both first and second person sources. Open attachment confirmed members/recruits. Jiren, real name Kajiro Okuta, male, middle-aged, approximately 5 feet 10 inches, gray hair roll. Info broker and black market dealer Quirk. Muddiness, touch-based amnesia, emitter type 16 various charges, 4 felony, 12 misdemeanor, 4 arrests, 0 convictions notes, not a combat fighter. Hired middleman, partial member of the LOV. Only known supplier and primary contact for new recruits. No known location. Uses clubs and areas in the red light district for business. Reliable reputation as a broker. Magna, real names unknown, transgender woman, early to mid-30s, approximately 5 feet 11 inches roll. Recruit, specifics unknown. Quirk, magnetism related, specifics unknown. Potentially relies on support item, emitter type 4 various charges, 1 felony, 3 misdemeanor, 1 arrest, escaped custody, unable to be convicted notes, combat fighter. Known for gambling and frequenting bars. Reputation for starting fights. Likely discriminated against due to gender orientation. Spinner, real named Shuichi Iguchi, male, purple mohawk, approximately 5 feet 8 inches roll. Recruit, unknown. Quirk, lizard, full body mutation. Additional abilities unknown. 3 misdemeanor charges, 1 arrest, 0 convictions notes. Victim of quirk discrimination. Devout follower of Stain. Additional potential quirks. Note: these are quirks that potential LOV members have been heard discussing, but it is unclear whether these are the quirks of actual potential recruits or simply desired abilities that they wish to find and add to their arsenal. Cremation, assumed fire-based quirk, likely emitter. Could potentially be ash-related, unlikely. Most likely a specific quirk related to an individual due to the specificity of the name's BLD-based consumption quirk. Function unknown. Required BLD consumption, may require support item. See additional notes at the end for more details. Duplication quirk. Specifics unknown. Could duplicate living things or inanimate objects. Additional notes. Various. Talk of a support item that could house and store vials of BLD for long PRDS of time was overheard. Most likely related to the BLD-based consumption quirk. Purpose of BLD is unknown. Desired source of BLD unknown. Long-range communication devices. Due to the commonality of similar communication services, such as cell phones, it can be assumed that there is some need for a device that will not be reliant on availability of cell service. Could mean use of a remote location as base, or plan to carry out plans from remote areas. Potential to track radio signals if the correct frequency/network is found. Recruitment activity has seemingly slowed down during the last 2 to 3 weeks. Either suspected recruiters have moved locations for recruitment or the LOV are satisfied with their current numbers. Aizawa threw us off a cliff, Izuku. We were in the woods for 8 hours. Izuku's laughter trickles through the phone speakers, loud and bubbly and appealing. Part of Hitoshi wants to grumble and protest at his friend taking joy in what was truly a painful experience during the first day of training, but if it makes Izuku sound like this, well, he'd go through that hell forest 100 more times. Did you really expect less from Aizawa, Toshi? Izuku asks when his laughter dwindles. He literally warned you that the camp would be hell training. Does that mean you got to see Pixie Bob's quirk in action? Was she there with you or was she controlling the obstacles from a range? I really wanted to ask her about the specifics of her range and how she controlled the creatures that she couldn't see. Like, can she see through them? Is there some kind of sensory link or is it just based on location? I really wish I could have gone with you. I had a whole list of questions I wanted to ask them. I literally don't have a single answer for you, but I do know that she wasn't in the woods with us during it. She was back at the main building when we arrived, Hitoshi tells him, shifting his phone to rest between his shoulder and his ear while he pushes one of the doors to the balcony open. The other boys should be arriving back from the hot springs any minute now, and he'd really prefer not having any of those idiots interrupting his phone call. It's unlikely that he'll get many chances to talk to Izuku this week. Even though Izuku seemed to understand and be fine with the decision not to include him for the training camp, Hitoshi was definitely disappointed. They'd only made up after their fight recently, and he still hadn't gotten the chance to. Well, maybe not tell Izuku how he feels quite yet, but maybe show him. That sounds lame. Whatever, he'll have to figure it out after camp. Maybe they can do something with just the two of them for Izuku's birthday. That's only a couple weeks away though, and range-based then. Izuku's murmuring cuts off Hitoshi's embarrassing gay panic train of thought. But that still leaves the question on the scope of her range. You said the distance was roughly 12 kilometers, but that could be near her limit or well within her range. So that doesn't help. And that still leaves the question about how she controls them after they're created. Is the only reason you accepted my call to hound me for Quirk information? Hitoshi snarks, a fond smile that no one else will see settled on his lips. I'm hurt. What happened to did you eat well for dinner, Toshi? Are your stupid, energetic classmates annoying you, Toshi? Are you sore from keeping up with all the strong, muscle-y hero students, Toshi? Where's the concern for Miha? Izuku snorts, catching on to his teasing easily. Yeah, I get it. But don't forget you are one of the strong, muscle-y hero students now, Toshi. You're one of them, so you should at least try to play nice with them. It's said playfully, teasing, but hearing the words, strong and muscle-wise come out of Izuku's mouth to describe him still has Hitoshi's cheeks lighting up a bright red. He's just glad that no one is around to see it and that the night air is cool in the mountains. The last thing he wants to do is return back to the guy's shared room after a phone call blushing. He can already imagine the ridiculous questions Kaminari and Shiro would start pestering him with. Shut up, Hitoshi responds, like an idiot. I talk to Todoroki, sometimes. One friend seems like enough to me. He can practically feel Izuku's eye roll through the phone. Heroes need allies, stupid. If you don't want to think about it as making friends, then make allies at least. Before he can grumble something about underground heroics and working solo, there's a call through the walls that there's 5 minutes until lights out, immediately followed by what sounds like a noise of complaint from Kaminari and loud instructions from Ida that are just barely muffled by the balcony door. Sheet, they're calling for lights out, I gotta go, he tells his friend, a small sting of displeasure in his tea that he can't simply stay out here and talk the night away with Izuku. Tilting his head up, he can see so many stars. Far more than what's visible in the city. Izuku would have loved them. All right, Toshi. Have fun and focus on your training, but, call me again if you get the chance. To tell me about it, Izuku replies, voice soft. There might be a hint of disappointment in there, or maybe that's just Hitoshi's own wishful thinking. Good night. Good night, Zuku, he responds before reluctantly ending the call. Hitoshi lets himself close his eyes, taking one more deep breath of the cool night air before turning around to head back inside. Except his vision catches on a shock of red and white, illuminated by the crack in the doorway that he didn't hear open, and immediately stumbles back a step into the railing before he recognizes that it's just Todoroki. He doesn't yelp. He doesn't. You're so quiet, he says after a breath, hand clutching at the fabric of his shirt over his ear where his heart had threatened to leap straight out of his ear. How long were you standing there? Approximately 2 minutes, the boy tells him in an even tone, thankfully willing to ignore the way Hitoshi jumped out of his skin mere moments ago. I did not want to interrupt your phone call, but I was going to inform you that the warning for lights out has been called. I heard, Hitoshi responded shortly, trying to regain his composure, internally wincing at how snappish the words sound. Unlike most of the others, he doesn't want to be rude to Todoroki. It's just his base reaction to people at this point, after years of having others be hateful right back at him. Todoroki doesn't really deserve that though, he doesn't think. Sure, the guy is awkward and quiet and blunt, but Hitoshi likes that he's quiet and it's easy to understand people when they're blunt and he's got his own strange sense of humor that slips out at times. Hitoshi appreciates that. Plus, there's something guarded in Todoroki's eyes, something dark. It's the same thing he sees in his own in the mirror, or in Izuku's when they're around other people. He's not sure what that's about, though he can make a few guesses, but he tries his best not to view the other teen in the same perfect Quirk-privileged hero student lens that he assesses the rest of their classmates through. But Todoroki just nods, seemingly unfazed, and asks, was that Midoriya? On the phone. Squinting his eyes warily, yeah, I called him to tell him about the hike down the mountain. Another nod, then a slightly longer stretch of silence before Todoroki tilts his head consideringly, which Hitoshi thinks is the closest the teen's expression can get to curiosity. You and him are very close. We're best friends, Hitoshi answers back quickly, slightly defensive. The last thing he needs is other people connecting any dots on the whole crush situation before he even gets the chance to tell his crush. May figuring it out was bad enough, and she didn't even like talking about romance stuff. If he remembers correctly, her exact words were, "Keep your crush cooties out of my lab, and explore your feelings away from my babies." Closer than that, I think, Todoroki murmurs, calculating gaze burning holes into Hitoshi. When he doesn't respond, he adds, "Maybe I wouldn't know." It's said quietly, and Hitoshi suspects those words aren't even meant for him specifically, though it sends a brief flash of guilt through him regardless. He's not a FNG idiot. He can tell that the whole friendship thing is new to Todoroki, so making him feel like he's misreading something that he most certainly isn't probably is a D move. Especially since the guy is clearly just trying to understand. Hitoshi starts, feeling a faint blush rise to his cheeks as he groans. You're not wrong. It's more and complicated. Just don't say anything. A certain sparkle comes to life in Todoroki's eyes as he nods. A secret then? Hitoshi sighs, finally moving forward from where his back has been pressed against the balcony railing. Damn it. A secret, he says, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder as he reaches for the door to head back inside. Tacking on, a secret between friends? If he can see the smallest upward tick of the red and white-haired boy's lips out of the corner of his eye before crossing the threshold back inside, well, Hitoshi isn't going to say anything about it. 38 hours. Less than 2 days. That's all Izuku has left before he's officially under the guardianship of Tsukachi. Soon, he'll be moving in with the man semi-permanently, or permanently, depending on if Tsukachi is okay with it, since Izuku has recently been considering devoting his income to Miku and her child rather than push for emancipation, but he doesn't really want to think about that possibility right now. And in a week, the rent on this small, studio apartment he'd called home for all of 7 weeks will be up. Most of his stuff has already been packed and transferred temporarily to May's house, where he's still staying until the custody papers are official. All that's left are his kitchen items, a few toiletries left in the bathroom, and his bedding. May didn't put up much of a fuss when Izuku told her that he'd be heading back to his apartment for one last night, mostly so that he could sort through and pack up the rest of his things, but he suspects that her easy agreement was most likely due to her being distracted by her newest project when he'd let her know he was leaving for the night. He'd gotten back to the rundown apartment complex around noon, so he'd pulled out his laptop and some of the smaller support items he'd been co-building with May and settled down at his coffee table to work in peace for a few hours. They were still struggling with perfecting the durability of the trackers for the spider bots, and the firing cylinder for the multifunctional gun he'd proposed almost 2 months ago needed rewiring after one of the ammunition capsules malfunctioned inside of it. He also took some time to recode some of the security features on his website, just as a precaution, now that he'd been taught how to do that properly by Nedzu. Coding really isn't his strong suit though, despite Nedzu's attempts to teach him. It's practically learning a whole other language, except the language barely makes sense and the smallest error in syntax makes the whole thing fail or just work wrong. He can only receive so many error messages before he gets frustrated with it and gives up for the time being. He'll just ask Nedzu to look over his work later. Standing up and letting out a long sigh, he eyes the small living space. The futon will have to be carried, but he thinks that the kitchen items should all fit into one box just fine, and the toiletries should be able to be shoved into his backpack with his laptop and support items without too much struggle. It'll be a bit awkward, but he's sure he can carry it all in one trip when he leaves in the morning. Plan of attack settled, Izuku moves to get to work on the kitchen. He'll leave the appliances. Maybe the next tenant could use the toaster and coffee maker, but the few cups, bowls, plates, and utensils can come with him. The work of wrapping the items in paper towel before carefully packing them away is methodical and easy. And Izuku finds himself relaxing despite the unease he feels knowing that he will be losing this place permanently as he works. Honestly, he thought he would be more upset than he currently feels. But he feels strangely calm. Maybe it's because so much has already been happening recently. Maybe it's because he's already had to stay with other people twice, after the robbery and then the mall incident, And the fact that this time it's permanent just hasn't set in fully yet. Or maybe he's just finding himself not hating the idea of having a guardian figure quite as daunting as he did when this whole thing started. That's a dangerous thought though. It would mean he's placing his trust in someone, some adult, not to hurt him. It helps that that person is Tsukachi, who has never been anything but kind and steady and warm, but Izuku's always been wary of the fact that those kinds of things can change. In his experience, adults are subject to drastic changes in terms of care all the time, especially when it comes to Izuku. But with Tsukachi, he doesn't find himself feeling as wary as he knows he should. It's scary, but he thinks it's also good. He just hopes. Izuku feels the shift in the air before noticing anything else. The clean, crisp smell of ozone, the whoosh of some foreign breeze, the prickling of his skin, all take him back to that first moment Sheet went to hell at the USJ months ago. In seconds, he's moving. It feels like everything is happening in slow motion, brain ringing out, wrong, wrong, danger, run, wrong. And he knows there's only so much he can do right now, alone and secluded in a one-room apartment. He snatches up one of the thumbnail-sized trackers he and May had been working on that had been set on his coffee table, activating its signal, sliding it under his tongue, and praying it doesn't short-circuit and electrocute him. Turning to his open laptop, he is thankful that he never closed out of his email. It makes it significantly faster to drag in the attachment to the tracker's signal before sending it to Nedzu with no time to add any explanation, only taking the time to write help in the subject line. It's the same moment he clicks send that his front door slams open, broken entirely off its hinges and becoming embedded in the drywall of the entryway. He spins around to see a hulking figure taking up the entire space of his doorway, pink rippling muscle fibers, asymmetric eyes, and dirty blonde hair. And it takes Izuku a second to recognize that face from his mugshot. Muscular, known murderer and recent prison escapee, stands before Izuku, and the man is laughing. Izuku hardly thinks, hardly breathes before he reaches out to pull, because he can't take the time to think about it, because this situation isn't just dangerous, but deadly, because Muscular kills people without a second thought, and Izuku is scared and desperate and the man is blocking the easiest exit. Muscular goes down to a knee with a loud roar of pain, body tense and muscles writhing, Wah. The word gets choked off as Izuku releases his hold for merely a moment before pulling again. He needs to get to the window, the one in the back left of the room. That's where the fire escape access is and, release, pull. If he can just reach it, he might be able to get down to street level. But Muscular is digging into the wall with his fist, trying to pull himself up from the ground through the pain, release, pull, and Izuku refuses to take his eyes off of the man. He can't lose his concentration. He can't release, pull, or else he'll FNG die. Actually, he'll die anyways because there's no way he could possibly outrun. The air shifts next to him, and he instinctively tears his eyes away for a moment to meet the cold, yellow stare that he immediately recognizes as Kurogiri. But that split-second moment of distraction was costly, as he feels movement. Fast, too fast, how could he ever even hope to? From the doorway and hardly has the time to turn before a large fist slams painfully into his bicep. He feels himself fly back to slam into the exterior wall with a loud crack, head hitting painfully against the wall. That hurt. The F did you do to me, you worthless brat? His vision swims as he feels himself get yanked upward by his shirt. Everything hurts, and the shoulder that took the majority of the blow burns. The only response he can even think to muster is a choked-off cry of pain as he's jostled and held in the air, feet dangling. Muscular, he thinks that's Kurogiri's voice. Instructions were that he remain alive and undamaged. Don't give me effin' orders. Whatever this little sheet pulled FNG hurt. I should just kill him right now. Izuku grits out, despite the way his voice comes out tense and eyes fail to focus. It's stupid, he knows it is. But he can hardly think, let alone process what's happening over the pain. Everything feels heavy and excruciating and dark spots are clawing at the corner of his vision. He tries to look for the numbers, find that yellow line in the hopes that he has enough focus left to try his quirk again, but he can hardly see past the blurring images. He thinks he hears. Muscular grind out a curse, first tightening its hold on him, But Kurojire's calm demanding tone interrupts. Follow the orders you're given. It's time to go. And the moment Izuku feels the cold, purple dark mist surround him, his vision goes entirely black. He wakes up to scratching. Scratching he's familiar with. Scratching he hates, nail on skin, skin breaking under nail. I said I wanted him unharmed. He hears, though the sound feels distant and muffled. Sensei wanted him whole. You ruined it. Useless. Stupid. Sensei will be disappointed. Can't disappoint Sensei. Izuku takes a breath, trying to bring himself to focus. But his head feels foggy and his body feels numb and his eyelids are heavy. There's something solid underneath him. He feels like he's spinning even though he knows he isn't. He's alive, isn't he? I did my shitty job. The voices are clearer now, and colors stop dancing so vividly behind his eyelids. There's something round and metallic resting against his cheek. Something's happening. He needs to get away. He knows those voices and he needs to get away. You didn't do it right? Listen here, you whiny beach. I don't give a shit if you're said. That brat did some. All at once, the pain kicks in. Izuku thinks in a gasping breath as his eyes fly open. His shoulder feels like it's on fire and his head is pounding. Muscular. Muscular was there. Izuku hit the wall. Head injury. Kurojire. The warp gate. The League. He's with the League. Dim lights flood his vision, but his eyes focus just in time to register Shigaraki shrieking with rage as his outstretched hand makes contact with the hulking figure of Muscular. Izuku can't even react before the man's upper torso cracks and splinters, pieces flaking off into bloody chunks of dust. The body collapses to the ground in a messy pile of leftover body parts and BLD a mere 5 feet from where Izuku is trying to prop himself up on his elbows. He can only stare in horror, bile churning in his stomach, as crimson liquid oozes through the cracks in the floorboards, crawling its way away from the body that used to house it. Some of the muscles twitch and writhe faintly, leftover signals from the brain trying to act in a lifeless fashion. Was the mess necessary, Star Shigaraki? Kurojire's low voice sounds from somewhere to his left, and Izuku finally finds the strength to tear his gaze away from the corpse, in the room. What's the point of having party members if they don't even listen to their leader? Shigaraki seethes, bloody nails scratching against his skin as he kicks at what remains of Muscular's head. There's a noise that Izuku thinks sounds like a sigh from Kurojire, before a blanket of inky mist spreads over the body to warp it away. The BLD still remains. Red eyes snap towards him when he moves to sit up further, muffling a cry of pain as he bites his lip. Oh look, Shigaraki starts, grinning sharp and dangerous. Our special guest is awake. Izuku only pulls himself up far enough to sit properly. He isn't restrained yet, which is a good thing, and he doesn't want to make any sudden moves that inspire them to think that tying him up is a good idea. He doesn't know whether it's carelessness that's left him free to move around or if they just assume he poses no threat, but he'll take his wins where he can get them right now. Briefly, he lets his eyes wander, categorizing the space they're in. Dim lights, bar, 2 doors, and it's only Izuku, Shigaraki, and Kurojire in the room. Why am I here? He asks, voice slightly hoarse. Really, he has a few ideas as to why they'd grab him, and a million more questions he'd rather ask. But he keeps it simple, hoping to distract them with answering for at least a few moments so that he can think. He's not a brawler, and has no weapons. The tracker is, thankfully, still in his mouth, though he has to shift it as subtly as possible from his cheek to back under his tongue. He hopes it still works. God, he hopes it isn't broken. Part of him is tempted to reach for his quirk again. Use the pull to stall them enough so that he can scramble to one of the doors and pray it'll lead outside. But there's 2 of them, and he's never tried to use his quirk to pull 2 timers at once. He's not sure if he can do that, and part of him is bitter that he'd never tested it, despite how much he hates the idea of asking someone to let him drain their life force just so that he could know his limits. Shigaraki speaks before he can decide whether or not to attempt such a risky move, still grinning and scratching and leering at him from where he's leaning back against the bar. Don't get impatient, brat. We're still waiting on a few more guests. As if summoned by the words, There's a series of beeps from somewhere near the bar, and only a second later Kurogiri opens a large gate to the right. Izuku can only stare, wide-eyed, as multiple people filter through. His brain tries to categorize each person as quickly as he can. A lizard man, Spinner, his realizes, a young blonde girl, some guy covered in spandex, a large woman with some kind of metal beam, and Ragdoll. Ragdoll is limp and bleeding and swung over the woman's shoulder. He hardly notices anything else. The chatter is distant to his ears. He thinks someone with a top hat is talking, bragging loudly as he flaunts some small, blue objects. But Izuku's eyes are locked on the pro-hero. The pro-hero who should be with the hero students. The pro-hero that's unconscious and breathing shallow, and out of nothing but desperation, his eyes find her timer. It's not glitching. No, instead it's counting down steadily from 48, and Izuku moves without thinking, throwing himself forward as his shoulder screams in pain so that he can wrap a trembling hand around her ankle as firmly as he dares. Before anyone can react, he takes a single breath and pushes. There's shouting movement. A hand gripping at the back of his hair to rip him backwards, away from Ragdoll's still unconscious body. His eyes water from the sting, pain shoots through his shoulder from the movement, and his heart is jackrabbiting in his ear. But all of Izuku's focus is on that yellow string. Glowing numbers, still glitching but only faintly, that have grown to a relieving 18:098:31. Send her to Sensei already, a voice, Shigaraki, snaps. That purple mist swallows her body, and Izuku's field of vision is suddenly filled with Shigaraki's snarling face. What the F did you do? Izuku can only blink, dumb and slow. The concussion makes his vision blur and swim, and all he can focus on is taking in even breaths to stop himself from being sick all over the floor. His gaze drifts to the side, trying to crane his neck to see who it is that has a hold on his arm and a grip on his hair. Before he can see anything but a vague shape and the color black, Shigaraki grabs his face with a four-fingered grip and squeezes fiercely, forcing his attention back to red, angry eyes and cracked skin. I asked you a question, brat. He spits, breath hot and sour against Izuku's skin. What the F was that? Izuku starts, and cuts off with a wince. His eye hurts, head is pounding, and his shoulder feels like it's on fire with the way it's being twisted behind him. But even through that pain, he works to comprehend what he is being asked. It dawns on him how potentially foolish he was. He knows his quirk is registered only as the passive ability to read others' timers, and nearly revealing that there may be more to it than that, to villains of all people, was not a smart move by any means. At the same time though, how could Izuku ever live with himself if he hadn't done something? Ragdoll was a pro-hero. She was important. Of course he had to do whatever he could, with what little he has, to try and keep her alive. It would be selfish not to. So, even though it was foolish, he cannot bring himself to regret it. I didn't. He tries again, mind racing through the haze of the concussion to form some explanation that was not the truth. I was just checking it. She's hurt. Shigaraki's grip tightens, eyes narrowed and lip curling. Don't effing lie to me. Young Shigaraki, a deep voice interrupts. Kurogiri, Izuku thinks. He's injured, a concussion by the looks of it. Do not lose your temper while the boy is not thinking clearly. Shigaraki releases his face with a huff, standing from where he'd been crouched in front of Izuku, to face the other people in the bar. He lifts a hand to scratch at his neck, something that makes Izuku cringe at the sound of, before he says, "Let's just get this sheet over with. Release them." Of course, the man with the top hat bows, hand extended with two blue objects held between his fingers. Izuku squints, trying to get a better look and figure out what they're talking about, before the man twirls his hand and both blue things vanish into glowing turquoise light that rapidly expands. And half a second later, the light vanishes as two bodies hit the wood floor. There's a flurry of movement, hands grabbing to secure what look like cuffs on the two new people, but Izuku has already caught sight of blonde spikes and wild purple hair. He swears he can feel his stomach drop right through the floor, and he thinks that he is going to be sick all over again. Hitoshi and Katsuki are both gasping for air, disoriented as they are manhandled into restraints and positioned to kneel on the floor. Izuku feels frozen, wide-eyed as he watches one of the villains, who he assumes is Spinner, release his hold on Hitoshi's shoulder, only for his friend to immediately fold forward and half-slump onto the ground. There's blood dripping from Hitoshi's temple, and Izuku can only assume that his friend also has a concussion. Katsuki is seething next to him, eyes panicked and heaving. He does not spit in rage like Izuku half expected, half hoped he would. But he looks frantic, like a rabid animal caught in a snare, staring down its predator. Izuku realizes, in an instant, that he's afraid, and the only other time Izuku has ever seen Katsuki afraid was during the sludge villain incident, but this is far worse than that. It makes dread spread throughout Izuku in a way that he'd never known possible. Izuku prods at that tiny metal disc in his mouth, and prays more desperately than before that it is still functional, that his email was sent, that his desperate plan works. He can only watch, frozen as Shigaraki smiles, or his cruelest imitation of one, cracked lips stretching wide across his face. The red eyes cut over to him. Since you don't want to cooperate, let's see if these two prove to be more entertaining guests. Shigaraki reaches out, hand clawed in blonde hair, pinky raised, to crane Katsuki's head up towards him. That, for whatever reason, jumpstarts whatever function in the blonde's brain that makes him fight, because in the next second he's ripped his head away from Shigaraki's grasp, regardless of how it must have hurt. Katsuki's teeth snap forward at the offending hand, missing it by mere inches. "Get your hands off me, you crusty bee!" Katsuki rages, nearly screams. His eyes dart over to Izuku, like he's only noticing him there for the first time. There's something desperate in his eyes for just a moment, before he focuses back on Shigaraki and the look is replaced with familiar anger. "I'm gonna kill you for this, you hear me? Don't touch me." Real violent talk coming from a hero student, Shigaraki hums, a sneer forming on his face. "Maybe you need a reminder of what position you're in, brat." "Spinner." On command, Spinner hits the back of Katsuki's head sharply with the hilt of a katana. His head snaps forward, and Shigaraki catches his hair in a tighter grip before wrenching it back again. Katsuki's eyes look slightly dazed, squinted in pain, and Izuku's breath catches as he watches the villain reach out with his other hand toward Katsuki's shoulder. "Stop," Izuku breathes as he watches all 5 fingers settle, and Katsuki's shirt begins to crumble. His whole body jerks forward in an aborted movement, wishing desperately that he could get closer to them. But whoever is holding onto him scrambles to reaffirm their grip, and holds him in place. "Shigaraki, stop. Please, just." Shigaraki half tilts his head towards Izuku, hand hovering just barely over Katsuki's bare shoulder. Katsuki's wide eyes are on Izuku too. He's afraid that everyone's eyes may be on him now, but he can't tear his desperate gaze away from Shigaraki in fear that he may lose the villain's attention. "I'll just leave him alone," Izuku pleads, wishing his voice to hold any semblance of control rather than pure desperation. His head is pounding, heart beating furiously in his seat, and his mind races to think of anything that he could do or say to keep Shigaraki's focus on him, and him alone, because Izuku cannot just sit there and let someone, even Katsuki, especially Katsuki, get hurt. You had to have taken them for a reason, right? If you wanted him hurt or dead, then he already would be. So that means there's something else. But me. You said yourself that you hate me. You said you wanted to kill me. I don't need your dumb butt defending me, Deku, Katsuki interrupts, seething, but he goes ignored by both Shigaraki and Izuku. Shigaraki turns away from Katsuki and takes a step towards Izuku. He looks so terribly amused as he asks, "So what? Are you asking me to kill you?" "I'm saying," Izuku says slowly, suppressing a flinch, "that they're important somehow, and I'm just..." He doesn't know where he's going with this, can't find the right words to say. But he does know that Shigaraki is focused on him now, taking steps closer and closer, and Katsuki's shoulder is bare but unharmed. That's all that really matters. We don't even know why we're here. "What? I asked you last time, didn't I? What do you want?" "Shigaraki, what's the point?" The bar is tense and silent, other than the sound of Katsuki's heavy breathing and feet shifting on the floorboards. In his peripheral, Izuku can see some blonde girl inch a bit closer. She's practically vibrating, but from what emotion, Izuku couldn't say. Shigaraki is looming over him again, and that's where the majority of his focus stays. Shigaraki grins, sharp and biting, and asks, "Do you really think I need a point?" It's said so casually, so flippantly, that Izuku's stomach rolls. He feels sick at the implication that all this fear, all the terror and the pain and the hurt, could be done by a person just because they want, like it's fun for him. But Izuku has never been a child that was allowed to be naive. He knows, deep down, that some people do horrible things with no grand design, no greater reason. It's not often, most people, villains included, do have some sort of goal or justification to their actions, even if it isn't a good one. Stain had a reason for killing heroes, regardless of how flawed and self-righteous it was. Izuku likes to think that his mom had a reason too, even though she left him behind. Cruel people who have no purpose are far more dangerous than those that do, because there is no way to reason with them, no way to find common ground. Izuku had hoped, still wants to hope, that Shigaraki isn't like that. If he is, then, it's annoying. Shigaraki interrupts Izuku's spiraling with a click of his tongue, scratching at his neck again. "You're right though. I do have plans for those two hero brats. But he pauses, crouching down so that their faces are level, close enough that Izuku can categorize the cracks in the skin around Shigaraki's eyes. "You're someone else's side quest?" Izuku stares, mouth opening and closing uselessly, before he croaks out a confused, "What?" "Sensei wants you first," Shigaraki tells him, oblivious to the way that statement sends ice flooding through Izuku's veins. Then he smiles, mocking sympathy. Don't feel left out, brat. He promised that I could have you when he's finished." Before Izuku can even try to speak, to ask why or who, or anything that would let him make sense of what the villain just told him, Shigaraki stands in one swooping motion. Waving dismissively, he states, "I'm bored of this sheet now. Just knock them all out, we'll continue later." "Wait," Izuku tries, but the word hardly escapes his mouth before he feels a sharp hit strike the base of his head, and his body slumps just before his vision fades to black. Shoyuta paces the makeshift office that's been set up within the hospital, torn between running off to check on his students for what feels like the 10th time and staying so that he can be one of the first to get any updates on finding his missing students that the police have, and he tries his best to ignore the part of him that wants to leave the hospital entirely to go searching every area of Japan himself in order to look for them, despite how futile that would be. Several of the students, those hit most directly by the gas, still haven't even woken up yet, and the rest, minus those that had been held back for supplementary lessons, are only suffering minor injuries. None of them are hurt too badly. Regardless, he feels the compulsive need to have his eyes on them just to make sure no more have vanished. Tsukachi, Sansa, Yagi, and Netsu sit at the small conference table, all in varying levels of restlessness. Both Tsukachi and Netsu have hardly looked up from their laptops within the last 2 hours, and not a single one of them has slept. It's been hours since the attack, nearly 5 a.m. the next morning, and little to no progress has been made with locating the missing students and Prohero. Shoyuta had been mildly surprised by witnessing the easy way in which Tsukachi and Yagi, of all people, work together, bouncing ideas off each other, making calls, suggesting new approaches. There's a closeness there that spoke of years of at least a professional relationship, if not a friendship. And in all of Shuta's few years of working with Tsukachi since the man transferred to Masudafu's district, he had never even gotten the hint that the two may know each other. He supposes that the responsibility of having connections to all might probably warrant some secrecy though. But that acknowledgement didn't stop him from teasing his coworker, just a bit, during one of the gaps of time that Yagi stepped out of the room to make a phone call. "I'm a bit surprised, but maybe I shouldn't be," Shoyuta had drawled in mock disinterest. The famous lie detector being buddy-buddy with the All Might? "We're colleagues," Tsukachi retorted, far too quickly. "I'd say friends, at least," Shoyuta carried on with a raised brow. "Maybe something more." Tsukachi's eye twitched. "Do you have a point you're getting to, Eraser?" "Not particularly, no." He had to hide his smirk in his capture weapon once Tsukachi started to show his frustration. Really, Shoyuta doesn't particularly care about the man's personal relationships, but poking at his buttons has always been particularly entertaining. And right then, Shoyuta had really needed the distraction. Then he'd remembered a conversation had about a month ago, one he'd had to hound the symbol of peace during to get a straight answer, so he asks, "Does Izuku know?" That, it seems, really caught Tsukachi's attention, as he went completely still and turned wide eyes onto Shoyuta. Should he? Shoyuta doesn't have a real answer to that, doesn't know how much he should say, so he shrugs. They have a bit of a history. Tsukachi had looked particularly troubled by that for a good few minutes after, and had since then pulled Yagi outside their little workroom for what Shoyuta assumes was a tense conversation. Whatever was said seemed to have settled the detective though, so he assumes Yagi must have explained himself well enough. Not that Shoyuta regrets bringing it up though. Regardless of how forgiving Izuku is, Shoyuta knows that he wouldn't be so keen on getting a surprise visit in his own home from the man who crushed his dreams on a rooftop, assuming that Yagi and Tsukachi really are close enough for home visits. Shuda's musings are halted by the shrill ring of a cell phone, and nearly every person in the room jumps as it cuts through their tense silence. "Ned's speaking," the principal answered, picking up the phone with a far calmer disposition than anyone in the room was currently feeling. Every eye in the room was locked on Nedzu, waiting, hoping for any sort of good news. Whatever is said has the rat's eyes widening, paw twitching at his keyboard as he breathes a shocked, "Oh dear." "What is it?" Shoyuta can't stop himself from hissing, patience thin and frayed. "Do we have a lead?" Instead of answering, Nedzu placed the phone down on the table, switching it to speakerphone before speaking. "Please, repeat that, Ms. Suzuki." "Again, I apologize, Mr. Nedzu," a voice, one Shoyuta recognizes as Yue's secretary, calls hesitantly over the speaker. "I know you're very busy," but she was insistent. "I'm telling you, something's wrong." Another voice cuts through, that sounds distinctly like Mei Hatsum. There's distress in her voice, and the fact that she must really be shouting for them to hear her so clearly has Shoyuta perking up instantly. He's not answering his phone and the tracker, it's activated. "And Miss Hatsum, please calm down," the receptionist tries. "I won't." "Let's all settle down," Nedzu calls out to stop their back and forth. "Please put young Hatsum on the phone so that she can explain the situation." "Principal Nedzu?" Hatsum shouts, a bit too loudly over the phone. "I need you to call that hobo-sensei and detective guy, and see if any of you have heard from Izuku." The mention of Izuku has every person in the room stilling abruptly, but Mei keeps going without seeming to take the time to even breathe. It could be a text or an email. But the tracker was activated last night, at 9:04 p.m. EMS to be exact. "Hatsum, slow down," Nedzu tries, but she does not seem to hear him. "And I tried to call or go to the school right away, but it was closed, and all the phones were busy. The setup, I can't get direct location access from my Hatsum." Shoyuta cuts in sharply, tired and frustrated and confused. None of them know what she's trying to say, and they have two missing students already on top of whatever situation has her so panicked. Put that together with the mention of Izuku, and Shoyuta has a feeling the news won't be anything less than unpleasant. "We have no idea what you're trying to tell us. So slow down and start from the beginning. What did you say about Izuku?" She makes a frustrated noise, but when she speaks again, she's more careful and deliberate with her words. "One of the projects Izuku and I have been working on involved trackers, small as a quarter. Last night, one of them was activated, and is still active. Izuku is the only person who could have done it, and he isn't answering any of my calls or texts. Hitoshi is the one who remembers Izuku's address, and he isn't answering his phone either. So what I need to know is if any of you have heard from him because something could have happened, and I'm scared." Her voice cuts off with a miserable crack. With that information, none of them, except Sansa and Yagi, even hesitate to turn to all of their available devices and check for anything from Izuku. Shoyuta already knows what he'll find, that being nothing, since he has been nearly compulsively checking his phone and work emails for the last several hours in case there were any updates about his student's location. But he goes as far as to check his personal email as well, something he doesn't even think Izuku knows about, just in case. Young Hatsum, Yagi chimes in while the rest of them are distracted. "If you know that the tracker is active, Can you see its location? No. The programming on the trackers is only in the beta stages. I have access to the basic diagnostic status of every working tracker, but we hadn't been able to link each tracker's location mapping to the MSTR control yet. Technically, each tracker's access code could be sent as a functional link individually, but he didn't send that to me. I've got nothing, Tsukachi calls out, drawing Shuda's attention. He doesn't miss the way the man's face is paler than before, or how his hands shake uselessly against the keyboard of his laptop. He's frowning as he turns toward the phone, but Shoyuta can tell that he's trying to keep his tone non-accusatory as he asks, Hatsum, wasn't Izuku supposed to be staying with you? Did he go missing from your house? Her voice shakes, coming out smaller and younger than Shuda's ever heard. I don't know. He said something about packing up the rest of his stuff, I think. I was working on. I'm so sorry. I was distracted and I don't even remember what time he left. But, it's alright, Hatsum. Shoyuta cuts her off, sending a half-sharp look towards Tsukachi despite knowing, logically, that he did not ask her to be cruel. But there's no point in letting another child work herself into a panic or blame herself either. We'll figure this out. It's not your fault. I believe I found it, Netsu announces suddenly, causing everyone's attention to snap toward him. Young Hatsum, I'm having a car sent to pick you up and deliver you here, on the chance that we need your help since this tracking device is your own work. Please wait at UA until it arrives. Hatsum barely gets to call out, strangely, serious yes, sir, before Netsu ends the call and begins typing furiously at his laptop. They all wait, a beat, then two, for the principal to say anything. But when he doesn't, they all scramble up to stand around the screen themselves. Well, Tsukachi asks, patience clearly thin and unused to working so slowly with someone as cryptic as the rat. You said you found it, does it say anything? I admit, I would have disregarded it, Netsu states, nose twitching. But it appears that young Midoriya sent out a sort of distress signal approximately 1.5 hours prior to the kidnapping of Shinso and Bakugu. It was sent to my school email, and there are no details within the email to indicate that it may be the League of Villains. However, it would be unwise to discount the possibility. Young Midoriya also had the foresight to attach the tracking link that is, presumably, connected to a tracking pin that he has on his person. So we know where he is. Shoyuta hedges. Assuming that the tracking device is accurate and has not been separated from him at some point, yes. Shoyuta blinks, then blinks again. He's getting close to risking strangling the rat, just a bit, if he doesn't start giving full explanations. Where? Where is he? I'm unsure of the radius accuracy on his and Hatsum's design, Netsu continues, with the decency to ignore Shuda's tone. But it shows the location being in Kamino Ward, merely a few blocks west of their red light district. Tsukachi is shaking his head before the principal even finishes. Why would he be there? He had contacts with some club workers, dancers, but none of them are in, or even near, Yokohama City. No one has an answer to that, but they all sit staring at the screen for a few moments as if the answers will appear for them anyways. Was there anything else attached to the message? Shoyuta asks, feeling desperate. Any message or explanation or only one word in the subject line, Netsu interrupts in a far more serious voice. It read, help? I'll get a team together. Tsukachi breathes out, taking in a shaking breath before continuing, send me that tracking link, and I'll have some guys case the entire 3 surrounding blocks in civvies. And I'll take a group to go check the kid's apartment. I'll keep you updated here, Sansa tells him, to which Tsukachi gives a grateful nod. We have a plan then, Netsu claps his paws together, claws out. The rest of us will stay here. There's still 2 other missing students that require our attention as well. We best not forget that. Tsukachi doesn't even pause in his movements to gather what he needs before heading to the door, even if the reminder sends a wave of dread through Shoyuta. He knows, as a seasoned underground hero, that bad situations can always get worse, but that doesn't stop this turn from feeling any less sour in his stomach. He doesn't know whether he should hope that Izuku's message and his missing students are unrelated or the same, so that they do not have to divide forces by chasing after 2 beasts at once. He isn't sure which is better, but he does know that it hardly matters if he hopes or prays or begs the gods themselves. 3 students are in danger, and all that matters is getting them back. Naomasa stands outside the entryway of Izuku's little apartment, and he cannot make himself move. Other officers are milling about around him, but his own eyes are locked on the broken-down door, barely hanging off its hinges. It's all the confirmation he really needs. There had been some part of him, when they'd all heard Hatsum say Izuku's name over the speakerphone not even an hour earlier, that had tried to hope that the whole thing was a misunderstanding. Maybe Izuku had activated the tracker on accident, while he was working on them as a distraction. Maybe he'd forgotten to turn it off and fallen asleep, and that's why he hasn't answered his phone. Maybe the location showed that he was all the way in Kamino because it was faulty, or he was visiting some friends in that area, or it got misplaced. Maybe Izuku was perfectly safe in his apartment, and Naomasa would be able to go back to the hospital to continue looking for the missing hero students, and tell them all that they were worried for nothing. But that pointless hope had died the second he laid eyes on Izuku's smashed-down door, and Naomasa feels overcome with dread. Seeps into every joint in his body, like lead weights that hold him still and unable to cross the threshold and see what other evidence lies beyond. He closes his eyes and reminds himself that he is a professional, that this is a case, that the kid, his kid, or was supposed to be legally, within the next 2-ish days, who he had promised would be safe, is currently classified as missing, and it is his responsibility to gather details for evidence and determine whether or not it is related to the missing hero students. With a shaking sigh, he forces his first step forward, and then the next. The first thing he notices is the hole in the drywall, roughly the size of a basketball, that's about 4-ish feet off the ground. He pushes his feet to carry him further, to the edge of the opening hallway so that he can see the rest of the space. There are a few books scattered across the floor, and a long scuff mark near the coffee table. A large, human-sized, dent in the outer wall is smeared with a thin trail of BLD that makes him instantly want to GG. He knows he's seen worse, far worse, at other crime scenes, but nothing he's seen before compares to knowing that this BLD is most likely Izuku's, that Izuku is hurt and bleeding and no one knows if he's okay. His eyes catch on the open laptop next, tipped over on the coffee table. The screen is now cracked, and Naomasa half wonders if it will even turn on again. He doesn't touch it to check though, he can't, because now Izuku's belongings are evidence. The man tries not to linger on how defeated that realization makes him. Strangely enough, despite how rigidly he has been holding himself together, it is something innocuous that almost sends Naomasa breaking apart in front of all the other officers. There is a box sitting open on the floor of the kitchen area, half packed with miscellaneous items, and Izuku's childhood photos sit on the top. What was it that Hatsum had said? That Izuku said something about packing the last of his things before he left. From the looks of it, Izuku had been packing up to finally come home, their home, before he'd been violently interrupted. And for the first time, Naomasa finds himself imagining what it must have been like, what Izuku must have felt in those moments. Had he been muttering to himself like he always does, peaceful and happy, as he packed away his things before his front door was broken down? Had he been scared? Had he called for help, just for no one to hear? Sir? Naomasa startles, whipping his head to see the officer that had addressed him. Many of the officers are looking at him now, waiting for direction, so the man does his best to pull himself together. He can't get too caught up in his emotions right now, all that can be handled later, when they find the kids. Right? He starts, dragging a still shaking hand through his hair and turning to gain every officer's attention. I want every inch of this apartment photographed. Don't disregard anything that could be evidence. Get a sample of the BLD on the outer wall and have it taken to the labs immediately for testing. One officer is to be stationed outside the door at all times. Takashi, you grab another officer and go door to door. I want every single resident in this complex questioned in case they heard or saw anything of importance. We're looking for anyone who may have been home between 8 to 10 p.m. last night. Hideo, you're in charge of wrangling up a team and getting a hold of all video surveillance footage. I want the footage from every camera in a 2-block radius of this building. Every traffic cam, every store security camera, every private security camera, get all of it. If you have any trouble, Immediately seek a court order under the direction of the Chief and All Might himself, as this pertains to a high-priority case regarding the League of Villains. Am I understood? Every officer in the room stares at him with wide eyes, but the dead silence only lasts a second before a panicked, "Yes, detective," is called out and the men start scrambling to do as told.